type helicopters if they do respond to that area. Again, the Hearst fire burning in Sylmar.
Yeah, that is what we were thinking, Sandra. You're exactly right. Maybe they realized that those water drops were ineffective and sort of said, hey, let's change our plan of action here and figure out exactly where to go from here. But we were surprised to see those fixed-wing aircraft up above the Hearst fire here because we had heard during that news conference that the winds were so strong. So we continue to feel those gusts. I know they're going to keep building these conditions throughout the day. But, yes, definitely a challenge here for firefighters and residents here all along Sycamore Street. Now these utility crews and U.S. Forest Service crews are lining up to go into the canyon there. So it's definitely a busy area for these fire engines and these crews that continue to make their way up here into the Hearst fire.
All right, Mario, thank you for that update. Keep us posted on how those aerial attacks are going.
All right, so that's the update from the Hearst fire there. Let's go to Coco Live following the Eaton fire for us, and this is in Altadena.
Oh, that does not look good.
The fire conditions here for the Eaton fire have gotten worse since I last spoke to you about 15 minutes ago. We know the Eaton fire now stands at 10,000 acres. And also this home that I was showing you 15 minutes ago, the conditions here have worsened as well. This is 638 Calaveras because we're at Calaveras and Catherine Road right now. And the fire from the home actually spread to the trees. You can see those trees are scorched, but it also spread to the power lines, which is another problem as well. And we've seen a lot of downed power lines in this neighborhood as well, something that's making this very dangerous. And I can also tell you that the winds have not let up, at least here in Altadena. And that's because of the dryness and everything and the winds. It's making this fire even worse because every time we get that aggressive wind gust, the fire ends up scorching even more, and it really is making this more of an inferno. So this is really bad for the entire neighborhood here. We have not seen too many residents in the area. There are some people that have been driving through. I think that those are people who are trying to see if their home is still standing, but then they obviously do keep moving because a lot of police officers are actually stopping people before they get to this point, telling them that they cannot go through this area because there is an active fire right now, and there are also no firefighters that are on this street because they're on other streets trying to fight the fires there and all the homes that have been damaged on several streets that are just up the road from us. So right now, this street is ultimately unmanned, and so the homes are burning to the ground, but the firefighters are doing the best they can. The good news, if there is any good news in this, is the fact that they have had access to water so far in this portion of the community. So they've been able to fight the fire as best they can, but they have limited resources. So there aren't enough firefighters to be able to battle the fires, and that's why you see so many homes burning to the ground. But again, thousands upon thousands of people are evacuated. They're heading to wherever they can. Some people told us they were going with family members. Other people are going to the Pasadena Convention Center, where there is an evacuation center set up right now. We do know that at least 2 people have died in the Eaton fire and several other people have been injured, but we will not have really an accurate count until this all subsides, because right now the focus is on the firefight and making sure to get out the flames. But then as the days continue, we will unfortunately continue to hear some of the devastating news about people who may have suffered some injuries from trying to escape these fires, especially if they stayed past the evacuation warnings. And I've been speaking with some people who did do that, and you know, like they said, it's easier said than done sometimes to simply evacuate your home. Some people feel like this is all they have and all their memories are inside of it, but you know, firefighters are telling people they need to evacuate, but like I said, for some people, they just tell me it's easier said than done.
Absolutely. And speaking of evacuations, there is help available for people who do need to get out of their homes, get out of harm's way. Evacuation shelters have been set up for this area at El Camino Real Charter High School, also Pasadena Convention Center, as well as the Westwood Recreation Center, which is taking in people from the Palisades fire as well. So there are places for people to go, and there's a lot of help out there for people, and it is better to go than to be unsafe and be in a dangerous situation trying to save your home.
In fact, Coco, while we have you, just quickly, do you have an update on that gentleman who was searching for his car keys, trying to get out, and he couldn't find the car keys, and the other gentleman who was on the roof trying to hose down his property?
So we ended up leaving that street because it did get very dangerous. But I can tell you that the good news is, you just heard that big explosion there. The good news is the man who was looking for his car keys did find his keys, and he just busted out of there. So I was very happy to see that, because you can just imagine the stress. He was looking for flashlights. He was asking for help trying to find his keys. But we have not been able to get back to that street. That was Sacramento Street, where the two men were on top of the roof hosing down their property. I'm hoping that they've left by now, but they really were determined to try to save their house. They were spraying down their roof. They were spraying the neighbor's house that was also on fire, because firefighters weren't able to get to that area either. But if we're able to make our way back, I'm really, really hoping that they did end up evacuating.
Yeah.
Well, we want you to be safe as well as your crew, and don't get into harm's way as well, and make sure that you stay safe with your protective gear on, because you could see those winds just shifting the smoke around, whipping around, and it can get very dangerous. So thank you so much, Coco. We'll check back in with you. And you're taking a live look at, once again, an aerial view of the situation going on right now, some of the aerial attacks going on as fire crews try to battle the blazes breaking out here in Southern California. So let's go to this brand new video just coming into our newsroom right here of Marine One landing at the Santa Monica Airport. This is earlier this morning. So it's believed that President Biden toured the damage of the Palisades fire.
Wow. Okay.
Probably from above, getting that view.
Okay, and then there's this. Oh my gosh, my heart stopped when I saw this yesterday, right? The historic Getty Villa right there on PCH in the Palisades has experienced some damage to the grounds. Trees and plants have burned. However, no structures on fire, and both the staff and the art collection, we're told, is safe. The museum's galleries and library archives were protected from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems. Additionally, the double-walled construction of the galleries provided protection. That is something I was actually wondering about, and there you have it. The Getty Villa will remain closed through Monday at this point. We'll see what the update is later.
We're listening here to coverage courtesy of our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as we continue to monitor all of these wildfires that are burning across Los Angeles County and also across Southern California as a whole. Taking a look here at a live picture as we are seeing that the smoke still continues to grow, those plumes so close to so many structures there, as thousands of homes continue to be threatened due to these fires, and also tens of thousands of people have been forced to flee from their homes under mandatory evacuations. We're sliding away for a quick 2-minute break. We continue with more of this coverage, the wildfires burning in Southern California, when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Karal Lahara. I want to showcase these compelling images that we are getting from across Southern California. Multiple wildfires burning in Los Angeles County. And take a look at this. So much of the smoke that you can see from several of these vantage points, including in Santa Monica, Los Angeles, at LAX, and in Mount Wilson, California. We have been relying on our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they continue to bring us all of the latest updates. Let's head back to their coverage now.
Well, Pacific Palisades, just one of the numerous fires we're watching. I want to show you this. This is our visibility map. We typically would show you this map when we're talking about the marine layer or the fog, but look at how active it is. This is smoke. So this is picking up all the smoke that's outside. And if you head outside, we've been talking about how overcast it looks and how dreary and gloomy. This is not from the cloud cover. This is from the smoke. That being said, remember how toxic smoke is. There is an air quality alert widespread across SoCal. This is all related to the fires and the smokes. We've got a lot of red dots, very dark red dots for very unhealthy or hazardous conditions for us. For your lungs, this is very, very unhealthy and toxic. So please, if you have to be outdoors, make sure you have a mask on. Do not do any kind of physical activity outdoors. And officials are urging everyone to stay indoors when you can with the windows closed. And if you have to get in your car and drive around and get to somewhere, please put it on recirc so that you don't inhale this very toxic air. The wind situation, it's still quite gusty, sustained 20 to 40 miles per hour, gusting near 60 plus miles per hour. Some of the heavier winds we're picking up, not just here across parts of the 5 freeway and that Grapevine, but down in Orange County towards Santa Ana. Of course, some of our mountain locations and our foothill communities, the usual wind-prone areas that drive through the San Gorgonio Pass, very gusty. These winds are going to stay with us. Very powerful winds. The high wind warnings are in effect through about 6 p.m. tonight. So that means that these winds are going to stay strong, maintain through at least the afternoon, and then we'll start to see a little bit of the relaxing of those winds, but it won't be until later this afternoon. So extreme wildfire danger is going to continue. In fact, red flag warnings were extended through at least tomorrow, and then watches will take over on Friday, and then the impacts from that, of course, potential down trees, power lines. We have power outages out there as a precaution. I know I've been getting the text messages. You might have been getting the text messages and the phone calls as well. A lot of the street lights, the signals are out as well. So drive safely and try to avoid driving at all because we have a lot of debris on the road. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is what the National Weather Service deems as extreme. We had this type of warning put out by the National Weather Service back in early December, late November for those high wind events. The last time that they did this was back in 2020. So that's how serious this is. Me, myself personally, I think it was back 2011 was the last time we saw the weather conditions quite this extreme. It has been that long. And the result, of course, is what we're seeing outside. The smallest spark can cause a fire, and it can spread rapidly under these weather conditions. And it did exactly that. It exploded and spread in such a quick amount of time. Again, these high wind warnings, 6 p.m., that's when we hope that those winds will start to back down. Here is our futurecast. Watching the storms continue to ride up and over this area of high pressure. Unfortunately, not seeing any rain headed our way, not through the extended, not through the weekend. I do want to point out that as we watch an area of low pressure, this could, by next week, Monday, Tuesday, as this area of low pressure spins inland, high pressure offshore, we could get another round of very strong Santa Ana winds. So that's in the long range forecast. We're going to wait and see if that actually happens, but just want to give you a heads up that dry conditions will continue, high fire danger will continue, and we could get another round of moderate at this point to strong Santa Anas next week, Monday. We've had 0 rain this month so far. This is part of the problem. Typically, we would get over 3 inches of rain, and that would help to mitigate fire danger. January, typically the second wettest month of the year. behind December, and we did not get much rain at all in December as well. So we have a deficit that has been growing almost 4.5 inches below average. If you consider the water year, the season that we mark from the beginning of September, or rather October, to the present time, this 3-4 month period, third driest on record for us. So this is a historic time with these conditions. Look at this. This is the normal precipitation we would get here, the average, right? Here we are, way down here, just 2/100th of an inch of rain in December, only 14/100th in November. Not much at all in October, just trace amounts. So here's our 7-day forecast as we look at the long range. We got a couple days here of really windy to breezy conditions with high fire danger. Friday to Saturday, maybe we'll get that return of the onshore, a little bit of moisture coming back in. But as we get into Monday, Tuesday, maybe another round of strong gusty winds up into the mountains.
We're getting there, that 7-day outlook from a meteorologist at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. I do want to bring up this live picture, though, as we continue to see several of these crews battle these fires. This is the Palisade fire that is continuing to burn there in Los Angeles. And crews are having a hard time right now, as you just heard from the meteorologist at Fox 11. I mean, these strong winds are fueling these flames that continue to spread out. Most of these fires continuing to grow as the time does pass, and crews struggling again with that containment. We are stepping away for a quick commercial break. We continue with more of this coverage on the wildfires when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to monitor several of these wildfires that are burning across the Los Angeles area on this Wednesday, destroying homes, businesses, closing schools, clogging roadways, and forcing tens of thousands of people to flee. The Palisades fire breaking out on Tuesday, early morning on Tuesday, ripping through Los Angeles Pacific Palisades neighborhood. That's a hillside area along the coast dotted with celebrity residences and memorialized by the Beach Boys. In the frantic haste to get to safety, roadways we saw became impassable when scores of people abandoned their vehicles and fled on foot, some on suitcases. Then we were also watching out for a second fire dubbed the Eaton Fire, also breaking out Tuesday evening near Pasadena. Our crews at Fox 11 in Los Angeles were at the scene as a group of nursing home residents were being evacuated from the area. In addition to family members and loved ones living in nursing homes, animals were also seen being escorted out of that dangerous fire. We do have a few of these live cameras that we continue to monitor. Take a look here at your screen. All of this at this time right now. So you are taking a look here at 4 different vantage points, including out of Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson, all of them in California. We know that with the Eaton fire, like how I was just discussing moments ago, 2 people have died as a result of that fire. That's according to county officials when they held a briefing on Wednesday morning. Meanwhile, firefighters also battling a third blaze dubbed the Hearst Fire that started around 10:30 p.m. Tuesday. That's local time, Pacific time. It quickly prompted evacuations in Silmar, a San Fernando Valley community that is the northernmost neighborhood in Los Angeles. And there's still 2 more additional fires because we are seeing these embers, these flames continuing to spread, all of this being fueled and pushed by Santa Ana winds that have topped 60 miles per hour in some places. Those winds were expected to increase overnight, producing isolated gusts that could top about 100 miles per hour in the mountains and foothills, including in areas that haven't seen substantial rain in months. And that's what we've been hearing from the meteorologist on location at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. A very dry season over there in California, and with these strong winds all contributing to the situation that we're witnessing at this moment. California's Governor Gavin Newsom declaring a state of emergency, warning that the worst of the winds were expected again overnight on Tuesday, all the way up to this morning at 5 a.m. local time on Wednesday. But we are still not in the clear just yet, because at last check, we also heard that the Eaton fire had grown to over 10,000 acres in the area that it's burning. We are stepping away for our final commercial break of this hour, but we continue with wall-to-wall continuing coverage of these deadly wildfires that have forced tens of thousands to evacuate from Southern California. Next. Welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox as we continue to track all of these wildfires that are burning across Southern California. Tens of thousands of people forced to flee their homes and evacuate as we have continued to see so many of these neighborhoods just completely leveled out because of these fires that continue to rage in some of these areas. Let's head straight back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They have continuing coverage. And right now they are discussing the fact that President Biden is set to meet up with California's Governor Gavin Newsom regarding this scene.
Properties and cars, for this matter, and now are displaced, and that's going to take a lot of money in terms of rebuilding and home insurance rates, car insurance
grocery
rates,
stores,
everything. There's a domino effect in all of this, and that's certainly going to impact our economy and personal economies of every single family impacted by this.
And that's been a huge issue, Sandra, and that's hopefully something else maybe we can get some clarity at this briefing today. Insurance, fire insurance in California, a lot of companies dropping people from their plans because insurance companies basically deeming it too high a risk to insure people. There's a lot of people who lost their homes who don't have insurance. And so what do? Where do they go? And should there be changes in terms of the insurance policies going forward? Because as we know, this isn't going to be the last fire. This isn't going to be the last wind event like this. We're not even done with this season yet. And so I think there's real questions about what we do when it comes to insurance going forward.
All right, Alex, lots of questions. Hopefully you get some of these answers for us. You will be there. Looking forward to hearing what President Biden and Governor Newsom have to say in this briefing. Thank you for being there this morning after a late night. All right, as we approach the 11 o'clock hour right now, good morning to all of you. If you've been watching us from yesterday into today, we've had continuous coverage of this very serious, dire situation, really a tragedy here in LA County. Thank you for being with us. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra, and a devastating morning for so many communities dealing with a number of fires here in the Southland. We want to get you up to date, though, on the very latest. So we do have Bob DeCastro out there in the field. We have numerous reporters all across the area. But Bob, with the latest on the Woodley fire that just erupted this morning in the Sepulveda Basin.
Yeah, we heard about this fire from that press conference that we attended at 8 o'clock this morning that brought together county and city leaders. They had announced that this Woodley fire had broken out at around 6:30 this morning, and we came out here to check it out because they were calling it a major fire, a fourth fire. And here's what we're looking at right now. This is some actually pretty good news here. When it broke out at 6:30 this morning, they called this at 75 acres. They hit it pretty hard, and they're actually backtracking on that now, saying that this has burned some 30 acres, and firefighters hit this very hard, very quickly, and they were able to sort of contain it to this short area here. It's being called the Woodley fire because this is happening in the Sepulveda Basin near Woodley and Burbank. And one of the big concerns is, of course, this is very close to a highly populated area near the 405 and the 101, so really close to the San Fernando Valley and all of these neighborhoods surrounding here. And with the winds that we had here this morning, there was a huge concern for spot fires. The good news from what I can glean here, and some of the police officers here on the scene were saying that the firefighters got here pretty quickly. They were able to basically contain it, and I'm just using that word contain, but to keep it, to confine it to this area. And there wasn't, the vegetation here was mostly grass and not as many trees. And so there weren't as many spot fires that were produced as a result of that. So as it stands right now, it does look like they have a handle on this situation, but obviously they've got crews out here to make sure that they're putting out any hot spots to prevent this from spreading any further. One of the really big concerns that they have, of course, is the resources. What kind of resources do they have to fight this fire? One of the things they talked about this morning was the lack of personnel. So to have yet another fire, a fourth fire that is being fought out here, would definitely stretch that resource even even further, but it looks like they can start dedicating other resources to other areas, including the Palisades fire, which continues to be the biggest fire that is being fought at this hour. So it is a difference here, I will tell you, as we stand out here in the Sepulveda Basin, and the sun we could see somewhat shining there, even in downtown LA with all of the smoke that we saw from the Eaton fire. It was very dark, a shroud over the downtown area, and it was very dark. It almost felt like a different part of the day. So the good news is we don't see very large plumes of smoke here, and it does look like firefighters for now have a handle on this. I did, by the way, as I sent it back to you, did talk to Councilwoman Tracy Park, who represents that area in the Palisades, and she talked specifically about that issue of water resources, and the DWP was very defensive this morning about that situation and said even though Rick Caruso had mentioned that the reservoir was not filled completely, they said all of the tanks prior to this were filled completely, that they knew that this was coming and made sure that those tanks were filled completely, but still this was an unprecedented event, and the amount of usage there during that time just depleted all of the water in a rapid, in a short amount of time, and because all the hoses were on, they weren't giving the velocity that they might have needed to fight that fire, and very quickly they said some of those water resources were replenished. The problem is, Tracy Park was saying, is that we have known about this for a long time. Why is the infrastructure not kept up with the times right now, with the amount of people that are living in this area? This is still a really big concern moving forward, that we don't have the infrastructure in place to handle situations like this.
A lot of big questions, and certainly that discussion will continue after we get through these events. Thank you so much, Bob. And what a difference just a few miles makes north of you in the San Fernando Valley, where the Hearst fire is right now. So clearly where Bob is, a very different scene.
Things
Blue
can
skies.
change on a dime.
Yep, that's right.
The point that Bob just brought up, an article written 2 years ago where California officials actually refused the request for more water in communities who have the potential for more wildfire risk. These are things that we were going to be discussing for the days, weeks, and months to come. That is for sure. And I want to remind everyone, of course, if you were watching earlier, we have Alex Michelson in Santa Monica. Beginning in about a minute or so, there is a press conference set to begin with California Governor and also President Biden, who is here. So Governor Gavin Newsom and President Biden will be holding a press conference, and we're hoping to get some answers answered, some questions answered in this process. By the way, we want to welcome Jen back. She's been on this morning. She took a little breather. I saw you went outside to check on the air quality.
Right. It's even where we are, where our studio is here in West LA, you can tell the air quality, no matter really where you go in Southern California right now, the air quality is not going to be the best. And no matter where you go, you're going to be able to see or smell these fires, because there are now 3 of them, as we mentioned, that are considered major fires in our viewing area.
A lot of people, their cars are covered in ash, no matter where you live, right? Or a little soot. It just depends.
It all travels. Absolutely. Also, I was outside earlier as well, and it felt as though it's so eerie when you're outside and it's morning, but it feels like night, right? It's such a strange feeling. So
yeah, it's eerie, and I feel for all the firefighters, you know, who've been out there since what, 10 o'clock last night, fighting these fires now for more than 12 hours straight.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been a terrifying evening for a lot of people out there.
Those first responders truly are heroes. Can't say that enough. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the situation right now. CAL FIRE has active incidents for 4 major fires at this point. 2 people, we found out, have passed away. They have died as a result of the Eaton fire, and this is the fire that Coco's been on top of and covering this morning. 70,000 people are under evacuation orders. At least 28,000 structures have been threatened and are threatened as we speak. The largest of the 4 fires, the Palisades fire. This is what really began it all, right? Yesterday morning at 10:30, right around this time, burning 5,000 acres. This is near Malibu. Next, we have that Eaton fire that I was just mentioning near Pasadena. That has really ballooned up to 10,600 plus acres. The Hearst fire, which is what Fire Mario has been covering this morning, that one started in Sylmar. That was about 10:30 last night. That's when the winds really picked up. That has burned at least 505 acres. And the Woodley fire has burned 75 acres, the smallest of all of these, since it was first spotted at 6:15 in the morning just outside of Van Nuys. recognize this is near the Sepulveda Basin Wildlife Area. So we're keeping a close eye on all of this, keeping a close eye on Alex and the news conference that's set to begin. And when that happens, we will go directly there. And we're also keeping a close eye on the winds, Maria.
Yeah, absolutely. And the winds are still going. You saw those live shots outside, and the winds are still blowing pretty hard, especially where Coco was just at. We were talking about the Santa Ana winds that are still gusting really near 60 to 80 plus miles per hour. I did update these numbers just a moment ago, and they are still picking up gusts near 94 miles per hour in Fremont Canyon. This is out towards Orange County and the Santa Ana Mountains. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour. That Magic Mountain Truck Trail that's up in the San Gabriel Mountains. Look at this, guys. This is a hurricane force wind gust, 90 miles an hour. Rancho Cucamonga, 83. Eaton Canyon, where those fires are burning out of control, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. And as you can tell by the brightly colored areas, that's where we're really seeing those very strong damaging winds and the wind gusts. This is one of our computer models here. As we see at this hour, these gusts are very strong, still nearing 50 miles an hour in Santa Clarita, Camarillo, 30 to 40 miles per hour. Santa Monica out there not too far from the Palisades fire, nearing 30 miles an hour. Fontana really picking up some strength now, nearing 50. As we put this into motion and as we get to about 5, 6 p.m., there is a noticeable difference in the winds. You can see how they kind of back down quite a bit. Still gusty at times, but this is the good news. The winds are heading back down and in the right direction in terms of at least weakening enough to where we'll notice. As we continue the models, there is a little round of stronger winds as we get to the end of the week and the weekend. Still, though, these winds are coming out of the northeast, so this is still drying out the vegetation out there even more, lowering those relative humidity values. But at least hopefully that window will be when firefighters can try to get some kind of control over these fires. The bad news is, as I look ahead to next week, Monday, and into Tuesday, look what happens. It looks as if we get another round of some moderate to strong Santa Ana winds again, and there is no rain in sight as I look at the long-range models. Visibility map, we show you this generally when we talk about fog and some low cloud cover. This is neither of those. This is all related to the smoke. The visibility map picking up all of the smoke from the fires. Needless to say, that is all toxic. So there is an air quality alert there for the smoke and how unhealthy it is. So a lot of red dots, orange dots. That means very hazardous for you, not just for those with any respiratory issues, for all of us. So try to limit your outdoor activity. Try to stay indoors, of course, and stay safe. This red flag warning has been extended now. It was due to expire yesterday, today. However, it's been extended through at least tomorrow. So the fire danger is still going to be with us. So this particularly dangerous situation with critical fire danger still with us. Relative humidity values could lower to the teens and even single digits. So anywhere in this map here, we could be asked to evacuate. So this is why we say, even if you're not where the fires are right now, have that ready, set, go fire plan in place.
All right, we want to thank our partners down there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles, dipping into their coverage as their meteorologist was going through some of the conditions that we're going to see later on today, throughout the next few days as well, regarding these strong winds and the dry conditions that are fueling these fires. But at the same time, we are getting a live picture in which we are seeing California Governor Gavin Newsom entering here with President Biden. Both of them have been discussing this very dire situation as multiple fires are burning across Southern California, forcing tens of thousands of people to flee their homes. Many of these neighborhoods we have seen burning to the ground and these homes completely destroyed. It does seem that they are getting a briefing from some of the first responders and the crews on the ground. Let's pump up the audio and see if we can hear what they're saying.
Based on those predictive conditions of wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour east pushing offshore, we began increasing our staffing, local, state, and federal agencies. Hundreds of firefighters began moving on Sunday afternoon from Northern California into Southern California. My local partners began upstaffing their own fire stations, helicopters, fire engines, hand crews, to be prepared for an incident like this that occurred Those resources were pre-positioned in counties throughout Southern California for an event just like this. And on Tuesday morning, the Palisades fire began. I'd now like to introduce you to Chief Crowley, who can touch on the Palisades fire. Chief?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm here just to provide you a brief on 3 significant fires that have occurred within the city of Los Angeles. With that, I'm going to be focusing on the Palisades fire. That fire broke out yesterday morning around 10:30. We did pre-deploy a number of resources. We knew there was a potential for a significant threat to our constituents due to the weather event. High winds. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we leaned forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. President, it's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the type of winds that we saw, up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control, and then crime suppression as the fire is fought. And some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, but all of our elected officials, is unlike, I think, anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level, but I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Next up.
Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney.
Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east. The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line in Ventura all the way out to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention.
Governor has folks, the fact is that I've directed DOD, Department of Defense, to rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. Also, California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems units, and 2 more are being ready for the National Guard, the Nevada National Guard. 4 more are coming from the Northern Command, and 10 Navy helicopters, water delivery buckets, are coming down from San Diego. We're prepared to do anything and everything as long as it takes to contain these fires and help reconstruct, make sure that we get back to normal. It's going to be a hell of a long way. It's going to take time. So we need the federal government's here to stay as long as we need everything we need. Is there anything you've actually haven't gotten yet?
Quite the contrary. Mr. President, just first of all, that major disaster declaration being approved. Next level of appreciation on behalf of all the residents here in Southern California.
So we're having a little bit of trouble listening into the audio here, the microphone issue. Let's head back out to our partners at Fox 11. They are also covering this.
Over the course of the next many days, impacts of over 1,000 structures already destroyed, 100,000+ people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder, histories the world to us, and just publicly, because I think this is important. The president happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House and this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, and not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute of this incident. When there was a 10-acre fire, less than 24 hours ago. Deep gratitude.
It's astounding what's happening. The only one thing we did, my son was out there anyway. They got a notification yesterday that they're home.
All right, so obviously, it's not just me, right? It is tough to hear.
Right.
The audio is a little bit difficult to hear, but in the beginning, we got a summary of the situation where the president and the governor were briefed on the very latest and what's going on.
Yeah.
Yes.
It did sound like President Biden was committing more resources to this firefighting effort. Of course, when we get more specifics and we can actually hear the audio, we'll convey that. But hopefully the commitment for more resources, including the National Guard, that was an issue, and something that we're actually looking forward to, because we definitely need more help regarding these fires.
Yeah, we'll check in with Alex hopefully shortly. All right, so let's talk about some of the fires. We start with the Palisades fire.
That's right. Gigi Graciet has been live all morning long. She's changed her location in and around that area. Gigi, where are you now, and what can you show us?
You know, because there are so many fires, so many homes, so many businesses that are still burning right now, we have no number on the number of structures and homes lost yet, because damage assessment teams have not been able to get into these neighborhoods. But I can tell you that number is going to be extremely high all morning long. We have gone block by block and seen the devastation from the Palisades fire. You are looking live. This is the Pacific Palisades Bowl Mobile Estates Park. I don't see a single mobile home that survived the fire here. It seems to be a total loss. This is so reminiscent of 2008 when we were at the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. Mario Ramirez has been there covering that. We were there when 497 mobile homes burnt to the ground. This park is smaller, but I don't see a single mobile home that has survived this fire. The devastation is absolutely overwhelming, and truly our heart breaks for the folks who call this place here on Pacific Coast Highway an amazing view directly across the street from the beach home. And I want to show you, with photographer Tony Butita, that dark plume of smoke. You can see how high the winds are continuing to blow here at the Palisades fire. This is one of 2, possibly even 3 black plumes of smoke as the fire continues to burn in neighborhoods. According to our map, that is a residential area up there. And it appears homes are still burning. And if you pan off to the right, Tony, you can see another black plume of smoke coming over from those residential neighborhoods where houses continue to burn. The devastation, again, as one LA City fire official told us live on Good Day LA this morning, the devastation is catastrophic. I don't know how many homes are going to be lost, what the total number will be, but we have seen dozens and dozens, at least 50 homes, if not more, that have been lost in the Palisades fire. And of course, there are the injuries. We had a firefighter with a head injury. There was a man found on Pacific Coast Highway with severe burns to almost his entire body. He was taken to the hospital in extremely critical condition. We're going to be hearing about all of those losses, about the devastation here. This fire, very much active, very much out of control. And actually, I'm going to ask Tony, if you could turn around, Tony. I just want to show you this American flag. It's emotional. It's burnt. It's tattered. It has holes in it. But it still stands proudly over this mobile home park here, over the devastation, the American flag. I'm going to leave you with that shot, and it also serves to show you how high the winds are still here on Pacific Coast Highway right now.
It definitely is symbolic looking at this, Gigi, and listening to all your coverage and the devastating video that we're watching with you of homes and livelihoods just completely destroyed. And definitely our hearts go out. It's just, it never gets easy covering something like this with the devastation so widespread. And looking at this picture now that she's leaving us with, you know, the American flag still standing despite it all.
Yeah, very symbolic. You kind of get goosebumps, right? Yeah. And you need that little boost of strength. I also want to mention, we keep talking about and how grateful we are to the first responders and these men and women who run to danger. It's just, you know, it's overwhelming. I also want to mention their families, because I'm in contact with a friend of mine whose husband is a firefighter, and she was telling me the last communication she had with him was yesterday. They spoke at noon, and she hasn't really spoken to him since. He was sending some videos in the evening, and then his phone died, and that's been it. And so she's with a group of other wives or other husbands, you know, other spouses who are kind of in this waiting to hear back from their loved ones who are in the danger zone. So we certainly thank the firefighters, the first responders, but we also thank their families, because it is something they all sign up for.
Yeah, that's got to be agonizing.
We're listening here to our partners down at Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they continue their coverage on the devastating wildfires that we're seeing across parts of Southern California. Take a look at this as well, because multiple crews are on the ground, reporters there trying to capture all of this footage. Really gives you a sense of the scene. This is a neighborhood. I mean, these homes are still burning, many of them already down to the ground. A whole neighborhood's just completely leveled out because of these fires, and unfortunately structures do continue to burn at this time on this Wednesday. We're sliding away for a quick commercial break. We have more continuing coverage on the wildfires in California next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Let's take you straight back out to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They are speaking with a reporter live now as they continue to cover the devastating fires that are burning throughout Southern California.
Smoky. No, it's like I said, we went through it before. We were out in the 2008 when our house got burnt down.
The Sayre fire.
The Sayre fire. And
we evacuated for the Saddle Ridge fire, which was the one that came the same way as this time, but it came down a little further, stopped.
Now, you two have been here for 25 years. The Sayre fire in 2008 basically leveled this entire community. You said there were only 60 homes here out of 600 that made it. What was that like from that time rebuilding, and now you're here?
Like looking at a war zone.
Yeah. I could say that it was a terrible process to have to go through because fire eradicates everything in your past life. All the things you had from your family or whatever. I'm going to start crying. It was hard after the fire, but the people are so nice that we wanted to come back here. Plus, I can sit on my porch and watch the deer and the antelope play if it's not on fire.
And I know there's a little emotion there. What do you think when you hear about some of these other fires? There's multiple fires going on right now. Lives were lost.
I wanted to leave the house on one of the, whatever the last big fire was, and go and just hug the people because I knew what it was like.
The Palisades one.
And just wanted to give them a hug.
Palisades Mobile Home Park. That looked just like our park after the 2008. Nothing there.
Well, they're taking care of a hot spot in the same place that they did last time with the Saddle Ridge fire. Yeah. Right through those trees.
Yeah, and what's interesting is some of the tree stumps nearby are burned, and that's from a previous fire. So it's not even this fire that came through here last night.
The middle of the park, we have a tree stump. It's about high, out like that, and it looks like a bear. And one of the ladies who has passed
woman who lived across the street
called the office and says, "There's a bear by me." So we used to call it Enid's bear. And sometimes during Christmas, you put a scarf on it.
That's part of the humor that we continue with living here. You got the good and the bad. And I like living with the nature, and it used to be when I was working and I'd come home from work teaching, and as soon as I crossed over the 5 freeway on Balboa, everything just went whoosh. I'm going to Shangri-La.
Have that peace of mind.
Yes. Yeah. And it's like, well, how do you feel about her now with a fire? And it's okay.
You got a new house.
Yeah, we got a new house from the last one. No, it's okay. There's good points and bad points anywhere you live, and I wouldn't give this up.
Yeah, even with the wildfires, multiple fires that you've had to deal with over the years. I appreciate it.
Gives you something to live for,
Interesting way to look at it. Well, thank you. No, seriously, thank you both for talking to us. I know there's some jokes here, but it's been a stressful time.
We have to cope with it as humor. Yeah. That's why we've lasted 51 years. Humor.
Well, definitely appreciate it. Good luck to you both, and thanks for talking to us. So, yeah, this is just one of the families here that had to leave late last night and are starting to come back to take a look at some of the damage. Fortunately, no homes here went up in flames. We can't say the same for some of the other fires, unfortunately, but that's the latest here in Stillmar. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, a bit of gallows humor from that couple there. Understandably, people are just, their nerves are fried, and it's really tough to get through this. And these fires have just been exploding really in size. We're talking about the Palisades fire. We were just told it's now 11,802 acres. So, Mario, thank you for your coverage there. Let's move on to the Eaton fire. It doubled in size overnight, forcing thousands to flee from their homes near Pasadena. Coco McAvoy. Coco, you've been out in Altadena all morning long, showing us some incredible images. Good morning, Coco.
Good morning. The winds are still very fierce here in Altadena for the Eden fire. We know 2 people have died so far. Several people are injured, and the fire continues to burn. We are here on El Molino in Sacramento. Fire crews have made their way here to help fight the flames, but I introduced you and showed you a couple of guys who have been on their roof trying to fight the flames. This is James, who has been up there since 5 o'clock this morning. James, from your perspective, what has this been like in this neighborhood?
It's been almost hell on earth. All you see is burning embers falling from the sky. Flames erupting here and there, cars exploding. It was not fun.
And James, you were telling me that your girlfriend did evacuate. You both evacuated. But tell us about why you decided to come back.
Well, this is our home. We're building together. At some point, we're going to be living here, and then we're going to have our family here. We can't just leave that behind. We've been putting months and years into this, building it up, fixing it from what it was.
And talk about what you've been doing. I mean, you gathered a few friends, and you've been trying to help this house too, your neighbor.
Yeah, we've been trying to keep this house from going up completely so it won't jump. There's a few more condos in the back that we've had to help do because it connects straight to the garage. We've been sitting here just honestly wetting down the house, doing what we can to get water everywhere we can to make it so flame doesn't ignite where we don't want it to be.
And James, I imagine this has been terrifying. Were you scared at times? You stayed on that roof, though.
I stayed up on that roof. I've been over here, been inside the house. It's a little terrifying, but it's not as bad as you think. You just can't get yourself in a bad situation because then you are really, really not in a good place and you need to get out of there.
Yeah. And you know, James, as some people are watching, they'll be saying, why didn't he evacuate? The house next door is on fire. It's smoky in this neighborhood. What would be your response to that?
When you care for something, you got to fight for it. I did evacuate, but I had to come back to fight for what's mine.
And you said you don't need a mask because you said the mask wasn't doing anything? Or?
It is mainly just getting in the way. I mean, this wet rag is a lot more helpful, keeps everything out. Yeah, the mask, it helps, but you're still getting a lot of smoke coming in through it. This helps filter out mostly everything. It feels like, at least.
And what is your message to the firefighters who have been out here trying to fight the flames and now they've made it to your portion of the street?
Keep going. There's a lot more to do. There's a lot more work.
And James, what is your plan now that they've come here now?
Once this is done, we're going to leave it to professionals, get out of here, get some well-needed rest, and probably see a doctor to check out our lungs.
Yes, I was going to recommend that to you, to see a doctor. And your car is packed. You're prepared to go.
We've already packed it. It's already all at my sister's. We took an empty car back over here. We didn't want to risk losing anything important.
All right, James, thanks for speaking to us. I hope you're okay and your family's okay. I'm glad that you're going to go to a doctor. I'm going to leave this with you, though I know you said the wet rag is much better. Thank you. I'm so glad you're safe. We've been watching you throughout the morning, so we're glad to know you're safe. And, you know, you can see that part of his team, I guess you can say, friends, are still on the roof. They've been trying to use a hose to douse the home next door to their home with water because this house has been engulfed in flames for hours now. It's been burning, but a part of it is still standing. This is 2079 El Molino, and James is walking right back into his home. They're probably going to get right back on the roof and get back to it. But like he said, there's so much smoke in the area that you really have to be careful about that, especially if you don't have a lot of the protective gear. And he's been out here since 5 o'clock this morning with his water hose. And like he said, he just didn't want to leave everything behind that he worked so hard for. But it has been tough, as I've been speaking with people who did not want to leave this neighborhood. But it is so important because not only the fire is a risk, but of course, all of this thick black smoke in this neighborhood is also not very good for your health. And we do know that this fire continues to spread. It is now at 10,000 acres. That's the Eden fire that we're on the ground for here in Altadena. And again, 2 people have already died, and we know several more are injured. You can see another fire truck coming through. That says Long Beach Fire Department. So a number of agencies, multiple agencies, that's Sheriff's Department right here, coming through to give as much aid as they can to this very rapid and developing situation. As we continue to walk here, it looks like Long Beach Fire has decided to park here. They're kind of scoping out the area to see what they can do, who they can save. What properties they can save, but we do know that at least 100 structures have been burned so far here in the Eden fire. You can see the power lines that are also coming down, which is also a dangerous situation as well. So the majority of people have evacuated this area, but you do have some people like James who are still behind.
Certainly you want to leave that kind of work to the professionals. I understand it's tough to leave your life behind like that, but you're not going to have those memories if you don't have your life. You have to make way for fire crews to be able to get in there and protect people in that neighborhood. Thank you, Coco, for those images. Want to tell you some evacuation numbers now for the Eaton fire. This is reported by the Angeles National Forest just before 4 o'clock this morning. Over 52,000 residents and nearly 21,000 structures are now under those evacuation orders. As far as evacuation warnings go, over 46,000 residents and 18,051 structures are now under those warnings. So the Angeles National Forest also put out this update just after 3 o'clock this morning that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL Laboratories are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway and east of Angeles Crest to the JPL. They note an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center there.
All right, our partners down there at Fox 11 in Los Angeles discussing some of the latest evacuation orders because of the Eaton fire. Also there taking a look at some of the road closures. And you can see there Angeles Crest Highway 2 closed from La Cañada, Flint Ridge to Angeles Forest Highway, and Angeles Forest Highway closed at Big Tujunga Road. I do want to bring this live picture, 4 different locations: Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson, as we continue to cover this developing story of the wildfires burning across Southern California. I do want to head back out actually to our partners at Fox 11 because I think that they are checking in with their reporter regarding the Palisades fire. So let's continue to listen in to more of their coverage.
And can you hear that wind that is just kicking up? The wind gusts have been extremely strong and they have not let up, and that is what continues to fan the flames of the Palisades fire. Just a moment ago, before going live, a lady came up to me. She had tears in her eyes. She asked me if anyone was injured here at the mobile home park, and she went on to explain she has a good friend that lives here and she doesn't know where she is. She doesn't know where they evacuated to. She doesn't know if she's all right. And she was crying and asking, do you know? And no, we don't know. We know that multiple people in the fire area, in the 3 fire areas, have been taken to the hospital, some with burns, some for smoke inhalation. But when it comes to medical issues, those are kept extremely private, and understandably so. She was in tears and she left. She had come here, and when she saw the devastation, she went to her friend's house and she saw that it had burned to the ground. You can just imagine the pain that she felt for her friend, that she doesn't know where her friend is. I cannot see a single mobile home. There may be some way in the back that has survived this fire. This is very reminiscent of the Sayre fire back in 2008, the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park, where almost 500 homes burned to the ground. We were there. We met for days, for weeks, with the homeowners who lost everything. And I'll never forget meeting one woman, and she was sifting through the ashes, and she was looking for the urn that had the ashes of her late husband. And she said, how ironic, his ashes are now mixed in with the ashes of what once was our home. And she was so heartbroken because that was all she felt she had left of her husband. And it was devastating. And the folks here, they'll be returning, and most likely they will have lost things that can't be replaced. Homes can be rebuilt. You can buy another mobile home, surely, hopefully, if you have insurance. And keep in mind, we're hearing from a lot of folks in this area who do not have insurance. There's been a rash of fire insurance policies that have been canceled. So not everyone will have the money to rebuild, to rebuy, to repurchase their homes and build them up. And I want to pan over there because we're seeing plumes of dark black smoke continue to come from the different neighborhoods that are on the ridge there. And we've been focusing a lot this morning, and understandably so, on the homes that have been lost. But we've also seen businesses burning. Just a short while ago, we were on Sunset Boulevard, just off Pacific Coast Highway. There is a dry cleaners and a Thai restaurant in one small little strip mall, and they were both on fire. Firefighters were doing their best to save them, but unclear if they were saved or not, because that fire was absolutely raging right there on Sunset Boulevard. So there will be a lot of businesses that are also affected. That is the latest. The Palisades fire continues to burn out of control. This mobile home park has been absolutely decimated. Again, we don't see a single mobile home here on the 16,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway that is still standing. There may be some way in the back, but from what we're seeing, we just don't see. It's just one destroyed house, mobile home, after another, and we've seen this all morning long. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette on the Palisades fire. We'll send it back to you.
It's surreal. It truly does look like a bomb went off in that neighborhood. Gigi, thank you for your coverage all morning long. And so, no matter where you are right now, all of Los Angeles, we're experiencing pretty hazardous air quality because of all of these fires. If you're wondering how you can protect yourself and your family from the smoke and the toxins that are in the smoke, let's bring in Dr. Salima Tobani-Gavani with some crucial tips. Doctor, I hope I did not butcher your name.
No, you didn't.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. So, Doctor, you say you've never seen numbers like this before.
Yeah, I mean, so the AQI is something that I follow because I'm an allergist. I have patients who have respiratory issues. And, the numbers into the 400s, we're talking hazardous. And so this is not just people who have underlying health conditions that are being impacted. This is everyday healthy people because we have particulate matter from the smoke, from not just vegetation burning, right? We have homes that are burning, plastic, vehicles, and, a lot of volatile organic compounds in the air that are entering into the airwaves. And so it is just a dire situation for everybody who is out there right now.
And even if you're not directly in the evacuation zones or in the path of the direct fire and all the smoke that's in the area, your lungs can still take a beating from this, right?
Absolutely. I mean, we have winds that are there, right? And these particulate matters are so small you cannot see them with the naked eye. Mm-hmm. But, I'm out in Rancho Palos Verdes in the South Bay, and we can smell the smoke out here. This morning, my kids were on their way to school because their school was still open, and I handed everyone a KN95 mask that I had laying around. And they looked at me like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, go outside, guys, and you can immediately smell the smoke. And so that is one thing I am recommending is, if you have to be outside, make sure you are wearing proper masks. So N95 or KN95 preferred. Surgical mask or cloth masks are not going to do it because of how small these particles are.
I mean, we did see in, I believe it was Coco's live shot in Altadena, she was interviewing a man who was not using a mask. He was just using what I believe was a cloth with water on top of it. Can you talk about how dangerous that can be?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is you're still going to be inhaling everything. That's not going to be helpful, although you might feel like it's helpful. So the particles are so small that they're entering the nose, the mouth, and all the way penetrating deep into the lungs because of how fine the particles are. And so what can happen is you can end up having coughing, wheezing, shortness of breath, sneezing, runny nose, irritated eyes. I'm also telling folks if you're outside, wearing protective eye gear like goggles will be helpful. Ideally limiting your activity from being outside, any activity if possible. But just if you have to be outside, protect your skin as well. Wear long sleeve shirts, long pants, closed-toed shoes, right? So that you protect your skin from all the falling ash or embers.
What about indoors, and especially if you're driving too? I know the recommendation would be to circulate the air on the inside of your car, but what about if you're just in your house?
Yeah, so keeping your windows closed, doors closed. If you have an air purifier system, which a lot of people do, keeping your air purifiers on would be really helpful.
And then how many days of, because this is going to be a multi-day event, as we know. These Santa Ana winds just won't die down just yet. But how many days of exposure to this poor air quality is unsafe? Is there a limit on that?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, that's a complex question because it's all about, where you're located, what proximity, how much you're actually inhaling at this time as well, right? So long-term exposure to any sort of wildfire smoke can increase the risk of developing chronic respiratory issues. So what I'm telling folks right now is, keep a good close eye on the air quality index. That's going to be very helpful over the next coming days to weeks as we all start to venture out.
And one more question: if people don't have one of those masks, what can they actually do?
If they don't have a mask, I think the safest thing to do is to not go outside, is to stay inside at all times. That's going to prevent you from being exposed to all the particles that are out there. And again, keeping your doors closed and minimizing that exposure to that outdoor air.
Okay, Dr. Salima Tabani-Gavani, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. Stay safe.
You too.
Thank you. Bye.
She was talking about the wind carrying all that smoke with good information on how we can protect our lungs and stay healthy. And Maria, you could give us information on how long these winds are going to last. It's going to ease up.
It will, but not anytime really soon. That's the bad news. And we've been talking about these winds. We've been showing you, even on the satellite radar pictures, how it's not the cloud cover that's out there getting reflected on our visibility map, but actually those are the smoke that's showing up. So the smoke is very toxic. So as the doctor said, stay indoors if you can. We're going to look at some of the winds here. This is one of our computer models. Notice the very bright purple areas. That's where we're seeing the strongest of those wind gusts. Watch as we put this into motion at the timestamp here. It starts at around noontime. It's still pretty strong out there. As we fast forward to the afternoon and then early evening, it does weaken a little bit. And that's the good news. I am expecting the wind warnings to either be downgraded or expire at 6 p.m. tonight. That being said, the winds will still be gusty in those usual wind-prone areas, and the red flag warnings have actually been extended through tomorrow, so the fire danger will still be with us. In fact, the rest of the week, the offshore flow, those gusty Santa Ana winds will be much weaker. That being said, however, it doesn't take much of a wind when we're talking about already such dry conditions outside, and we have these fires that are still burning out of control. So we're going to continue that fire danger. Now, here's the bad news. We may see another round of Santa Ana winds, moderate to strong, by next week, Monday into Tuesday. So that is not good news at all. What happened yesterday was we had a very tight pressure gradient between these two weather systems in the upper levels, and it really helped drive those winds out of the northeast. Got a lot of cold air from Canada with that area of low pressure. That low is continuing to move east, and that will help to relax the winds a bit later this evening and afternoon. But in general, the red flag warning, the fire danger, particularly dangerous situation, and these critical fire weather conditions will continue through at least tomorrow and into Friday. But the winds should subside a little bit, at least as we get to the evening hours. Otherwise, the impacts will still be with us. Down trees, power lines, the danger's not done yet. You know, we're talking to these people who have gone back to their homes, but their homes are not out of the clear.
That's right.
So please don't let your guard down.
Right.
These winds can still carry those embers. A small spark can still become a fire and can spread rapidly still under these weather conditions. So please be vigilant with any fire ignition sources. Don't do it. And of course, stay alert to officials to make sure if you have to evacuate, you must. This has been a very dry month. This has been a very dry last 3 months, in fact. On record, October, November, December has been the third driest start to our water year. We have a drought that's developing now. Look at this. From October, we are far from the average in terms of rain. We have a deficit that's almost 4.5 inches. Compare this with last year. This was last year's winter. We had above average rain.
Right.
We had so much rain that we had growth of all this vegetation that is now burning
Which
and
became
acting as
fuel. That's right.
Exactly. So it's really part of the problem. So please have your evacuation game plan in place. Have your supply kit. We talked about the 6 Ps. You know, your life is the most important. Your family, your pets. But get the paperwork ready. Get the passports. Your important prescriptions.
The plastic.
The plastic. plastic, and make
Credit
sure
cards, debit cards, cash.
exactly. Just do it now, especially if you're not impacted directly by these fires. You have to be ready because we're all under the red flag warning, and a large part of us still under the high wind warnings. Here's the 7-day. We've got a couple of really windy, breezy days, and then a little bit of a break, I think, Friday, Saturday. We might even get a little bit of an onshore flow, which would bring some moisture. However, the prevailing winds will still be offshore, still going to be fire danger through the weekend, but then the increase in winds and the potential for another round of gusty Santa Anas next week, Monday and Tuesday. So, guys, I wish I could tell you the rainstorm was headed our way, but there isn't one. So we have to stay vigilant. Okay, stay safe out there.
So we have an update on the acreage that's burned in Pacific Palisades, 11,800 acres. 11,800
And this is up from a little more than 5,000 acres just a few hours ago.
I was just thinking this time yesterday we were at what, 200 maybe?
Yes, 200
right?
in this
200
hour.
acres.
Do you remember what Captain Scott Eric said, that in the first 20 minutes it's so crucial of a fire under these weather conditions? And it happened exactly as he said. If you don't control it in those first 20 minutes, it grows exponentially. And it went from 20 to 200.
And the overnight hours are just terrifying for everyone because of the fact that the aerial assets you see right here with that amazing water drop, they were unable to fly overnight with those severe windy gusts of wind, and obviously the visibility so poor. So it was just, you know, it was a free-for-all in terms of the fire just spreading, and there's nothing that could be done about it. It was just, you know, they're out of control.
Big problem where Gigi was too in the Palisades, when you're talking about not having that air relief, and then also not having any access to fire hydrants and running out of not one, not two, but 3 huge water tanks before 4 o'clock this morning. That's how much water.
We're listening here to our partners at Fox 11 in Los Angeles. They did just bring that update that the Palisades fire, according to CAL FIRE, now burning nearly 12,000 acres. They will be checking in with their reporters down there on the ground as we continue our coverage of these fires burning across Southern California. My name is Corral Lahara, and thank you all for joining us here today. My time at the desk has just about come to an end, but our coverage continues on the other side of this break. My colleague Mike Pace will be taking over, guiding you through the latest updates regarding these wildfires and also showcasing all of those compelling live images. I do want to leave you with 4 of those cameras that we do have here. Take a look on your screen from Santa Monica, Los Angeles, LAX, and Mount Wilson.
Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. So we appreciate everyone continuing to be with us here during our expanded coverage of multiple major fires going on in Southern California. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks again for joining us. Be with you for the next several hours as we bring you the top feeds coming out of Southern California and, of course, the coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles. That's where we are going to start you. We are also going to have in-depth interviews as well as analysis will continue into the later hours right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go out to the breaking news, though, from Fox 11 Los Angeles.
Angelino, and I just hope we get the support and everything we need to rebuild one day. I know that's down the road, but for right now, I just think positive thoughts.
Andy Rocker, thank you very much. Please give our best to your neighbors. We know their heartache. We know the devastation that they're feeling and that they will feel when their homes, when they return here and see that they've lost their homes. We've seen this, sadly, just all too often. I'm going to leave you once again with that shot. The American flag, it is darkened, it is battered, it is bruised, it is blackened by the Palisades fire, but it continues to burn strong. Probably the only thing that survived here, along with a lime tree, I'm told, the only two things that survived in this mobile home park here on Pacific Coast Highway.
Gigi, if you have Andy Rocker with you still, could you ask him about the evacuation process? Obviously, Andy? It was hard for a lot of people to get out, and then how he got back in.
Andy, so our anchors are asking, were you here when the fire broke out? Did you actually have to evacuate, or were you somewhere else?
We were not here. No, we were somewhere else. Our kids were in the neighborhood, like I said, nearby. But
did they evacuate? Because there was a mandatory evacuation. They chose to stay behind. And what was their reasoning?
Their reasoning was,
this is Mrs. Andy Rocker. Is it Suzanne?
Rosanna.
Rosanna.
So what happened was we all follow each other on a WhatsApp, this whole community, the Pacific Palisades Bowl, and we heard about the fire at about 11:30. We were all on it. And then management did a great job. Around 1 o'clock, they said, we need to evacuate. And through the WhatsApp, that's how we've been staying in communication through this whole entire process. People coming in, taking photos, letting us know what they're seeing, what we're all hearing.
And as far as you know, Rosanna, everyone got out safely.
Yes, that is correct. There's a few people in here that do not have cars, but again, the community came together, picked them up, helped their children come in and get them, anything that we could do. It really is truly a great community where people really this is when true nature comes through and you just see people really bond together. And it's beautiful. And it's, we just had to come to see for ourselves because we happened to not be here at the moment. And we just wanted to see the devastation of.
And one of the things when you pulled up on your bicycle, because I know you've sort of been touring around with your husband, Andy, one of the things when you pulled up, you said, did you see the American flag? And what does that symbolize to you? Because I think it symbolizes the same thing it did to me. I had the same exact thoughts you did.
You know, we are a nation of survivors. And, you know, I picked one of the lemons off of that tree because if you look at this, and there's actually a beautiful lemon tree that survived the fruits of our nation and our nation. And we're just so proud to be Americans, and we're going to come through this. And, you know, our government's going to help the poor people that live in this community to rebuild, that didn't have insurance, because there's a lot of people in here that didn't. We happen to have, but it's, we just know that this is like the best nation. You know,
there's one thing Southern Californians is that they're very resilient. We're very resilient.
We are.
Yes, we are. Rosanna, thank you so much for talking to us, Andy.
Hi to Alex and Marla.
Okay. Thank you.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you still have a smile on your face. Andy and Rosanna Rocker, they've lost a home there in the distance, and you can see they're trying to make the most of it. They're thankful they got out with their pets, that everybody is safe, happy, and healthy. But again, it's the little thing. And just talking to Andy and talking to Rosanna, we shared so many thoughts, and they actually vocalized so many things that I've heard from fire victims before. It's the pieces of people's lives. It's those little things that are lost that you cannot rebuy or rebuild. That is what hurts the most.
Yeah, it's interesting.
And a lot of loss here. And you heard, Andy, a lot of folks don't have insurance, and a lot of them are seniors.
Absolutely heartbreaking to hear these individual stories and communities that have come together and are sharing in this collective grief now. It's interesting that they did not evacuate that area and they're riding their bikes around, but we should say that those evacuation orders are still in effect. We don't want people coming back to their neighborhoods as of yet until they get the orders that it's okay. So right now it's a very active scene still. Please stay out of the area. Don't try to go back to your homes to see if they're standing at this point. But a different dynamic here, a unique situation for this couple, but clearly a heartbreaking one.
What do you want to show us, Gigi?
And you can see that dark smoke coming over the ridge there. Yeah, you can see that dark smoke. You might be able to make it out on the camera. Tony B. Tita behind the lens right there. We've been watching that smoke. And when you see black, thick smoke, that means it's picked up a pocket of fresh fuel, whether it's vegetation or sadly a home or structure. We don't know, but that is a residential neighborhood up there above Pacific Coast Highway. And we have seen so many blocks after blocks of just total devastation and destruction.
All right, from the Pacific Palisades there, we're going to check in on the Eaton fire, which has doubled in size as of overnight, forcing thousands of people to have to leave their homes near Pasadena. Coco there, all suited up, protecting her lungs as best as she can. Coco, I see the home burning behind you still.
Good morning. The Eden fire is now at 10,000 acres and it continues to grow. We are actually on Calaveras and El Molino, and this is a church that is burning behind us, the Altadena Baptist Church. And fire crews from the LA County Fire Department have just arrived. They're going to try to battle these flames. But as we go down the street here at Calaveras Street, you can see that there's a home that's also on fire. So again, this is a very devastating situation for the residents here that had to evacuate. And I actually ran into Ian here, who lives on Santa Rosa, which is known as Christmas Tree Lane. It's beautiful during Christmas.
Ian, 100 years. It's a very historic street. They light it up for 100 years, and if one of those trees catches in flames, I think the entire street is gone. It's so sad, but obviously the structures need to be protected and the lives need to be protected first. But if they could, if some of the fire trucks resources could be allocated, there's some houses already burning on that street. It would be awesome. I know you guys have a lot of goodwill in the community, and hopefully you can convince the firefighters to go over there.
Absolutely, to protect Christmas Tree Lane. And Ian, we were just talking about how we've never seen anything like this before. What has this been like for you living here?
We've lived here for 30 years. We've never seen this kind of wind, never seen this fire spread so fast, and some houses burn and some don't. It's just random acts of nature. It's very unfortunate. And then transformers start blowing up also. That doesn't help.
And Ian, are you and your family evacuated?
We are evacuated. We just came back to get the pills and medication and see if we could convince firefighters to come close to our house. I mean, they have to do what they have to do, so.
Right, because we were driving down Christmas Tree Lane. What does it look like right now as you just left?
There are two houses on fire on that lane. The problem is, again, those massive deodora trees that have been there for 100 years, and if one of them catches on fire, I think the entire street's going to go. So it would be it'd be awesome if they could save that street.
Absolutely. Ian, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I'll let you get back in your cars. You can get back to safety. But as Ian was talking about, and as we drove through Santa Rosa, that is known as Christmas Tree Lane here in Altadena. It's very famous, has been for decades, because of the fact that the entire street gets decorated for Christmas and the holidays. But right now, obviously, that is a situation where there are a couple of homes on fire. And as Ian was saying, he's concerned that the entire street could go up in flames. And now you can see that the LA County Sheriff's Department is here, as well as LA County Fire Department. They are just trying to make sure that everyone is evacuated and safe. And the LA County Fire Department will shortly be trying to battle the flames here at the Altadena Baptist Church. But you can imagine how difficult this is for the parishioners of this church. So many memories happen within churches as well as these homes that are on fire. I'll send it back to you.
And one of the points points, Coco, he was making is that he had to go back to try to get his pills. So thank you so much. This is a situation that a lot of people are probably dealing with at this point, but it's best not to go back, to return to these areas that there are mandatory evacuation orders in place. So the damage, of course, and personal safety are top priorities for many people, but the factor of medications is another one. We do have Jeff Gross, the owner of Mickey Fine Pharmacy and Grill, and he's helping people who lost their medications or can't get back to get them, and he's joining us on the phone right now. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So what's the situation like right now? Are you getting a lot of people calling about medications they perhaps don't have at this point?
Absolutely. We have our regular clients, so we're in Beverly Hills, but we do have clients that are on the other side of the 405. Some of them fled without their medications. This morning on the they were saying the importance of getting your papers and then your medications, but at least have a list of your medications. A lot of people don't know what medications they're actually taking, so make sure to have that. And then we're getting a lot of calls. We had one of our clients is actually from being evacuated from Altadena fire, and she needed medication for her dog. And unfortunately, the chain stores would not fill the medication because it was faxed from the doctor's office. They wanted it sent electronically. So this poor woman and her dog are trying to get medications filled, and they were having trouble. So that's the importance of community pharmacy. We are here for the community. Actually, this morning, we actually had some of Beverly Hills Fire Department come in, and we gave them breakfast on their way probably to go fight some of these fires.
So what do you recommend people do? How do they get in touch with you, and what is the best way to go about this?
Well, the best thing is to have a relationship with your local community pharmacy. I'm not just about us. It's about the community pharmacies across the entire city, state, and country. We have been under pressure for many years with the insurance companies dictating how much we can get paid, forcing one pharmacy a day in the country closing because of under reimbursements. We have been here for the pandemic, for the monkeypox. We gave monkeypox vaccines for free. We are really here for the community. So what the patients need to do is have a list of their medications, and if it's an emergency basis, go to their local community pharmacy, and they're going to be able to help you. If not, they'll contact your doctor and make sure that you're taken care of.
Okay, Jeff, thank you. We really appreciate you being with us and providing that information to us. This is, of course, something that we talk about, right, when it comes to being prepared for people to have that bag packed.
Right.
And medication's one of those things you got to have with you.
The 6 Ps, people, pets, and your personal identification, but prescriptions as well. So we thank Jeff for joining us and giving that perspective, because it is important for people who need their medication, not just for themselves.
We've been listening there to the coverage of Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We'll continue to do so, but just looking at these images from earlier, and you can just see the destruction. I mean, we're talking about whole blocks that are gone, hundreds and hundreds of homes already gone as well. So we will continue to stay on this here for you all day long on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. We'll be back. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, continuing to showcase the multiple wildfires that are continuing out in Southern California. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as always. Let's go back out now to more of the coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles as they continue with their teams to bring you the very latest.
Coco is along with her crew. This is a church there in Altadena burning right now, along with several homes in this very neighborhood. Not much can be done about it. There it is. And she said it was over 10,000 acres at this point. All right, we are going to try to check back in with Alex. We spoke to him. He is in Santa Monica right now. There was that news conference with President Biden and Governor Newsom. It was a bit hard to hear them, but why don't you tell us what was said and what questions you actually got to ask, if any. Good morning, Alex, or good afternoon at this point.
Well, yeah, exactly. News conference is a bit generous. Photo op might be better because both the president and the governor did not answer any questions after this briefing today. We'll show you some video of what we're talking about. President Biden came in with the governor, with Senator Alex Padilla. They met with the lead fire agencies that are talking about this fire. And the president basically said to Governor Newsom, I'm giving you everything that you want, right? And the governor was appreciative of what Biden has done. But one of the questions that I had that we didn't get to ask about was about insurance and potential changes to the insurance market in California. A lot of people are not insured. I was able to ask that question to State Senator Ben Allen, who represents the region that's affected by this. Here's some of what he had to say.
I think we have to figure out a hybrid plan that's going to, take into account fire risk. It's going to take into account not just historical data, but also, projections, because climate change is so real. I mean, I was just talking to the fire chief about this. He says this is nothing like they've ever seen before. The wind, the combination of dryness. There are changing conditions that we're going to have to take into account when we let people figure out insurance plans. But in return, we're going to have to ask more from the insurance industry. So I think it's gonna have to involve some changes to the framework of Prop 103, while also ensuring that consumers are at the heart of whatever changes we make.
So that's going to be something going forward. I also talked with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath about the fact that some of the fire hydrants didn't have water in them in Pacific Palisades. She said that's something they're very concerned about, that they need to do a new water plan to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. A question that we had earlier was about the National Guard. I did get some clarity off camera from the governor's team that the governor has now called in the National Guard to help with the efforts here, to help with some of the logistics. I'm trying to get more specifics from him about exactly what they're going to do, but that call coming in this morning, so you should start to see members of the National Guard in the west side of Los Angeles in the days to come. Right now, the governor, the senator, and others moved to check out some of the damage for themselves. Some of the officials that I talked to off camera, though, said they expect hundreds, perhaps more than 1,000 structures burned, calling this the worst fire that they've seen in their career. Sandra, Roxia?
Yeah, it certainly was remarkable, the update and the briefing that the president got, and just the scope of this catastrophic situation that we're dealing with as we continue to look at live pictures of the fire, homes just up in flames. Alex was saying, thousands of structures possibly after all this is surveyed and the damage is looked at. So clearly this is going to take days to assess and figure out in terms of total cost and devastation.
Alex, thank you. We appreciate you being there this morning and into this afternoon at this point. We're going to go back out to Gigi Graciette live in Pacific Palisades. This shot you're looking at is in the Eden Fire, burned 10,600 acres, and plus that car, it looks like possibly a civilian moving out of the way. And what you're looking at is not a home, actually. That is a church in Altadena that Coco has been providing information on throughout the morning. All right, so let's go to Gigi from Altadena to Pacific Palisades. There she is. Hi, Gigi.
Roxy, you were talking about getting the toll of the structures lost and damage assessment teams. That's what they're usually referred to as. They physically walk the different neighborhoods and assess the damage. This is a damaged home. This was a damaged outbuilding. This is a total loss. This was somebody's home. Those damage assessment teams haven't even begun their work. That's because so many houses continue to burn today. Now, we're the mobile estate park here on Pacific Coast Highway. We believe, and we say believe because it's hard to tell, that this was the office of the Pacific Palisades Mobile Estates. And we believe that because there are rows of filing cabinets right there. You can see paper sorters, different office supply items, and just look at the damage done. And we were talking to a resident here. He told us there were about 187 mobile homes here, and they all appear to be, excuse me, the air is thick with smoke and ash. They all appear to be a total loss here. I'm going to have photographer Tony Butita just pan around. I'll try to get out of the way here. It's just overwhelming. And, you know, the folks that live here, they basically pay a rental fee. Andy Rocker, who has a house here, was telling us that it's under rent control and they pay a fee. Not everyone has insurance. A lot of these folks were senior citizens. A lot of the folks just working class people. There is a misconception that if you live by the beach or you live in Pacific Palisades, then you're automatically extremely wealthy, as if that would change the pain of losing your home and all of your belongings, and a lot of those belongings that cannot be replaced. So these folks hit extremely hard. This mobile home park has been here for decades, we believe. It's just part of the fixture right across the street from the beach, from Pacific Coast Highway. The damage here is extensive, and this is just one area. You're talking about possibly, we heard, thousands of structures. We have no idea. We've seen, I don't know, 50, well, there's 187 here, plus the 50 to 75 that we've seen in the Palisades area. Just block after block of total devastation. We were speaking to the Catholic Archdiocese. The damage done to the Corpus Christi Catholic Church in the Palisades, a staple there for the Catholic community of the Palisades, is extensive. They were trying to get confirmation that the fire did spread into the sanctuary. We know they lost at least one building. The Ralph's Supermarket on Sunset Boulevard, a total loss. We've never seen an entire supermarket where basically just the walls were standing. There was nothing in between the walls. We have never seen such devastation, and we've covered horrible fires. The Sayre fire that had so much loss, the Woolsey fire where so many homes were also lost. But today we're just seeing home after home, block after block hit extremely hard, including relatives' homes of folks that work at Fox 11. We've been listening to Maria Quibon talk about her brother-in-law's home. We went to it, a complete loss, just one of so many. And you've also heard that 2 people lost their lives in the Eaton fire. Coco McAvoy doing a wonderful job covering that fire. So there is going to be a human toll to this, because a lot of folks here have been hospitalized, including a firefighter with a serious head injury. You are looking live at a car that was left in a driveway. Well, what's left of a car. The wheels just melted right off, just melted into the ground there. And nothing, absolutely nothing left of people's homes. And earlier we did see 2 ladies, and they were sifting through the dirt. And we see this a lot. People come back, they try to identify where the room was, where maybe they had something that meant a lot to them that may not have been burned, that may have been caught in some kind of an air pocket, and they sift through the dirt. They bring in sifters to look for any valuables maybe. We interviewed a couple at one huge fire. I think it was the Woolsey fire. They were able to find their wedding rings. She wasn't wearing her wedding rings when she had to evacuate, and the wedding ring was a family heirloom that had been passed down, and it meant the world to her. And she was actually sifting through the dirt, and she found those wedding rings. So we're going to see a lot of those stories in the following weeks as folks begin to return home. And Maria Quibon has been talking about the wind, and we were interviewing a gentleman earlier, and we were just buffeted by wind gusts that continue here. It's usually windy at the beach, windier than maybe on the flatland, but the wind gusts, and that continues to fan these flames of the Palisades fire. So no estimate on how many homes, structures, businesses, a lot of businesses lost. We saw cleaners that was on fire, so that total toll is going to continue to grow. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that wind, we see you getting tossed around, and Star is joining us here as well right now to talk about the winds and the situation. And it really depends where, right, what part of town we're talking about. Where GD's in Pacific Palisades, and then where we're going to take the shot where Coco is in the Eden Fire in Altadena.
Yeah, we have not just our sustained winds that are gusting up, and I'll be talking about that in a second, but also our wind gusts. Those are going double the mile per hour range there in some of the area. You know, we have tons of weather impacts to get through today, and then I do want to break down a little bit of traffic. We do have some closures across a lot of the area this morning, or this afternoon. Our fire dangers are going to continue to be those strong Santa Ana winds, where we are seeing things kick up or could go anywhere from 20 to over 40 miles per hour, and those gusts upwards of 80 or plus across some of the area. Bringing you in on one of those closures, this is going to be in the Pacific Palisades area. This is going to be because of that Palisades fire. We do continue with PCH being closed in both directions. So from that McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica all the way through the Las Flores Canyon Road in Malibu. And we also have that Topanga Canyon closure from Mulholland Drive all the way down through a PCH. So again, you are wanting to avoid this area. The closures are expected to continue past this afternoon. We do have a reopening of some areas here across the Hearst fire closures. This is going to be on the 210 west from Yarnell Street to Roxford Street. We did have those closures, and then also at the 210 connector, we had the truck lanes that were closed here. But I do see things have been reopened, but I checked in, and we do still show some slow moving speed across this area where we are looking at delays backed up past an hour. So in addition to that, over in the 210 west area, this is going to be at the 15 where those two highways do intersect there. We have the overturned big rig, and I'm getting reports that this is more than just one big rig, and it again is causing some backflow in traffic there. We do show stop and go speeds, and it'll be very interesting to see, you know, when they, you know, are going to be able to get this this mess cleaned up in the area. And again, it just goes to show you with these gusty, windy conditions on any day, you know, without these alerts being put out, we talk about how our wind gusts do have the potential to overturn, you know, big profile vehicles, and you know, this is the classic case of that. We had it happen today, not just with this one vehicle. It's looking like there's multiple out there. And I want to bring you in on a live camera here. This is the 210 west at Vernon Avenue. While traffic is moving well in both directions, we do still see that plume of just smoke out, and this is going to be from the Eaton Canyon fire there, where, you know, things are just not looking good out there, guys.
Yeah, speaking of Eaton Canyon and the Eaton fire, let's go to Coco right now.
Oh. Good morning. We are at El Molino and Calaveras, and you just see the firefighters working so hard out here to try to salvage what they can of the Altadena Baptist Church. But you can see that it is completely engulfed in flames. It has gotten even worse since I last spoke with you. But firefighters from the LA County Fire Department did arrive here on scene because they're trying to save the home, the building that's next door to this church, because what happened was the church continued to go up in flames, and then the trees and the bushes next to it started to ignite. So that's currently where a firefighter is standing right now to try to put out the flames, try to put out the hot spots. But there's also embers flying everywhere, and we've noticed that those embers have been starting more fires throughout this neighborhood here on El Molino and Calaveras. So obviously a very serious situation here. Firefighters using all the possible resources they can. They did tap this fire hydrant here to try to get more water, as much water as they can. That is the bright news here, if you can say there's some bright news, is the fact that firefighters do have water here that they've been able to utilize. The problem is there just simply are not enough firefighters. So a lot of homes have been burning to the ground because the firefighters are doing the very best they can, but they just don't have enough people to get to and respond to these neighborhoods as much as they would like to. We've spoken to a lot of residents, some who have chosen to stay despite the evacuation warnings, and some people like James, who you heard from in the last hour, said he didn't want to leave because he'd been working on his home for a couple of months and he just felt like he couldn't leave it behind. I also spoke to another man who came back for his medications, because a lot of people are also telling me that they had to leave immediately and evacuate because the fire was coming their way, and then they realized that they didn't have some of those important items, those important documents, all of the things that are really important when you have a plan and do the ready, set, go, to make sure you have all of those things with you if you can. But for some of these people, like they said, it just happened so quickly they needed to leave and save themselves. So some of them are coming back. Some are unfortunately finding that their homes are burned, and others are finding that their homes are still threatened. So they're getting as much as they can, but the firefight still continues very strong here at the Altadena Baptist Church. I'll send it back to you.
Well, that certainly is a nice sight to see that you have a firefighter there doing his or her best, right? But as you mentioned, there simply aren't enough firefighters to get the job done. In this case, there is water, but not enough firefighters, specifically where you are and what you're talking about. Coco, thank you.
The coverage will continue on Fox 11 here in just moments. On Live Now from Fox, we are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right with us as our coverage will continue out in Southern California. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Our coverage continues of the massive wildfires going on right now in Southern California. We know at least 2 people have died, many others injured, including several firefighters. So we are definitely keeping an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are now going to go back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles as they continue their coverage of this breaking news.
It's hard to put into words what we're experiencing out here.
Oh, yeah, and this is going to be the situation, Matthew, for days and weeks to come. People coming out and assessing the damage and then figuring out what to do next. But again, we should remind people, as you show us some of the destruction from the fire, that it is not okay to come back and repopulate these areas yet. I know as much as people want to get back to see what's left of their homes and their belongings, that it is not advised as of yet. You have to listen to the orders right now because it is still an active situation. So thank you, Matthew. We'll check back in with you later on. But let's go to this now, because the wildfires are forcing families to evacuate their homes, obviously, and many pets need a safe place to stay.
A group of doggy hotels offering for shelter for these pets displaced by the wildfires. On the phone with us right now is Annie Demirjan. Annie, actually, thank you for sending me a message there on Instagram. I was able to check my DM, and I'm so glad we connected with you and we were able to get in contact with you so you can share this information with our viewers.
Likewise, I really wanted to get the word out for those families who do not have places to leave their dogs. When my mom messaged me, I'm like, oh my God, this is perfect because I know you're amazing, and wanted to put the word out and let families know that they do have a place to leave their dogs if they don't have anywhere else to leave them.
How many dogs can you accommodate at this point?
Well, we could accommodate about 300 dogs at the moment.
And how many do you have right now?
Right now, we have about 20 dogs.
Okay.
So any size dogs, small or large, I mean, this is a big, big help for people because as they get displaced and they want to care for their furry friends, you're looking at the website right here of these doggy hotels in the North Hollywood area and Glendale as well.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct. We do have a location in our North Hollywood area, and it's one of the largest in LA. It's about 20,000 square feet. And we do have a location in Glendale as well, which we just recently opened. It is safe for both locations. We are indoor facility with temperature controls.
What type of services and amenities do you guys provide there to ensure, obviously, the safety and the comfort for these dogs?
Well, you can visit our website. It is called Resort. They can visit our website. It's called resort4dogs.com, and it will show you the type of rooms we do accommodate for our dogs. And what we would require is their vaccines. So we would need their Bordetella shot, the DHLPP, and their rabies shot. As far as they have that, they should be fine to drop off. We are open Monday through Saturday from 7 a.m. until 8 p.m. and Sunday 9 a.m. until 5 p.m.
Are there any specific supplies or maybe resources that your hotel is currently in need of in order to support the work that you're doing?
Nope. We do have all supplies. We do have beds, blankets, everything that we need to supply for the amount of dogs that we could occupy.
So you have everything you need. What about volunteers? People are always trying to help out with situations like this. Do you need any people to come and help you out?
No, we do have enough staff that could accommodate that many dogs, basically.
Wow.
What motivated you to do this dog resort hotels type of service?
My own dog. I have a golden retriever, which we got in 2015, and we needed a place for him, just like evacuating the same way. And we took a look at a couple of different places, and we were like, okay, you know what? We didn't feel comfortable. At the time, we had a huge facility, which in 2015 we had to let go, but we had the lease for 5 years, and then we decided, you know what, we're going to turn this facility into a dog hotel because we felt like we needed to build something that was catered and that could help a lot of families, but not as small as other locations are, so we could accommodate more people, basically.
So the two locations that are open, you've got the North Hollywood and the Glendale location, correct? Let's put that information out on our screen, and you can give people the address.
Oh, yes, definitely.
So we have 11911 Voss Street, North Hollywood, the phone number listed right there, and then you have the 4111 San Fernando Road in Glendale.
Correct, yes.
Okay, perfect. Get more information, of course, if you visit the website resort4dogs.com. You can go on our website as well, foxla.com. You can download the Fox Local app as well. Tons of resources out there. Annie, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time and connecting with us.
And thank you. Oh, my God, you're amazing. Thank you. I really appreciate this.
Thank you. Take care. Stay safe.
And she has everything. She's like, I got it. I got the space. I got the facility. I got the supplies. Everything you need for your dog.
Yeah, and I, myself I'm a dog owner, and so in this situation, to just know that you do, in this case, have a place to, take your pet, so thankful to her, for helping out the community there. I've had so many questions asked, and I feel like the most common question has been, how often does this happen, and so by it, I'm talking about the fire situations that we are under here in the Los Angeles area, and so this is something that we do call a rare where it is a PDS, so particularly dangerous situation. This is something that is put out by the National Weather Service. It is reserved, you'll see it right there on your screen, for the most extreme events. And, you know, this fire season right now that we're in, we've already had, you know, multiple fires happen since yesterday. This does place those events under this category. The last time we had this issued was ahead of the fire that we not just saw, you know, last month in December, but before that in November. So 3 months here where we've had these PDSs put out by the National Weather Service. And before that, the last season that we saw this happen was back in 2020. So nearly 4 years. And, you know, the widespread damaging windstorms still pushing across the area. We're expecting those northeast winds. We call them the Santa Ana winds. And they're expecting to continue to kick up about 20 to 40 miles per hour. And those gusts in some areas going higher than that, where we'll see them get anywhere from 60 to 80 plus. And that is expected to continue with our watches and warnings in place through today and into portions of tomorrow, which puts us in the potential for continuation of fire growth as well as the fire spreading. That potential not just creates fire damage, but also the potential for down trees and power lines. I've seen multiple intersections where the lights are out. I've had multiple family members share with me, you know, that they've had to return home because their work locations have no power there. So with that, we have had the classic setup. This is a high pressure system as well as a low pressure system. And what happens is we have these two systems that really are just duking it out there. And through the middle of these systems, we have the winds passing through. And so it puts us in that PDS, which causes not just the dangerous fire conditions. They are caused by the winds as well as the vegetation levels here. That red flag warning is, again, expected to continue through portions of tomorrow. And it's not just going to be for the Pacific Palisade area, the Sylmar region, but also down into portions of Eaton Canyon or Altadena. We're talking all of this highlighted area here, stretching as far north as our high desert, Santa Clarita included in this red flag warning, Lancaster there, through our low deserts, into our mountains, along our coast there, Long Beach, Irvine, Los Angeles Basin. We're all included in this. Again, this does stretch past today and into tomorrow. Our high winds, you know, we're getting a little bit of a break from that peak, but things still gusting across the area, and we're expecting to continue as long as we are under this alert to see those winds potentially get anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour and gusts going upwards of 60 to 80, and in some instances even higher. We take our winds and we take our dry conditions out there. You're taking a look at our humidity levels, and they are in single digits across some of the area and in the teens. And this is close to our coastline there, where these are primarily desert dry numbers that we're talking about, and it stretches past today into portions of tomorrow as well. I went ahead and got us through tonight, where we do show things getting a little bit of improvement there, but still very minimal. And our gusts, this is our gusts kicking up across the area. I have it set at the 1 o'clock hour here. So in the next 20 minutes, this is what our numbers are looking at. So in the Santa Clarita area, pushing at about 39 miles per hour there. Burbank going upwards of 46, stretching all the way into the Inland Empire, where we don't see those numbers as high, but still 29 miles per hour. We are talking a fairly dangerous winds gusting across the area. And again, these winds are likely to stretch over into tomorrow as well.
All right, Star. Yes, absolutely. Those winds, the erratic winds, right? This is why we are where we are with this situation. And just moments ago, President Biden did receive a briefing on the situation regarding what's happening with the different fires in LA County. Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley, she actually told the president that this situation is unprecedented.
I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career, so we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak. It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area.
So Alex was there in Santa Monica, and he had actually a number of questions he had hoped to ask the president and the governor, but he told us that they were given an opportunity. It was, in his words, more of a photo op rather than a actual news
Press
conference.
briefing. Yeah, that's right. And there are a lot of questions surrounding what happened, why the preparedness wasn't at the level that it should have been, perhaps. And those are so many questions that political leaders and city leaders are going to be grappling with in the weeks to come. But clearly now is the time where we have to get through this and really make sure that we tackle the blazes that are impacting our communities and residents out there. That is first and foremost. And Councilmember Tracy Park did not mince words when Bob DeCastro asked her about the lack of resources that we were talking about needed to fight these fires overnight. So this is going to be another issue moving forward.
This is representative of the chronic underinvestment in critical infrastructure that is necessary to support our city and indicative of the investments that need to be made. These circumstances are not unforeseeable. This was just a matter of time until this happened in the Pacific Palisades. And so this is just a tragic and devastating reminder of the significant amount of work that we have to do. And as we think about preparing for the World Cup in 2026 and the Olympics in 2028, what we have seen and learned over the last 24 hours is that the city and the county of Los Angeles are not yet ready.
So the finger pointing already starting in all this, but still you just right now kind of focus on the families who are displaced and the devastation and the loss in so many of these communities.
Yeah, we're in reactive mode, right? Reacting to what's happening, and then we can start to analyze all of these things. Gigi earlier actually spoke with a man who lost his home in the Palisades fire. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
The Palisades is not just the wealthy, it's the people, the everyday people like this. My neighbor fixed surfboards. That's what he did. He was a surfboard fixer. He was, you know, and they live day to day, paycheck.
They live modestly, and there are a lot of senior citizens that call this mobile home park home.
Correct. Yes, senior citizens, just a lot of good people, just good American people, just what do they call the salt of the earth? I just love them.
Oh, it's just so hard to hear about these communities that are so tight-knit, coming together and then having to face this unimaginable loss altogether as well. But they had a good spirit. They were talking about how the American flag still flying high above all of that loss and devastation, and clearly they're going to have to piece together what's next for a lot of these families and these communities, as Andy Rocker was mentioning right there in the Palisades.
That is a beautiful image, though, I will say.
Yeah.
It's good for the soul. And the spirit. Let's go to Matthew. He is in Palisades right now and standing among what looks like just a bomb blew up in this neighborhood, right? It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to describe it. We're by Las Flores and PCH, and just look around. I mean, everything is burned, basically. You look at these houses, you think about the holidays that we just experienced, New Year's, and now just this. I was also just reflecting, just 24 hours ago, we were coming out here to cover this fire and thinking back to the evacuations, the gridlock, the traffic, the rush to get out, and no one knew that this was what we were going to be experiencing, what we'd be looking at just 24 hours later. It's hard to describe, and we'll try to show you what we're looking at out here. Just these homes burned to the ground. Essentially all that's left is anything that was brick or concrete, like we're looking at chimneys, and clearly firefighters tried their best to put it out. You can see fire or water all over the ground, and then the extreme heat just very noticeable when you look at these burned up cars right out front. And then we're going to cross the PCH right now, and typically, you know, these are really nice waterfront, beachfront homes near Malibu, Pacific Palisades, and now they're gone, and you can just see the ocean. You hear the waves on the beach, and just not your typical view. And then all of these homes essentially are gone. Up and down here, we have seen firefighters trying to salvage homes like this that might be up in flames right now, still actively fighting those fires. but it's a tough situation out here. Emergency vehicles still up and down PCH, and people that live in the area possibly evacuating are going to look at what they can. But yeah, it's hard to describe exactly the devastation that we're seeing because it is everywhere. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew, I want to get your perspective on this because you covered a lot of natural disasters in Houston, hurricanes, tropical storms, and I don't know how many wildfires you've covered so far, but we've gotten perspectives from Gigi, who's covered many, and obviously Bob DeCastro as well, but this is really your moment that you were in the thick of it here in Southern California. Could you give us your perspective on covering something like this compared to what you've seen in the past?
I think the impacts are, when you cover hurricanes, it's more spotty, depending. Definitely tornado, spotty damage. The fire, this fire in particular, seems like it just damaged or destroyed everything in its path. And like I was saying earlier, if the ocean wasn't here, it probably would have destroyed more. But thinking back to last night when we were out here, just the winds, it was reminiscent of covering a hurricane. You could see the smoke and the flames and the embers blowing and the lights. It looked like, rain on the beach, with a major hurricane coming down. So it is comparable, but different at the same time. Obviously, the air quality much worse right now than anything I've experienced. Just the smell in the air. It's not good. So
a hurricane, but on top of that, yeah, you have the flames, which makes it doubly as dangerous. So definitely just a different situation, but devastating nonetheless. Thank you so much.
That was just some of the coverage there from Fox 11 Los Angeles. We will continue to join in on some of their coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to bring in a special guest here on Live Now from Fox to help break down these massive wildfires that we are seeing out in Southern California. So this is Mike Woofer joining me from the National Weather Service in Los Angeles. Thanks so much, Mike, for joining us. Terrible what's going on there right now. And just explain to our viewers a little bit about these massive winds that you guys have seen in the last couple of days here.
Yeah, we frequently get Santa Ana winds during the late fall and early winter period. This is a little bit of an extension on that, and also much more expansive and deadly. We had a strong wind that came over our mountains down into the San Gabriel Valley, which is unusual, and generated winds upwards of 100 miles per hour. Also similar winds over in the Malibu Palisades area. And so this was a particularly strong situation, very much stronger than the typical Santa Ana winds that we get this time of year. And thankfully, we look to be on the improving side as we go forward over the next day or two. Winds are expected to be coming down quite a bit to help the firefighters. But we are looking at a continued period of at least light to moderate Santa Ana winds all the way into next week. And we've had very little rain across the area, which is exacerbating the situation quite a bit.
No, yeah, totally. And I think a lot of people too, Mike, they look at the damage that they are seeing. It just happened so much at these homes and these different neighborhoods. A lot of people want to know, how does this wind level here in Southern California with the Santa Ana winds compare to the devastating wildfire that we saw in Maui in October of the previous year?
Yeah, a different situation, but the winds were similar. We saw 80 to 100 mile per hour winds come through the canyons last night and early this morning. And, that's a very rare situation for us we've seen those kind of winds higher up in the mountains, but it's extremely rare to see those kind of winds surfacing down closer to sea level. And so, this was just a perfect, I don't want to say perfect because it was obviously awful, but in terms of the meteorological conditions, it was sort of a perfect storm in the terms of all the ingredients coming together, in addition to having, a very dry, parched landscape where, we haven't had any rainfall. Normally we'd have 3, 4, 5 inches of rain by now, and we just don't. And so that was just part of the equation.
And Mike, explain to our viewers as well as the different. I mean, it's so hard to pinpoint the forecasting for these winds when these fires take over, because it almost becomes its own storm in a way, and it's hard to judge how these winds will react.
Yeah, that's true. It does sort of generate its own lifestyle there with the winds. You know, these patterns, we can see them coming in days in advance. Sometimes we don't know quite how extreme it's going to be, but in this case, you know, we saw that this was going to be a really strong event, and we were going to have some winds coming down from higher elevations that were going to make the winds even stronger than what we typically see. You know, and unfortunately, you know, we had all these ingredients come together with the dry conditions and you know, and just really strong winds and you know, fairly long lasting too. It's been a good 24 hours we've seen these winds. Thankfully, we're on the other side of that for the most part, but we're still going to be looking at some winds going all the way through into next week.
All right, Mike Woodford with the National Weather Service out in Los Angeles. We appreciate your time and input today on such a big story out there in Southern California. Take care, and thanks so much for the updates.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, and we will take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more coverage from Southern California when we come back. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks again for joining us. As always, I'm your host, Mike Page. Do want to just continue to showcase these images coming from Southern California as we are talking about these major wildfires that are continuing to really take hold of the areas. And, you know, what's so nerve-wracking for so many people as well is that these fires just continue to grow, and these evacuation orders should not be taken lightly. In fact, we have just seen just so much destruction happen, and it looks like it will continue on for quite some time. What we want to do right now is take you out to a little bit more of Fox 11 Los Angeles coverage as they continue to break down this major fire situation.
Come regularly to check on our house until they turn at least.
We really wish you the best, sir. Thanks for talking to us. Give me your name.
and Tomas Charlak.
Great. Thank you so much, Tomas. I appreciate it. We'll let you get going. So lots of folks are coming here to check on in their homes. Really tough story to listen to there, where this is a man who said that he was basically protecting his home all night long. Here's a young lady here who came up. You said you grew up in this area, right? Give me your name.
Lola Marie Montanez. I grew up in the Pasadena area, Altadena area. Lots of family and friends live in our area. We just asked for a lot of prayers. We a lot of people who did lose their homes and our family, and we just ask that you support our area, and if you can, just stay away so firemen can do their job.
Yeah, you were telling me that you went into this area because you grew up in this area, but you have relatives who lost their homes.
Yeah, I have some relatives that did lose homes, and, you know, we're just glad they're safe and they're okay. But I just came up because I had to check on my other grandma, her home, and it's okay, it's standing so far, but it's just devastating. It's numbing. It's very numbing. It's just growing up in this area and just seeing so much devastation, and it just sucks. We just need a lot of prayer for Pasadena and Altadena. Lots of prayer.
We have our prayers for you. Thank you so much. Thanks for talking to us. Yeah, so this is Altadena Drive. Much of it is closed down, and they're not allowing cars through, so you're looking at some folks here who have homes up here who didn't leave and are finally deciding to leave. I'll give you a look around here because there actually is some traffic around here. I want to be a little careful. One of the things that they're concerned about are down power lines. There were areas that they wouldn't not even let the media through because they said the power lines were down. They're simply too dangerous. This is a home right here, an example of how erratic the fire was and how erratic those winds were and how those winds pushed those embers to different areas. There are a couple of homes here along this street where you can see everything's completely burned down. But as we go down the street a little bit more, there are some homes that were...
It looks like our signal is... Are you there, Bob? We're losing.
Can you hear me? I know our signal is kind of spotty up there.
Yeah, I know. It is spotty. Okay, thank you. We're going to stay in Altadena, actually, and check in with Christy Fajardo. A very different situation where you are, Christy. A home completely engulfed in flames behind you.
Yeah, and sadly, it's not the only home. There are 4 homes on Marengo here. We're across from the cemetery that are completely destroyed. And this fire engine, 167 from LA County Fire, just arrived. And we heard firefighters speaking to each other. And they said, we're not going to save this home, but we can protect this one. So if we pan to the right, you can see this house is still untouched. And firefighters are hoping to keep it that way. But what you're seeing here really underscores the issue. The house that is burning has a stucco exterior and a tile roof. Nonetheless, it is burning, and that is because when you get those big Santa Ana winds and you get those embers, they get in the eaves and they get into the attic of homes, and once that happens, there is no saving that home. We have seen that time and time again. We've seen firefighters try, but struggle to put out flames when they're already in the attic or the eaves. And what is also very curious where we are is, if we pan this way, you can see there are people milling about, and we're seeing quite a bit of traffic. So it appears a lot of people have not evacuated. And if we push in further, the roadblock directing traffic away is not that far from where we're standing. So this area is off limits supposedly to the public, but still people are coming in. We've seen some people driving by with their cell phones taking video, but this is a very fluid situation. You can see something it hit something and the flames just got a whole lot larger. Wow. See, that's what happens with the winds. You get one gust and it does that, and then the fire just spreads, and it can spread very, very quickly. And those embers, as we've seen time and time again, can fly 1 to 2 miles away, get under the eaves of another home or in the attic, and then you have another fire. So firefighters stretch very thin, fighting multiple fires, and also the conditions that you are witnessing, very tense situation and also a very dangerous one. And that is the latest from Altadena. Let's send it back to you.
All right, that has been just some of the coverage from Fox 11 Los Angeles. Again, we will get right back to them in just a little bit. But again, we just want to show you just some of these dynamic, different types of videos that we have in just truly horrible as well, just to see some of the destruction that is just been really hitting these neighborhoods in Southern California. We're talking blocks and blocks that are gone, especially out in the Palisades area. So what we want to do right now is talk about how FEMA will respond to situations like this, these tragedies that really continue prevalent out in California, of course, with the wildfires. So I do want to bring in our next guest here, a friend here of the program, Mark Naveau, former FEMA coordinating officer. Thanks so much for joining us, Mark. Always great to have you on here.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that.
All right, so let's get right into it here for these poor people that have lost everything. Just tell us what the next 24, 48 hours looks for them when they are dealing with these tragedies.
Absolutely. What's happening right now is the federal government through FEMA has offered what's known as an FMAG. That's a Fire Management Assistance Grants. What that does is it provides funding for local entities, state of California, LA City, LA County, etc. And it helps them with sheltering, overtime, barricades, making sure that people have a place to go during the most imminent times, which is now. So over the next 24, 48 hours. What will happen next, most likely, the president will declare what's known as a presidential disaster declaration, a major declaration. That opens up a number of programs for folks, including in that is housing assistance, as well as all types of medical aid if need be. And so in the interim, it's more about getting people housed, whether it's in hotels, shelters, or apartments, life-sustaining commodities and services.
And Mark, the good thing is the president just declared that, so they're getting already some of that red tape gone there for everyone that is dealing with this. And just looking at these images, again, heartbreaking. And again, what can you tell us then about what is the most important thing once people are able to come back to the neighborhood? I mean, is it all about taking pictures, videos, whatever they can do to really showcase this to FEMA and insurance as well?
It is going to be, and hopefully, they've taken some pictures, they've got their papers set aside, or they've taken them with them. That's important. Prescriptions, pets, etc. That's always important. We hope people are prepared. But undoubtedly, in a situation like this, where we're talking about people having to leave at the dead of night, in a moment's notice, somebody knocking on your door, you gotta go now. Rarely do people have all that stuff put together and then they come back and their house is burned down. So keep in mind that what they can do is if they don't have their driver's license, they can go to a DMV, California Department of Motor Vehicle office. They can use their fingerprint. That'll allow them to get some of the documents they don't already have, i.e. they can get another license if they need it. That starts the process of being able to get services. Eventually, what will happen is that the city and the state will open up as joint recovery centers is what they talk about. And there are multiple agencies within different community centers or gyms, and they'll provide different agencies will be there to provide help and guide them in their recovery. That's a ways off. Right now, it's more critical getting the fire extinguished and making sure people are safe.
And Mark, I'm sure there's some people out there too that think, oh, FEMA won't be able to help me maybe on this certain issue, or maybe something with their home. They won't be able to help me with this. What is your advice to those that may be a little skeptical if FEMA is for them?
Well, what we want to do is make sure that as this presidential disaster declaration, as you just touched on, rolls out, that they go ahead and register either through a phone line, on computer, etc. Once they register and they're in the system, then they can get, honestly, you can get financial assistance within 24 to 48 hours to help you with lodging. Knock on wood, it's not funeral expenses or anything of that nature, but maybe toiletries. They'll have some pods, points of distribution at those community centers that may have meals and waters and blankets, diaper kits for infants if you need it. So there's a lot of resources. We encourage people, go ahead, sign up no matter what. They'll let you know what you're eligible for. Insurance will be your first recovery tool, and then beyond that, FEMA can help you out.
And Mark, unfortunately, we've seen in the past with wildfires and really natural disasters that there are people that prey on others during these very difficult times. What are some things that FEMA won't do? Like, will they get text message people? Will they call them? Well, what are some of the maybe red flags that people should worry about on potential scams?
Well, you're right on with that, Mike. There are unfortunately, people will take advantage of a very critical situation. So what we encourage people to do is once you register, you'll be given a unique ID number. And so with that number, they're going to ask certain documents from you, etc. Make sure that when you're communicating, you can do it in person. If you want to do it through email, make sure that the email that you're sending your documents to is legitimate. You can call the local disaster recovery office and make sure that that's an appropriate email address. And if you're following that process, that's wonderful. The other side, however, is that in this case, a lot of people want to donate. They want to help. And so that we also see at times scams, people preying on those who are less fortunate right now. We would encourage people that if they are going to contribute, do it through an identified Salvation Army, Red Cross, Rubicon, something of that nature, and validate that that money's going directly to the nonprofits ahead of time.
Very, very good. And for people that are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're joined by Mark Naveau, a former FEMA coordinating officer, to help us really break down just what the federal response is. And I think, Mark, a lot of questions too. When these natural disasters happened, how fast is their go teams from FEMA put into these neighborhoods, put into these communities?
Well, right now, FEMA's already on the ground. For instance, they've got incident management assistance teams at the State Operations Center in Sacramento, California, to help manage the incident. They're partnered with state, county, federal agencies operating under what's known as a unified coordination group. So that's one thing. You'll also have management teams that will go downrange into the fire areas, coordinate with the local emergency operations center in each county to assist them in life-saving, life-sustaining, because they can draw upon federal agencies to provide goods and services to help not only recover but also restore. And so they're available to do that right now. What we will see in the near future is disaster assistance associates will go to the neighborhoods. They'll start doing damage assessment, find out which buildings, which homes have been damaged, and be able to start the process of recovery. But that's a couple of days off, and those are field teams that will go literally into the damaged neighborhoods once it's safe to do it.
All right. Mark Naveau, very difficult times for so many people there on the ground, but thanks again for giving us the perspective of what FEMA is doing during these very critical times. We really appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox.
You're welcome, Mike. Have a great day.
You as well. All right, everyone, and we will take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more coverage from California. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Our continuing coverage out in Southern California of the L.A. County wildfires, killing at least 2 people right now, injuring several firefighters and citizens. Let's get back out to the coverage of Fox 11 Los Angeles.
The motion is really how can we help and how can we get in there to do so?
Well, hopefully, thankfully you're safe, your family's safe, and time will come when you will be able to get back there, and you have so many people's support in the community. That is for sure. Archie, thank you so much for taking time to chat with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
And one of the big issues is that a lot of people in surrounding communities who have nothing to do with living where the fire is impacting them, they want to help. I've gotten so many messages of how can I donate my services or supplies, or where can I go to help and volunteer. Right now, officials just say wait and hold on. We are devising a plan as to where we can take in donations, supplies, whatever they need, and they're just figuring out where the need is the most. All right, we're taking a live look here at the Eaton fire. Let's go out to Bob, who's there covering this and seeing this house up in flames. Bob.
Really difficult to hear you guys right now, to be honest. We are covering the Eaton Canyon fire. This street has been a hot spot, and right now you're looking at an active fire. Talking to neighbors here, they tell me that this fire broke out recently. Now, what's interesting about this is that you see some of that smoke going vertically up. So this is a fire that broke out from some kind of an ember that dropped onto this home just a short time ago. One of the neighbors actually tells me that their garage last night caught fire, but their home was spared. And now what's interesting is that they have fire crews out here this morning along the street. This is Calaveras Street in Altadena, and they've got fire crews, and we know that there are crews from all across Southern California, all across California, that have come here to fight this fire. And this is from Wheeler Creek, and this crew comes from near the Mammoth area, and as they put their hoses into the infrastructure here, the chief here that's fighting this fire, he told me that there is no water in this system. Absolutely no water in this system. So this is a really big problem for them because, in his words, there's nothing they can do. All they can do is to watch this burn. So they're bringing out some other tenders here, hopefully with some more water to try and hook up some water and put out this fire, at least protect the homes. Right now, this home is probably going to be a complete loss. The neighbors also tell me that the person living inside this home had passed recently, so it was an empty home, but now there is a rush to try and protect other homes in this area, because we know how this can spread very quickly. There are a lot of people in this house. Some of them are in the backyard here. The woman who is in the backyard told me that, hey, look, you have no water here in the street. We have water in our backyard. We have a pool. Why don't we use some of that water there? And some of her friends went to the back, and they're literally grabbing buckets and doing a bucket brigade to try and protect this house. So honestly, the water that you're looking at now is some of the first drops of water that they're getting onto this house. But you can see what happens here, and especially we've been talking about those water issues that people in the Palisades had been talking about, that there was no water charging their hoses. It seems to be almost a similar situation here, at least in this neighborhood, where they're not really able to get water inside their hoses so that they can protect some other homes in this neighborhood. We know that there was an active we're hearing some of the explosions now from some inside the house. Obviously, there's some gas inside the house. The person had lived inside this home for a long period of time, and they just closed up the house, and he hasn't been living here for a while. I'm going to see if I can come to the backyard here, and maybe these folks can show us what's happening here, if they don't mind. Hello? 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 I know that they were working to fight this fire in the back of the house.
Bob, when you say firefighters are saying there is no water, the fire hydrants themselves do not have water. Is that what's going on? Because that was the case with Pacific Palisades.
Yes. This is the case. Hello. No, I'm with the news. I'm with the news. The water inside. Come on.
You're being intrusive.
Come on. Well, I understand, but the neighbors were talking about this, that there was an issue with water in this neighborhood. You're trying to protect your own home here.
We're not even from here. We're neighbors trying to take action. Our state has failed us. Our state, and this is a disaster. The strongest state in the union doesn't have the infrastructure to protect these people from burning their homes.
Yes. I was talking to some of the firefighters who come from other parts of the state. He said he's never seen anything like this before. They put up their hoses into the hydrants, and he says there was no water. How is that sensational if this home is going to burn down?
Something about this. I mean, we've had many years of this.
I see 8 hands.
Tons of warnings, no action, not enough action. That's all it is.
Yeah, I heard you out there. You said, we got to do something. We got to take some action. So you decided to do it.
It's embarrassing that we're just here while others are just standing around and our state is standing around. This has been long coming. What are we doing about it?
Thank you very much. A lot of emotions running here. I'm going to walk outside that. Thank you very much. A lot of emotions here, but they're doing what they can to protect this house. This is not their own home. I thought it was his own house when he was talking about it here, because he said, I'm just going to grab something and help out. And the fire chief here was very honest with me. He looked at me. He knew who I was. He said, oh, you're with the news. He says, we have no water. We have no water. And I said, what is that normal? And he said, I've never seen anything like it before. He said he'd never seen anything like it. So I don't know what the problem is with the infrastructure or what had happened with the water here. If it's the same situation as the Palisades when they had run out of water because they depleted the resources, or all the tanks had already been drained and they have to replenish those tanks, and it hasn't happened yet. I'm not an expert on the water delivery system here, but all I know is this is a home that's on fire, and the fire chief that is here on the scene from another city here in California is telling us he has never seen anything like this, and there is nothing they can do. They're just doing the best they can to try and protect these surrounding homes. The winds, I will tell you right now, they've let up quite a bit. So that is the good news, but it's just surprising. Now seeing finally some help from the skies here. We've got a water drop. Maybe that's going to take place here very shortly. Come move to the side here, Carlos. You can see him over here. He's coming on this side. There he comes. This is from a water drop coming from LA County, right on top of this fire. You're going to watch it here live. There he is, right on top. How is that? Just as I said that it was better here, that the winds weren't had subsided a bit, that maybe it's time that they brought out some of the air assets, and that looks like what had happened here just moments ago. We just saw that airdrop, the first airdrop that I have seen here since we've been out here for a couple of hours, and really a sight for sore eyes for the neighbors here, the residents on this street who said, you heard me talk to the resident before, who said he was here protecting his own home since 6 o'clock last night until 2 o'clock in the morning, and he didn't see any firefighters up here. So finally, we do have some help here. These are all firefighters from Wheeler Crest. Again, that's an area near the Mammoth Lakes region, and they came here to try and fight that fire. So they have a small little contingent here, but they wanted to do their part. And the chief here, he says they're just trying to do their best with the equipment, with the tools,
Bobby.
and with the infrastructure that they have here.
So about an hour ago, Bob, there was aircraft from...
I hear you, Miss. We're on live TV right now. Is this your home right here? This is your grandmother's home. You finally got a water drop. That must be...
The water drop, there is a water tank around the corner. And they're acting like they can't... She's acting like she can't even move her car. I don't want to be on camera.
Okay. All right. A lot of intensity here. Obviously, the family home here. She's very upset about this home and what she sees as a lot of inaction by the firefighters here, or their inability, at least, to really do something when there's imminent danger to your home. So that water drop helped just a bit. We're just hoping that perhaps another helicopter comes here and helps with the situation, is able to drop yet another water drop on this fire. The hose it's not putting out any water. Hey, Chief, is that water coming from the tender here? The water that we just saw that came out of this hose, is that coming from the... Okay.
And this just has about 300 gallons.
There's about 300 gallons there, so all 300 gallons you've already put onto this fire, and so you don't really have anything left?
We're over 300 gallons. We put water on this all day.
You go all day. Okay, thank you. you, Chief. Thank you, Chief. So they've been rotating the water tender here to try and get more water. He says they've been doing their best here, but the fire continues to burn. Obviously, there's a lot to go here. I'm going to come to the other side so you can see just the other side of this fire. The neighbor's home to the other side, she said that last night. Here and started burning this home.
But Bob, so we saw that aerial drop right over that house, but it made the fire die down a little, but you can see all the active flames just pop right up. So it didn't do anything.
Right. I mean, you're gonna have to get a continuous water drop or some continuous fire. There they got this hose on now finally. So he's got 300 gallons in this tender. He said that they just brought out here right now. How long could that last? And is that really enough to put it out? Again, I don't think necessarily they'd like to put it out because putting this fire out would protect the nearby homes. And one of their biggest goals right now is just to protect the homes on either side. You heard that woman with some intensity here saying that this was her grandmother's home, and they've lived here for quite some time. So to see that their home in this imminent danger has got to be so worrisome for that family. Lots of folks on this street here, and it's interesting because if you look down the street, it doesn't look like there were many homes that were damaged at all. So it's interesting that these spot fires really just went and picked and chose which home was going to be the next target. And right now, even without the winds, we're still looking at some homes that are still burning on fire.
Also, you understand people are very emotional and frustrated, and they don't have much patience right now. I give you, and I think you're with Carlos, right, a lot of credit for being out there. I know it's tough to be there and to ask the questions when you know they're in the middle of a very dire situation. So thanks, you guys, for the work you're doing.
Sure.
Yeah, part of the job is to talk to people on their very worst day, and that's what you're seeing right there. And of course, emotions are high, frustration's high. Who knows where the anger should be directed, because it does look like fire officials are trying to do the right thing, but the infrastructure may not be there. Those are questions and conversations that are going to be had later on after this is all done with, but clearly there is a problem when the resources aren't available. So certainly big questions to be answered much later. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo there on the scene as well. Christy, what is happening at your location?
Well, unlike where Bobby is, instead of neighbors fighting the fire, we actually have firefighters. There were 3 fire engines. Now we're down to 2. I did want to ask the battalion chief about the water situation. They're using a truck right now. That is what is fueling that hose. And when you came out to me the last time, this house was fully engulfed. Since then, we heard a lot of loud booms and then the buckling of the roof with those tiles coming down. You also saw that tree that was on fire. And walk with me because I want to show you the devastation. We are actually on Moringa Avenue. We're directly across from the cemetery, but multiple homes on this street have burned. And even the house that's burning now that is currently being doused, firefighters know that it is a total loss. So they are trying to put out those flames to spare other homes down the street from a similar fate. But it's just, sadly, one house after the other that is completely leveled. And it is a very surreal feeling being here because there's evidence all around of just how much and how powerful those winds were. We're seeing branches. I saw multiple trees that were toppled as I was coming in here. And even now, there's palm fronds all over the roadway. And now, it's very still. We're not seeing that wind. We're not feeling that wind. But we hear a lot about containment, and people have come up to us and asked us what the containment is. But when you have the Santa Ana winds, the containment is really meaningless, because what that means is that they've built fire lines, fire breaks around the fire. But when you have Santa Ana wind conditions, and I've witnessed this personally, I've seen a fire jump a 16-lane highway. There's no stopping it. So firefighters try to put their resources into saving lives And now they're also trying to save properties on this street. And if we pan over there, it looks like there might be other homes that also were leveled on a street over from us. So very devastating sight that we're seeing here. These are older, very charming homes. They have stucco exteriors and tile roofs, and so you would expect that that would give it some measure of protection. But what we see time and time again also is that when you get flying embers and they get under the eaves, into the eaves of homes and into the attic, there's no stopping. And I've watched firefighters, even with very specialized equipment, having to rip off rooftops or rip down beams and so forth to try to get to the root of the fire, and they struggle. So we hear people who want to protect their homes with the garden hose. When those conditions, it's not likely to be effective. And we do hear stories where people say, we saved our home, but that was likely because they did not get into the eaves. And I don't know what this was like when all of these homes were burning. As I mentioned, we are witnessing the other house down from us burning, and there are no neighbors around. We are, however, seeing people walking down the street and even cars coming through, which surprised me to see. You'll see one going by now, which indicates that there are many people in this neighborhood who did not evacuate and are leaving now. So the roadblock is maybe about 2 blocks down from us. So very strange to see this. You have people's homes burning, and 2 blocks away from us, life is going on as normal. Let's send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Christy. Let's get an update from Star, who could tell us how the winds are shifting and what we can expect.
Yeah, so, one of the things that we've been continuing to talk about are, the potential not just for the spread, but also for the growth of these fires. And, this is something that we're seeing with all of our live shots with our reporters out in each location of these fires. And so that's going to be one of the dangers there. You're taking a look at the winds, the current sustained winds moving across the area right now. And we do still have a good portion of the area where numbers are definitely kicking up in the double digits. We have gusts that are bursting, especially across those contoured areas. And we are talking anywhere from, I'd say, 25 to close to 45 mile per hour. And again, we are talking about, with our watches and warnings in place, the winds getting as high as 40 miles per hour and those gusts going anywhere from 40 to 80 plus. And this is going to be a situation that we'll be tracking for, I'd say, at least through the rest of today, wind-wise. We have our wind gust as early as tomorrow here, and I wanted to show, this is our map indicating that winds are not really going to be letting up. When we look in terms of double digits here, we are talking winds pushing across the area continuously, and this is going to carry us on our screen there over into tomorrow evening, where some of the area still seeing winds get it over 45 miles per hour. In addition to that, our humidity is on the lower side, those single digits across a lot of the region. I'm going to fast forward us into late tonight, and we do still see the continuation of that. And, all of this is just very poor when we think in terms of our drought conditions, but also how dry it is out there. I took a look at the water year for not just last year, but the year before that, and we did really well. We had numbers well above where they should have been, and that is just not the case rolling into this water year. You'll see back, the water year does start in October, and it stretches all the way through September, and we have only received 0.16 inches there. So that is well below where we should be. It is giving us a huge deficit, especially when we think in terms of, January being the second wettest month of the season, and we've not received anything for this month. Our average does put us over 3 inches, so we're well behind where we should be year to date. There we go. There's that number I talked about, 0.16 inches. So, and it's reflecting in our conditions today. So we're not just talking winds and, allowing for those embers to fly across across the area, but we are also talking plumes of smoke just really enveloping a lot of the area. You know, I myself live in the San Fernando region, and with that, you know, we don't have much of that fire there, with the exception of what's happening with Woodley fire, but also across portions of the Silmar fire. We have a lot of the inland still impacted by that air quality. It places a lot of us in that unhealthy category. So this is going to be for all of us that do suffer from those sensitivities. If we have those respiratory issues, our elderly, our young. And so, you know, not just here, you know, with the Fox 11 team, but also with the National Weather Service, we are just advising for anyone that did have those plans to be outdoors to just go ahead and play it safe if you can. Do all of the working that you can indoors, you know, inside of your home where you're not going to be impacted by the air quality. This is a look across our region where we do show not just the reds, but also the yellows as well as the oranges. And so that does just create for unhealthy air quality. Being out there in those elements, it is not safe. You know, I myself, I'm an Angelino. I've been here all my life. I, you know, stepped away for a few years, but, you know, I have never seen anything like what has been unfolding since yesterday. And so it, you know, leads me into how rare is the situation that we've been seeing unfold since yesterday morning. It is extremely rare. We have something called PDS, the particularly dangerous situation. This is put out by the National Weather Service. It is reserved for the most dangerous or, you know, extreme situations when it does come to our fire potential across the area. The last time we saw this issued was last month, and previous to that was back in November. So we've seen this issued not just for January, currently where we're at right now, but 3 months in a row. But previous to that, the last season that we had one of these issues put out was back in 2020, so over 4 years ago. Our red flag warning, it has been extended. It is in effect from today, stretches through portions of tomorrow. This is not just going to be across portions of the Pacific Palisades, Silmar, the Woodley location where we have that fire burning, and Altadena. This is all of our highlighted pink region here. So it's stretching as far up as our high deserts, through our low deserts, our mountains, our canyons, our passes. If you are in this highlighted pink area, it does let you know that you too are included in this red flag warning, where we have the potential for some critical fire weather, dry and windy conditions. It is the classic setup with our Santa Ana wind event pushing through the region. There's a look at our weather alerts for our winds, not just that wind advisory for portions of our high deserts, but a big portion of our area is going to be included in this high wind warning. Our winds gusting upwards of 80+ miles per hour. Again, we are talking hurricane force winds. And here's the look at, you know, why is this happening? How is this able to happen here across our area? We have the classic setup where we have a high pressure and a low pressure system. And the best way that I can explain it is just two systems just really fighting it out here. And what happens is we have something created called a pressure gradient. And that pressure gradient happens to stream right across our region. And it does allow for those winds to really kick up. It puts us in that red flag warning. And this has been going on since yesterday, and it's going to continue through today and into portions of tomorrow. Our headlines are going to include the fact that we have this widespread damaging wind, the extreme wildfire danger, but as well as the high potential, not just for the down trees, but also the power lines. And so it's so good to have you all joining us back this evening. Marla and Alex, I, you know, was able to catch you all through the evening and rolling into this morning, and things still looking very bad out there.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Star, for everything you just informed our viewers of and took us back over the years and really put into perspective how dangerous this PDS, particularly dangerous situation is, and we're seeing that play out in real time on our air. So yes, Alex and I, Marla Tay is here along with Alex Michelson. We're now picking up the coverage from our colleagues on Good Day LA. Thanks so much. Our wall-to-wall coverage will continue. We're not going to go anywhere. You can catch us here on Fox 11 and, of course, online, foxla.com/live.
And on the Fox local app as well. I know a lot of people.
All right, we will check back in on Fox 11 Los Angeles after this quick 2-minute break. Continue to watch with us as we track the very latest with these LA County wildfires. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to showcase the terrible fire out in Los Angeles. Multiple wildfires continuing at this hour. We are going to now go back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles. More continuing coverage.
Stages, got out, took the bare minimum, came back very early this morning to pick up kind of any other valuables that we thought we needed, and then kind of stuck it out because we saw it wasn't overly intense and kind of said there wasn't that much firefighting presence in the area. We saw some plumes of smoke, so we said we'll just kind of stick it out with a hose, and if we see any hot spots, we'll put those out.
And you were telling these stories, you and your friend over here, your neighbors, you guys were just saying that you saw people and some of your neighbors just picking up and just saying, hey, what can we do to help out? And people were helping out with a firefight.
Absolutely. I mean, everyone's picked up hoses. We got people picking up buckets, throwing it. I've seen people helping people carry belongings, children, everything to their car. It's really brought the community together, and that's awesome. But when you look around and see the devastation, it's remarkable.
I looked down the street and I saw maybe 6 homes just down this area that had burned pretty much to the ground, and so there's homes along this street. But when the winds subside, you look at this and you think, you know, why are we still in this situation? Is it surprising to see a spot fire like this at another home in the middle of the neighborhood?
Well, and it's so unpredictable. I mean, my wife and I, an hour ago, looked at each other and said, maybe we'll leave. It looks like everything's pretty well handled. Yeah. Then we went out the front door and I saw this big plume of black smoke, so we came over here, and it's close enough to the house where I said, you know, let's wait this one out at the very least and see where we go from here.
How long have you lived in this neighborhood?
About 8 years.
About 8 years. And so here's a situation where you think, I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this, because the woman here frustrated about the house, that there's a loss of water pressure here. And you think we live in California, we have all this, you know, you live in a nice neighborhood. You think that those hydrants and things are there for a reason, and they would work when you need them the most.
Agreed. Well, you've seen it in the Palisades fire too. I've heard the same thing, that there's not water in the hydrants, there's not enough pressure on the hydrants. It seems to be an LA issue, which I don't know if that should surprise anybody with the leadership we've had at the helm the last couple of years. But yeah, I mean, this fire would have been out 30 minutes ago, but they had to wait 20 minutes for a truck to go get fire because none of the hydrants in the area have any water or any pressure.
I feel like this is definitely going to bring some attention to that, and whether or not how do we bring our infrastructure up to snuff so that we can handle almost things that are going to be guaranteed to happen in the future. How's your family? And you came back, but where are they? They just evacuated to somewhere safe?
Yeah, my kids are at my mom's house in South Pasadena, so out of harm's way. We left them there this morning. My wife and I said, because at that point we didn't even know if the house was still standing. So we said, let's go up, check to see if the house was standing. It was. Then we said, let's take some things that we need out of the house. We did that. And then we kind of looked out. As I said, it didn't seem overly onerous, so we kind of said, let's stick it out, and you know, if we see a hot spot, we'll put it out. Kind of idea.
It's kind of interesting. Now you're just leaving it to the professionals to try and do what they're.
Let the professionals handle it.
Yeah, it's interesting because we drove around the neighborhood. We found this hot spot. You simply, you know, earlier yesterday, I'm sure you're looking around and there were fires all over the place, and the whole place was on fire. Right here, I was driving around. I'm like, well, that's kind of interesting. There's actually some black smoke over there. Something's on fire.
Yeah, see them pop up every once in a while. Just another kind of plume, and it's like, you know, you see one even over here a little bit, a plume. And it's, so, you know, just unpredictable. As they said, those embers, you get a little bit of an ember and it flies. And I think this fire started because this back lot was pretty heavily on fire earlier this morning. Yeah. I imagine that's what triggered this fire.
Yeah, well, you have homes that are not, you know, the embers aren't completely put out in those homes. If an ember can travel 3 miles, traveling across the street isn't that hard.
Yeah, and quite frankly, when you drive around even some of these streets up top, there's still a lot of fires burning, even on houses that have been fully destroyed. So.
Ryan, I appreciate you talking to us this whole time.
Yeah, appreciate it. Stay safe.
Hats off to you and your neighbors for helping each other out. And at the end of this, let's hope we can figure out how we can try to prevent all this stuff from happening again.
Bring water back to Altadena, please.
Thanks so much, Ryan. We appreciate it. So there you have it. I didn't want to go to the backyard because they were feverishly trying to protect the nearby home. There's a pool in the backyard of that house nearby, and some of the neighbors are actually back there, like I said, with a bucket brigade, dipping those buckets into the pool and trying to just protect the house. This at this point, one of the things they're trying to do is just protect the surrounding homes, because this home right here is going to be a total loss. The good news is that we are told that this house, again on East Calaveras, was empty at the time, not occupied, that the gentleman that was living here had recently passed. It was closed. And now this home, just about a short time ago, caught fire, even with the winds dying down. We saw one water drop, and everyone here hopeful that we're going to see more of those air assets up in the air, and they're able to put out these hot spots as they pop up.
Bob DeCastro, thank you. We'll check back in with you. Let's go to Christy Fajardo in Altadena, where unfortunately we see more flames. Christy.
Yeah, this is actually an Aldi food market that is on fire, and this is at the corner of Lake and Calaveras, and all around us we're seeing devastation. I'm going to show you this first, and then we're going to walk across the street so you can see that there are buildings over there that burned as well. And that is what we're seeing as we are driving through Altadena. Just block after block, we'll see a home or whole blocks that are leveled, and firefighters, as you can see, are here, and I'm seeing smoke coming over from that direction. I don't know if it's that building or something behind it that is burning, and the grocery outlet next to it so far appears okay, but you can see that this Aldi food market is producing a lot of smoke, also a lot of flames, and that creates more problems for firefighters, because as we've seen time and time again, the winds come in and they kick up embers, and see the debris that's flying, and see how large those embers are? That is why they are dedicating so many resources into trying to get this out. In fact, I want to show you what we're seeing. Just the size, I don't want to touch it because it might be hot, but just the size of the ash that is falling. That came from that building over there. And walk with me, because I mentioned that there were other buildings here that had also burned, and you can see across the street, whatever that was is completely gone. And if we pan that way, we can see that another building over there is also on fire. You see the brick building, Gino, just to the left of it? And also producing very large flames, and it looks like that might be an apartment complex next to it, so hopefully everyone there got out. And even seeing what is on fire can be difficult, because I'm looking at the building across, and you can see the reflection of the flames in the windows. So some people might mistake that for that building actually burning, when in fact it's just a reflection. And even now, we're just seeing people riding through, strolling through, very eerie. And we heard Bobby talking about neighbors trying to use hoses and having trouble getting water. I did ask a fire captain about that with LA County Fire, and he told me that it's just because so many people are trying to use hoses at once, and so it's depleting or affecting the pressure. Here, though, firefighters appear to have water. We're seeing them, again, trying to get this building out. And I want to pan back this way, because we're seeing even more embers flying, very large embers. And it's just picking up so much smoke, so much ash. And again, these very sequence flying right as the car's driving through. So a very dangerous situation here. Let's send it back to you.
It reminds me of the Ralphs that burned down, and the Gelsons in the Palisades. This is another grocery store, this time in Altadena, for the Eaton fire. Christy, thank you so much for that. I know that we're going to go to... Go ahead.
When I was in the Palisades yesterday, there were not people walking around when those structures were burning. So that is what sort of stands out to me, is that you do have people walking. There's two guys there, one with a cell phone taking video. And I did not see that last night in the Palisades, maybe early on, but by the time it was night, it had cleared out.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. A complete difference between night and day, literally. Christy, stay safe. Thank you so much. You know, Alex, there's been a lot of questions about the lack of water as it relates to the Palisades fire, and we're hearing from the public information officer from LAFD, Eric Scott. He just put out a message about this not long ago, and he's addressing it. He says, and this is his words, "We did experience some challenges with water pressure while battling the Pacific Palisades fire. LADWP proactively filled all available water storage tanks, including 3 1-million-gallon tanks located in the Palisades area. However, water availability was impacted at higher elevations, which affected some fire hydrants due to limited replenishment of water tanks in those areas. The extreme demand caused a slower refill rate for these tanks, which created a challenge for our firefighting effort."
Yeah, there have been a whole lot of questions about that. And I spoke a little bit earlier today with Lindsay Horvath, one of the board members for the LA County Supervisors, and said, you know, how does this happen? And she said, look, we need to do changes. And we're in the midst of already talking about a different water plan for LA County. And this obviously needs to be part of what they do differently going forward. Let's go now to Haley Winslow, who is joining us. We see her there, looks like on Christmas Tree Lane. Haley.
Hey, you guys. Unfortunately, this historical landmark here in Altadena at the Eden Fire is on fire. This was these trees, 135 of them, planted in 1885. This is where people come year after year. The famous landmark with the oldest and the longest running Christmas tree lighting in the United States is now several of these houses on fire. Neighbors here telling me Henry Ford's house down the street here is on fire, and it is just awful, awful, awful to see. Now, firefighters are telling these neighbors that these trees hold a lot of moisture, and so they theoretically won't catch on fire, but neighbors aren't so sure now. You know, they didn't expect this. They're keeping their neighbors across the street here at 573 informed. So we're on the corner of Santa Rosa Avenue and Alameda Street. And this historical landmark, just to give you a little bit more information, is 135 of these trees planted in 1885 by the Woodbury family. First organized by Nash in 1920, so Mile of Christmas Trees, 105 years old, and it was registered as a historical landmark. I remember I've been here. When we would, you know, talk about the best Christmas trees, best Christmas lights, excuse me, in Southern California, you know, on a weekly basis. I've been here many times. I've seen these houses, and you know, it's obviously a very joyful time. The neighbors here are amazing. I'm going to introduce you to these two nice people, Patrick and Julie, who just keep, for 6 hours, they've been spraying water on Julie's home here. Patrick, we're on Fox 11. Thanks for being so kind. Can you tell us a little bit more about this area and just obviously what you're going through?
Extremely historic. I'm here as a friend helping my good friends of the family. And as you see, there's a house on fire across the street. We're just trying to keep it wet. There's see a lot of, you know, floating debris. There are embers coming.
Fires coming through.
And if this lights up, it could light up these trees, and we don't want it to come to the house. Yeah. But yes, if you look all the way down, it's Christmas Tree Lane. It's very famous. At Christmas. Through the entire month of December, they have all this lit up with these electric lights. It's really beautiful.
And Henry Ford's house down the street, do you know anything about that?
I believe so. And Billy can tell you more about that, but yeah.
Do you know these neighbors?
I don't. They do, though. I know. I believe everybody's out of the house, obviously, and we checked that earlier. And they're out of town right now. So
how far away do you live?
I live in South Pasadena.
So you need to come help out. What waking up today and seeing the devastation?
Really, a lot of people say surreal, you know. But it is part of life, and you just have to keep calm and carry on with it and just try to do as much as you can to prevent, you know, any other issues. So that's why I came with them today to help them out.
It's really nice of you to help out. I keep seeing that time and time again, and people helping, you know, their neighbors and their friends.
But, you know, in South Pass, we woke up, you know, even last night, started smelling smoke. And we're like, wow, we've never had that much smoke in this area, you know. And so, of course, wee hours of the morning, we got a call from our friends and said, hey, we might be coming your way. And I said, all right. You know, then we were able to come back in again and check out what was going on over here and try to help them out a little bit.
Did you pack a bag last night?
Oh, I'm always ready, so you never know. Yeah, no, fortunately where we're at, it wasn't that much of a problem compared to here, so.
Thank you.
Oh, no worries.
We'll see if Julie's still here. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, this neighborhood is amazing. I remember the neighbors just welcoming, the general public. Obviously, this is a huge thing during Christmas time, and thousands and thousands of people come on their streets, and they're just so kind and welcoming, and obviously the decorations are amazing. Julie Green, thank you very much for your time and help with this. Tell me first a little bit about what you're going through.
This sucks. Yeah, Altadena and Los Angeles is on fire, and we're trying our hardest to just douse it out.
What did the firefighters just tell you?
I was concerned about the house, our neighbor's house across the street, lighting one of these trees on fire, and they said that, well, he's over there, but he's
still got you. Go ahead.
He said large trees like this tend to not burn, so you shouldn't be too afraid. He said we're pretty good, but we're still going to douse the ones that are on our neighborhood.
Okay. Did you pack a bag? Ready to go, I'm sure?
We started packing at 6 o'clock last night, and we got our Airstream out, and then our kid and our dog. They're safely down in South Pass, but
I'm sure a lot of people, had this thought last night where you're looking around your house and you're like, how do I even know? Obviously, you grab the essentials, but yeah, what to take?
It is kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy what to take. You realize at the end of the day, they're just things. As long as my kid's okay, as long as my husband is all right, and I'm not burnt, that's what's important. But these trees are important to us, too. Firefighters, come out. If you think they're going to start burning, save Christmas Tree Lane. It's 110 years old. It's the oldest tree lighting ceremony in the United States.
And Henry Ford's house down the road.
Henry Ford. You've got Saul Bass's old case study house.
Thank you very much, Julie. We'll bring you more as soon as we get it. Yeah, I really hope that safe Christmas Tree Lane, she says. Thank you, Julie and Patrick. And we'll leave you with this shot here of their neighbor's house smoldering. Thank you. Stay safe, too. I'll send it back to you guys.
Haley, thank you. So our viewers have been listening to Haley Winslow and her reporting there in Altadena. And this is another area of Altadena. This is the Aldi food market that is engulfed right now. As you can see, Christy Bajardo was showing us these live pictures earlier, and it looks like still no fire crews anywhere.
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry, Marla, I'm having trouble hearing. So there are fire crews here, but we were told that one crew that we were actually witnessing trying to hook up to that hydrant had to leave because they couldn't get water. Instead, it was a combination of pressure and also hose size. So they've gone somewhere else to try to get water. But you can see that they're clearing out even as this is burning. And well, here comes one engine. It appears another one is arriving as the others are leaving. And this has been kicking up quite a bit of smoke and also embers. And I did just speak to someone who came back to the strip mall where I'm standing to lock up a veterinary hospital. They told me that they were out here at 4 in the morning clearing out animals, evacuating the animals that were at the hospital, and it got so hairy that they actually had to crawl out because there was so much smoke. They said they got all of the animals out, then they got themselves out, but they forgot to lock the door. So they just came back to do that. They were all masked up, and we're seeing firefighters now hooking up to this hydrant, and appears there is water. Yes, because we're seeing some spraying out of the top there. So one left, as I said, they indicated it was a combination of hose size and water pressure. It looks like this fire engine has the right hose. So hopefully they can start attending to this fire and to these flames. But with with so much demand right now for water, it has been an issue, as we've seen time and time again during the fight here and also in the Palisades last night. And I want you to walk with me, because if we walk over here, you can just see how much devastation, and the people from the veterinary hospital, which is right there, when they had to leave this morning, this over here was what was on fire. And you can see just how much has been destroyed here. Building after building, cars also leveled, but there are no buildings blocking our view right now. So that is how many businesses, possibly homes as well here, that have been destroyed. It's just unbelievable to look at this. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah, it's mind-boggling. It's hard to really process, given that this is a scene that we've seen play out in the Palisades. First, that was, of course, what started all of our coverage, and then last night, the Eaton fire broke out as just a 10-acre brush fire, and here we are, almost 11,000 acres. Well, it's good to see and hear the fire crews there. Hopefully, they get their water situation worked out. Christy, did you want to say something else?
Well, I was just looking, and it looked like there was a realty business and some others, and you see, and I saw this last night in the Pacific Palisades, but again today, that people have lost livelihoods. They've lost their businesses. People have lost their homes, and sadly, as we know here in the Eaton fire, 2 people also lost their lives. And I was talking about this earlier, just how large the debris is that is coming off of the Aldi food market there. And it's very large debris. You can see all the floor is littered with it. But we're also seeing it completely, Gino, if you can pan around, on the other side of this parking lot. So those very large pieces of burning ash, those embers are flying all the way across the parking lot, and right now it isn't that windy, so you can imagine what it would be like when we have those really strong gusts. And Gino, can you pan towards the grocery outlet? Look at that. Look at all of that ash and falling debris littering that parking lot over there.
Wow. It is now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You are watching Fox 11 Los Angeles and our continuing live coverage of the firestorms hitting Southern California. I'm Alex Michelson with Marla Tellez, Christy Fajardo on the ground right now in Altadena. We are looking at the Aldi market, this food market, which is up in flames. That fire, the Eaton fire, more than 10,000 acres burned. And we are seeing now in the middle of the day some firefighters arriving to try to do the best they can, but there's serious damage to this market, if not a total loss coming. And Christy, it's interesting to see the streets open and people sort of going about their business while all this is underway.
It is. It's stunning. I've seen so many people walking by, even teenagers on skateboards with their cell phones and milling about, obviously, most likely, posting to social media about what they're seeing. I did not see that, I should say, last night in the Pacific Palisades. Early on, there were people who were coming out and taking pictures, but when things got very scary, which they did, just about every neighborhood that we went to had completely cleared out.
Well, I mean, that is good news because we've seen that time and time again where people haven't listened to the evacuation order, and then next thing you know, their lives are in danger. So glad that the neighborhoods have cleared out, but it's so devastating. It's an understatement, I know. But, you know, when you see these businesses, big or small, being just destroyed by Mother Nature and the flames that have erupted. And then just to hear from LA County Fire Chief Maroney today, basically said even if all hands on deck of all of Southern California crews were fighting these fires, it wouldn't be enough, which is why we're seeing fire crews from out of state, from Northern California, coming to our aid, thank goodness. And one of the highlights that I've seen today in our coverage is finally being able to see the helicopter helicopters and the water drops, because of course we didn't see a lot of that yesterday. The super scoopers were out in all of their glory and capability to drop 1,600 gallons of water yesterday on the Palisades fire, but that obviously didn't do a whole lot, and they weren't out for long, and they were grounded overnight. So to see air tankers out today, that's been great news. But as I'm saying this, obviously the firefight is a very serious one here in Altadena. The Eaton fire, this started just sort of on one corner of it when we came to Christie, and now it looks like it's completely engulfed. And obviously, you know, big concerns, because Christie reporting that when they pulled up, the hose size wasn't right for the fire extinguisher in one of the instances, and then another instance, the water pressure wasn't there. So they had to sort of get it. I believe it was they got a new engine to get there with a bigger hose size, and now we're seeing that the water should be dousing this fight soon. Let's hope.
And the real good news.
Yeah, you know, Marla, I don't know what happened with that fire engine. We did see them trying to hook up the hydrant, but by the time we came back, when I was showing you those businesses across the street that had burned, the engine was gone. So I don't know if they were able to get water. I wasn't able to follow up with them. We are seeing another engine here, but right now no one is battling these flames. And also, you know, I want to mention, because I keep hearing from people that are asking me to check on their homes, and we see this in every wildfire. Neighbors who can't go home, and they don't know if it's still standing. I know many have used Ring Video, but when you have power outages, that often no longer works unless it's battery powered. So we are hoping to drive around. We do have a dash camera on our live van, so we're hoping to drive around so we can show people the streets and what it looks like, and hopefully get some answers for some of those neighbors that are now, those homeowners that are so worried.
Yeah, and that's a public service. Hopefully we can do a little bit later on. And part of the good news today, this afternoon, is that the winds are expected to get a little better than they were yesterday. And so hopefully we can start to move from the worst of this thing to, you know, trying to get a hold on this a little bit and get some containment on these fires. Haley Winslow joining us now from Altadena, and she's got a resident there with her. Haley.
He's a desperate resident. Yeah, he just ran up to me right after we were on a few minutes ago. He said, please, please, please help me. Chris, tell us what's going on.
Hi. I was told that my house burned down. I drove up. I needed to see it. I wanted to get some clothes for my son. The entire neighborhood is burnt down, but somehow my house does not even have a scratch. There's no fire damage. I went in, but the house next to mine is still on fire. So I'm going around begging anybody to come put out that fire to protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn on the water myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I have no water pressure, so I have no way of putting it out.
So you and your wife are just trying to go get bottled water? What?
Yeah, so my wife went to get bottled water. I'm going to meet her down the hill, and we're just going to try and throw bottled water on it, but I don't know if that's going to work.
You need a lot more than that. And so the firefighters said that you're basically not on the list right now?
They said they had a list of places to go. They're spread thin. I understand. I really understand.
Yeah, I know, but so you're just begging somebody, if anybody's got water and can help. You're about a mile down the road from here. Tell us your address.
I'm at 615 East Los Flores Drive, Altadena, California, 91001. I'm begging anyone to help put out this fire.
So he's got fire basically all around his house, and somehow there's no damage to his house yet, but it's only a matter of time, and there's literally no water to be able to fight it himself.
Correct.
Is there anything else you want to say?
Help. Please help. I mean, based on the size of the fire to the east of my house, it probably will take 5 to 10 minutes for a hose to put it out. That's it. 5 to 10 minutes, then you can go to the next place.
And Chris Anderson, just so you guys understand, his uncle's house burned down, his mother's house burned down today. He used to live in Pasadena. He moved to Altadena to be closer to them, and now this is what he's dealing with. This is what all of the residents are dealing with. And tell me about your family, what they're going through, too, to wake up to their house gone.
I couldn't even tell my youngest son that the house was burned down when they told me it burned down, because he was already worried. He was already crying. When I told my oldest son that it was burned down, he's 20 years old. He started crying. So to find out that my house is still standing, I immediately told them. They are so overjoyed. I would hate to have told them that, only to come back tomorrow and now it's burned down because I couldn't get a little help.
What's this like for you and your neighbors? I can't imagine the stress level that you're...
Oh my God. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's terrifying. It is really terrible. Even before they put out the evacuation notice for my neighborhood, my mom's had 3 strokes. I called my brother and his sister and my sister-in-law and told them to get my mom out of there. And I started packing even before they gave the official evacuation notice for my house. Because I've been through this. I've lived in Altadena before. I know with the wind and the fire, it was coming. It was just a matter of time.
Chris, what was that moment like when you had to pack and figure out what to bring, and you're looking around and you're, knowing that your uncle and your mom's house already burned down? Take me to that moment when you're looking around.
You're terrified. You just assume you're about to lose everything. I mean, that's all you can think about is the house that your kids grew up in is about to burn down, and your kids are scared, and you just want to protect it for your kids, for your family. And that's what I was trying to do. And that's what I'm still trying to do, because the house has no fire damage. I need someone just to put out that small fire next to it to make sure it stays that way.
And again, the address is 615?
615 East Las Flores Drive.
Just about a mile away from here on Christmas Tree Lane on Alameda and Santa Rosa. And you're obviously familiar with this area. What does this neighborhood mean to you?
Oh, this neighborhood means a lot. My uncle used to own a house right at the end of Christmas Tree Lane on the west side before he moved up to the house that burned down, unfortunately, on Loma Alta Drive last night.
It's a historical landmark. It's unbelievable. I mean, my stomach's in knots. I can't imagine how you're feeling.
It's horrible. I hope I can get some help. To know that my house is standing and then I might lose it because I just couldn't get help, that will even be more painful than it being gone last night.
So again, I mean, I know that, LAFD was asking only firefighters yesterday that are, with the force but maybe off duty to help. But maybe if there's somebody out there who's got firefighter experience and they're trying to see what they can do, anything you can do to help guys like Chris Anderson who are just begging. They're out of water and there's nothing else that they can do. I know he could really use the help. We're reporting live here in Altadena. I'm Haley Winslow. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Haley, we feel for him, wish Chris the best, and hopefully the community can come together to rally behind him. One of the big storylines that we've been talking about in different areas has been the lack of water for firefighters in certain areas at certain times. Basically, the fire hydrants just don't have enough water. How did that happen? What's going on with that? This morning, the head of LADWP was pressed for answers. Here's what was said.
Starting Monday, we started activating an emergency operating plan, and our emergency operating plan calls for us to fill all our tanks and reservoirs to the maximum levels. So the tanks and Palisades were maxed out on water. We also fill our diesel tanks for our generators because we need energy in the pumps to move water. And so all of that was taking place before the emergency started. So we were ready for the emergency. What we were not ready for is fighting an urban fire with no air assets combating that. Fire department was fighting this fire from the ground through the fire hydrants, and the amount of water that was taken was just more than we can supply.
Does that answer the question of when we were over the Palisades last night late in the village then, and Rick Caruso saying that there's no water left? Is that the answer to that issue as well?
That's what she's talking about there, yeah.
Specifically.
Basically, that the tank was as full as it could get, and then we ran out of water, and then there was nothing else. The system was overwhelmed, and they didn't have the helicopters, which would help with a different water source, which would have come from the ocean. But still, not sure if that answer is satisfactory for the people that watched last night, or for the fire crews who really could do nothing as homes and schools and other businesses burned as we watched live on the air, and some continue to burn right now.
Christy Fajardo, she's outside the Aldi Market. This is in Altadena for the Eaton fire, and what's the latest there in that firefight?
Well, Marla, we've heard so much about the lack of water and hydrants not working. And what we're seeing here, you can see one engine driving off, and it's become sort of an assembly line. And we're told that the reason is that this fire hydrant, one across the street and one just down the street from us, maybe about 200 feet, are three of the fire hydrants in the general area that are actually working. So firefighters are coming, they are filling up the engines, and then they are leaving to go try to fight the fire somewhere else. They have cleared out of the Aldi now. We're not seeing anyone trying to defend it at all at this hour. But you did see in the last live shot that we saw an engine, we saw the hose get bigger, which indicated it was being filled with water, and then it took off before we got back to it. And now we know why. It is again because these fire engines are coming here to fill up because they know these 3 hydrants work, and they are then heading out to all of these areas that you see with black smoke billowing up to try to minimize the effects of this very devastating fire. And now they're gathering actually here in this parking lot. You see 2 more engines have just arrived. And another one, if we pan to the right over there, is also just arriving. And for now, at least, there are 3 working hydrants at Calaveras and Lake. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy Fajardo, thank you. And we continue to follow what's happening there. We want to give you an update to what we saw happen a few hours ago. We want to show you this. This was some video that I shot on my phone of Marine One landing in Santa Monica. President Biden was in town today. The real reason he was in town was to see the birth of his great-grandchild at Cedars-Sinai. They scheduled a national monument trip to sort of justify that, which didn't end up happening. He was here, and so because he was here, they did a photo op today with Governor Newsom. Pretty brief. You see him there with the head of CAL FIRE as well getting a briefing. The president did not answer any questions from the media. He read some notes that were prepared for him off a piece of paper. And Governor Newsom praised him for quickly giving him federal funding. And then the president was off. Here's part of the briefing, though, that the president got from Kristen Crowley, who, of course, leads the L.A. Fire Department.
Helicopters, fire engines.
I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we lean forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres as we speak.
That was from the earlier briefing with President Biden and other top local officials there in L.A. County. You have been watching the coverage on Fox 11 Los Angeles right here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more coverage from Fox. More devastating images coming out of L.A. County. What we are going to do now, go get you back out to Fox 11 Los Angeles coverage. If they ever do end their coverage, you will see more from us here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, more from Fox 11.
Lost, but we're thinking well over 1,000 as it relates to just the Pacific Palisades fire alone.
I talked to the head of CAL FIRE off camera this morning, and he said that it's the worst fire he's ever seen in 27 years, and so they think over 1,000 structures burned. Meanwhile, the Eaton fire, also very devastating. We just got word a few moments ago that there's going to be a media briefing at 4 o'clock today, which we'll carry live here on Fox 11. Hopefully we'll get some more information there in terms of not only acreage, but the plan going forward, and maybe some good news when it comes to the weather as well.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the bad news as it relates to the forecast is that red flag warning was supposed to expire tonight at 6 o'clock. That's not going to happen. The National Weather Service extended that into Thursday. So obviously that means that the winds are not backing off like originally forecasted by 6 p.m. So we'll have to see. But again, we're seeing some air resources out there today, which is hopefully putting a little bit of a dent in those flames, because just driving into work on the west side, it was like something I'd never seen. It looked like, we've heard the war zone term, phrase, but it did. It looked, you know, all of those down trees, debris everywhere, and not a lot of people out and about.
Right. And that's the thing. If you can avoid driving around, it's a good thing to avoid that today. There's a lot of folks who are going to have to be on the road because of these emergency situations, and try to clear the way for them. It's a good day to stay home if you can. Plus, a bad day to be outside with the air quality. You know, do your workouts indoors if you can. Make the dog walk pretty quick. I mean, it's very unhealthy air out there for much of Southern California.
So you mentioned the Eaton fire. We have word that that press conference to update us will happen at 4 o'clock. That's from the Pasadena Convention Center, which, by the way, serves as an evacuation center for those folks in Altadena who need it. We're back with Christy Fajardo there. Christy, you're outside the Aldi food market. Fire trucks going on behind you as well. The latest.
Yeah, well, we just saw actually a U.S. Forest Service truck pull up here at this hydrant. And while that engine was filling up its water tank, the U.S. Forest Service was doing the same. And there's another hydrant right over there. In fact, you can see it. And there's a third across the street. And we are told that there are only 3 working hydrants in the general area. So there's a few others a couple of miles away, but this one is the one in the general vicinity, and that is why the word has gone out, and firefighters from different agencies are coming here to fill up, and they're working very, very quickly. They are filling up and then leaving, and there are a couple of engines right now in the parking lot, and here comes another. They've completely abandoned the firefight in the Aldi, and right now it looks, if we can pan that way into the window, it looks like the inside now is burning as well. At one point, we did not see flames coming from the window. We only saw it from the rooftop, but that looks like that has changed, and that could be perhaps why firefighters decided that there was no saving this building. Earlier, though, when we first got here, we saw the flames were much, much larger, and there was debris and really massive embers flying all around. That seems to have tapered off a bit and hopefully stays that way. But if we walk over here, you can see some of the chunks of debris that flew over here. We saw chunks of debris on the other side of the parking lot, so it was spreading pretty far. And I want to walk down the street because it looks like something next door to this building here has also been leveled, and we've not been able to walk over there previously because there were a lot of fire engines and firefighters, and we did not want to get in their way. But I'm looking, and I'm seeing quite a bit of debris on the ground and on the sidewalk. So yeah, sadly, it looks like something else was destroyed over there as well. And right now I'm walking past the Altadena Florist. This building is made of brick, so I'm not seeing any damage, at least not from my vantage point. But right next door. Wow. Multiple businesses here. Oh, this is really heartbreaking to see, have been destroyed, and it looks like it goes on for the entire block. And sadly, we are seeing quite a few images, quite a few scenes like this one in Altadena this morning. And Gino, if you pan that way, you can see it's not just this building, it's the one next to it, and possibly one more as well. Let's send it back to you.
So much destruction to process and take in. This is in Altadena, the Eaton fire. And speaking of all of that destruction, it is really sickening to have to report that LA County Sheriff Robert Luna reported some arrests because of looters in the area of the Eaton fire. Let's go ahead and listen to what he had to say about that.
If you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught. You're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there.
So 2 looters were arrested in a wildfire evacuation zone. That was in relation to the Eaton fire. And this is a shot from, which camera is this? This is from our roof cam in West Los Angeles.
Wow.
So Fox 11 is here on the west side of Los Angeles, adjacent to Santa Monica. And this is our camera looking out toward, it looks like this would be the Palisades fire. And just that massive plume of black smoke, which Alex and I witnessed all day yesterday. And, you know, what's interesting here, though, is don't see a lot of the active flames, which yesterday we did see, but obviously they are there. Don't be fooled by that. It looks like Star Harvey is here now to talk about the forecast. I just mentioned that red flag warning that was supposed to expire at 6, but no, it's been extended.
Yeah, it's extended into portions of tomorrow. And so, you know, we have a lot more to get through in terms of this fire weather. You know, taking a look at that, you know, just plume of smoke. You know, I live in what I would consider the center of the San Fernando Valley. And aside from the Silmar fire and yes, the Woodley fire there, we just are surrounded by fire no matter, or smoke, no matter which way you look around. And so bringing you right into our headlines here, we are continuing to see that widespread potential for our windstorm, where we are seeing those wind gusts, again, get upwards of, I'd say, 60 to 80 plus miles per hour. Now, we are seeing a lull in the wind activity, but again, we are not in the clear because we do have those advisories that have been extended. Our sustained winds anywhere from 20 to 40 miles per hour. You take that and you also add in our dry vegetation out there. We're talking humidity values from single digits into the teens, and that's what allows for, you know, these are the ingredients that allows for all of this dangerous weather. We are continuing to see that rapid growth and spread, you know, out in Eaton, where I've seen Bob at, just those embers just really just floating by and starting those new fires in some of those homes. And we're going to continue to probably see that until these winds actually do die down. And not just the fire, we are talking the likelihood of more downed trees as well as those power lines. And I myself have seen that as well, moving through the San Fernando Valley and coming down the 405 here to our station. Plenty of those intersections, the lights are out. And so we got to do our best to play safe out there if we are not in those immediate fire zones. But again, here's a look at our red flag warning. It includes all of this highlighted pink area. It is in effect for the rest of today. It has been extended by the National Weather Service through portions of tomorrow. And again, this is not just going to be subject to portions of the Pacific Palisade region or into portions of Silmar or Eaton, Altadena area. We're talking all of this highlighted pink area here. Get a look at it because the ingredients are there for this fire to spread across any of this region or to ignite across that area. And so we have the dry conditions, but also the windy weather out there. And with the winds in place, this is the alert that we are looking at, also extended through portions of today as well, where we are looking at our winds stretching across portions of the Inland Empire, our high desert, our low desert, the Los Angeles Basin, our mountains, as well as portions of Orange County. And this is going to be with those winds kicking up, not just sustained, but also with their gusts. We do show some of the area getting a little bit of that lull there, but still a lot of the region still moving in those double digits. This is our sustained winds. Here's a look at our gusts. Even though those numbers just not showing up here through that 5 corridor. We do still show them gusting with that contour active there, moving anywhere from about, I'd say, 30 to 45 miles per hour across the region. This is a look into at this afternoon, where we do still show our map fully contoured here, stretching into this evening as well, where we do show things slightly going down, but then bumping right back up, moving into portions of tomorrow morning, which is the likelihood as to why those alerts, watches, and warnings were extended. Our humidity values, just as we've been talking about, on the dry side, single digits, and this is across a lot of the Los Angeles basin, where these numbers we usually see in our desert communities. So we got a lot to get through, not just for your Wednesday, but pushing into when these weather alerts are going to be expiring. I'll have more details on what's happening here in the weather department, but for now, back to you guys.
All right, Star, thanks so much. Haley Winslow's there, and you have some neighbors who are actually helping the firefighters there?
Yeah, so we're, Marla, on our way to Henry Ford's house that's on fire down the street, but on the way, we see obviously this house on fire, and then we saw something really incredible. See this hose, this garden hose? This is connected to the fire truck, and this homeowner is filling up the fire truck tank with their hose so that they can fight these fires. They are out of water everywhere north of Woodbury, so none of the fire hydrants have any water in them, which is why these homeowners, you see them spraying, you know, the flames themselves with the garden hose. So this homeowner is letting this truck here at 20 fill up the tank and let them go on their way so that they can fight not only this fire, but the houses on fire all down this road. You're talking to me in the control room. I can't hear you, so you can say that again. But we're going to walk back here to, the firefighters are a little bit shy, but this guy is the one who owns the home and is kindly donating his water. Sir, sorry to bother you. We're with Fox 11, and we were just talking about how you were kind enough to let them fill up their tank with the water, the fire department.
I have no comments. That's fine. We got to help the community.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, no problem.
What is this like for you to go through? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, we're doing good. Thank God we were able to save our house, and it's very unfortunate for everybody else.
Thank you.
Of course.
We're praying for you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you guys for all that you do. We really appreciate it. Thank you. They're obviously stretched very thin. This house next door, Marla, obviously a total loss. And Christmas Tree Lane, which is, you know, right next door where we just were live a minute ago, Rand McNally used to live on that road. You know, he was the guy who invented the maps. Tons and tons and tons of famous people. A graphic designer that is very well known. So if you remember the 3 blue lines on the AT&T logo, Sal Bass. Sal Bass used to live on that street too. He also did the logo for the Girl Scouts, for tons of movies. So just a lot of famous people. Some people that didn't want me to tell them that tell people that they live on that road, but just some really nice houses that are completely engulfed. And Henry Ford's obviously his home from Victoria times. It's down the street here.
No water north of Woodbury. They're literally filling the
my friend
with the garden hose.
This is Ryan. He's a freelance photographer who told us about this. Andrew, sorry. Andrew, we're on Fox 11. Do you mind telling me what you were saying about the water?
So there's no water north of Woodbury. Well, for whatever reason, there's no water. So the firefighters over there from wherever they're at, LA County, they are literally using the garden hose to fill up their truck. It's either that or they have to leave, fill up down below Woodbury, and then come back up.
I saw you on the fire truck. What's this like for you? I mean,
I haven't covered much news in 20 years. Actually, I'm a full-time teacher at John Muir High School. I teach media arts, and last night I was up till about 3. It's absolutely scary, and especially this is my own neighborhood. I live like half a mile or a mile down the street.
So as Andrew was telling me too, anytime you see a fire hydrant, you guys, the blue cap, that means that it's out of water.
So yeah, there's no water if there's a blue cap. Some of the other ones have more pressure. The firefighter was telling me that as you go south of fire, the pressure gets worse. But they're doing the absolute best they can. And I would say the best thing that I saw from the fires last night, make sure you don't have any like debris right next to your house. That was catching on fire. I put out a few of those last night with just people's garden hoses. If you have time, stretch out the garden hose, make it easy for someone walking by, and turn it on, but like have a cap on there so it's not wasting the water. But the houses that did that, it was really easy to save and to put out fires. The other ones, see ya.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's, we always say the defensible space should be 20 feet, 100 feet if you can, but waking up today all over Southern California, there's debris everywhere from the winds, which is a very good point to clean up because that's only going to create more fuel. Did you want to say something?
I just want to tell you what really happened. They emptied most of that tank on our house, and they left a little bit just for last-minute emergency, and they were sitting there, and they were nice enough to wait in case something happens. And then while they were waiting, they were using our hose to fill it up. It's not like they were desperate for water.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to add.
Andrew was saying that there's not any water north of Woodbury.
That's probably, but in this particular scenario, they left a little bit in the tank to just finish up if something happens. Well, that's what I want to add. Pasadena has water. I don't think we have any issues.
The fire hydrants, they were saying don't have any water.
That's probably something. I'm just saying this scenario. Yeah, they were waiting. They left a little bit because the fire kept coming this way, and they couldn't use all. And while they were waiting, they just went to use the hose.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I really appreciate it. All right, we'll get clarity on the fire hydrants too. But I know that I was told earlier there wasn't any water north of Woodbury, which is what Andrew was saying too. So we'll get some clarity on that. We're gonna keep going down the street and find Henry Ford's house, and we'll be back to you in a little bit. Reporting live here in Altadena, I'm Haley Winslow at the Eden Fire. Back to you.
Haley Winslow, thank you. You can see, Marla, really how the communities all over the place are stepping up. So many people want to do whatever they can to help. A lot of people asking.
We've been watching some of the coverage there from Fox 11. We will continue to do so this evening. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More coverage in just... Back, more coverage of the breaking news out of L.A. County with these massive wildfires. Let's go back into the coverage. Fox 11, Los Angeles.
And it's still occurring because I can see flames on the other side of all of this debris, and it looks like that actually might be burning about a block away. But if we pan to the right, past this Jack-in-the-Box, you'll see that something else is on fire. And if we pan across the street, you'll see something is burning over there as well. And in front of what is burning, there's a sign with a happy or a smiling tooth. And you've got to believe, or at least it looks like there was a dentist office there, and that has been completely leveled. And the building in front of it, Brian's Cleaners, is also badly damaged. And across the street, we don't even know what was there because the sign has been destroyed as well. And next door to it, another building completely leveled. And we're just seeing business after business destroyed. And again, behind every one, there is a family or a person who thought of this, who worked hard to make it a reality, and now it's completely gone. And unfortunately, it seems like everywhere we go, we're just seeing that in Altadena. There'll be one building, like the Jack in the Box, that it looks unscathed, and the one right next door that is a total loss. And I hear this time and time again while covering wildfires. People wonder, why did one building survive and another didn't? And sometimes it's just luck of the draw. Let's send it back to them.
Yeah, you're really at the whim of Mother Nature, depending on where that wind blows, where that ember ends up. And we've seen that happen time and time again, where an entire neighborhood, one side of the street could be completely wiped out, the other side unscathed. It's amazing how that happens. And we've seen those embers fly miles. And that's part of the problem, especially when you have these destructive winds that certainly are not letting up, and that red flag warning, as we heard, extended into tomorrow. Obviously, Christy, I meant to say out of the gate, we're so sorry to hear the personal connection that your home is now under an evacuation warning. Let us know, obviously, if there's anything that we can do, if your family's safe, etc. Let's hope that that does not turn into an evacuation order.
Yeah, thank you so much, Marla. I mean, we did think ahead. I did pack my car this morning when I came to work, and my daughter is staying with my cousin in another part of town, so she's safe. I am worried about my pet, but my husband has come up with a contingency plan to go get our bearded dragon if necessary.
Well, yeah. I'm glad you have a plan. That doesn't surprise me. You are, on top of everything. So, Christy, we're obviously thinking of you and wishing that everything works out just fine.
Yeah, this fire hitting so close to home for so many people. Christy, thank you. Meanwhile, we continue to look at live pictures, and now it looks like our chopper is at True Skyfox is over this fire, I believe, for the first time. We were grounded because of those dramatic winds. It is good to see that our chopper is now up, and it'd be great to get some guidance on which flank of this fire. I think this is Pacific Palisades, but yeah, Pacific Palisades fire, which we know has burned about 16,000 acres or so far, and you look at it from the air and you really, wow, look at that as we pan out, just all that smoke, and so much of it dark smoke, which is a bad sign, although we do see some white smoke, which is a better sign, but we see so much of the west side of Los Angeles just covered in smoke right now as this firefight continues, and as far as we know, this thing's still at 0% contained. Let's put some info on your screen to talk about some of the numbers that we're looking at right now when it comes to this firefight. Right now, the Palisades fire is officially at 15,832, although we know that it's more than that. It's burning in L.A. County. We're talking about Pacific Palisades. We've seen lots of Malibu burning. Thankfully, no structure loss in Santa Monica so far.
Eaton Fire, 10,600 acres. This is, yes, L.A. County as well, right near Pasadena in the heart of Altadena, as we've had our crews out there as well. And then the third fire is the Hearst fire. This broke out late last night. Alex and I covered the originality of this, and this was a small fire, as they all, of course, start out to be, and then it quickly gained in size, although 700 acres by comparison, easy for me to say if my home isn't threatened, but 700 acres holding steady there. Let's hope that that one can be put out soon. That's the Hearst fire. And then there was this that erupted early this morning, the Woodley fire in the Sepulveda Basin right near Van Nuys, holding strong at 30 acres. At first, there was concern that that was going to erupt quickly with a rapid rate of spread, but Bob DeCastro was out there and said they actually downgraded that to 30 acres. So, all right, speaking of Bob, he has moved and he's at the Pasadena Convention Center, where we are awaiting a press conference about the Eaton fire, not scheduled till 4 o'clock. Bob, what do we know?
Well, we're also here at the Convention Center, which has turned into one of the major evacuation centers for this region for the Eaton fire. And I tell you, Marla, Alex, I have covered a lot of different stories here at the Convention Center, mostly conventions, kind of fun things. And it's really eerie and different to see it being utilized in a different way. But this is all to help the community and those evacuated. As we know, there are some 50,000 evacuees here, 40 under evacuation warnings. There's a front door there of the Pasadena Convention Center. I'm going to bring in Miriam with the Red Cross to tell us a little bit more about this. I know this was activated just yesterday or a couple of days ago, and now there are more and more people that are coming through these doors. I walk around inside. People are in cots. How many people do you have now that you're serving here at the Convention Center?
Yeah, so right now we have at least 1,000 people, with more coming in as time goes by throughout the day. And of those 1,000 people, you know, we're still getting people coming in just for resources. So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, and you have people who have different needs, because I walked around and you have seniors here. I imagine I heard that there were some people who evacuated from senior centers that had to be evacuated or actually burned down, so they're being housed here. So you have people of different levels. So once they walk through the doors, you kind of assess what it is that they need once they get here?
Yeah, so we'll check in with every resident and see if there are any needs it might have, such as access and functional needs, or maybe even dietary needs, just to make sure that their stay here is comfortable.
Yeah, and I know that Red Cross just got here, and you're sort of helping Pasadena, the city of Pasadena, kind of taking over this scene here. What other services are you going to be offering here? I know that you do the regular stuff where people just need the basics like food, right?
Mm-hmm. So definitely we'll have food here, but for those who need longer-term help, we offer dormitories. So there is a place to stay here for being overnight, as well as any other services like mental health services, general health services as well, just to make sure that they're doing okay.
Yeah, and I noticed that there are a lot of food trucks that came out here. Tell us about the food trucks that came out here. I imagine as we were talking, there were people who were coming up to you and asking you, how can we volunteer our help and our services here?
Yeah, of course. So the food trucks, I believe they're volunteers. They've offered their services that they provide generally on a day-to-day basis. I just got here, so I'm not fully aware of it. But in terms of volunteering with the shelter, the best thing right now to do is sign up at redcross.org to be a volunteer. You will be processed, and then you'll get some notifications on how to proceed with that involvement. But we do recommend you doing that instead of showing up to the shelter, because it is a quite active scene.
And then what are you telling people who are evacuating? What do they need to do? Is it easy enough just to come down here, find a parking space? I know there's a big parking area at the mall here at Green Street. Is that open and it's okay for people to come here and do that if they need to come here for a couple of hours or overnight? It's something that they can do.
Of course, parking structure is available for residents coming in, so they don't need to pay, so they are able to park right across the street.
Okay. Miriam, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Miriam with the American Red Cross. It definitely is, I will say, and we'll take you inside just a little bit later, but it is quite a scene inside as I walked up, and you see all of the different areas that are utilized for different conventions, different rooms, and they are filled with people who are laying on cots. And again, they kind of triage them according to all of their different needs. But lots of volunteers I saw coming in here, or people who are in the community that are trying to help and volunteer their services and bring food, all of those goods. But the Red Cross said the best thing to do is just to go to the Red Cross and their website and their organization so that they can sort of process it out instead of creating a little bit more of a scene here, because it's just they're processing a lot of people, especially at this stage.
Bob DeCastro, who started his coverage with me at 2 o'clock in the morning and is still going live at 2:46 in the afternoon. Bob, thank you for the tireless work today. We really appreciate it. And Marla, you think about the fact that we had these massive fires, and we've only had 2 deaths. which is really extraordinary. I mean, obviously, we feel for the 2 people that were killed in the Eaton fire, but the fact that we've had over 1,000 structures burned, the amount that those fires were just out of control and everywhere, that means that the evacuations largely worked. People did take this seriously. They did get out. There's a reason why Bob has that many people there. Is a good news. Haley Winslow, what are we looking at here?
These firefighters are trying to get in the garage where the fire is so they can put it out because it's obviously still a big threat. This is Glendale Fire. Sorry, it's a lot of crap in the air. They've been using an electric saw. Good job, guys. Wow. They've been at it for a little while. So this is a very famous house. It's not Henry Ford's house. That's a few doors down. But this is the place where everything big is basically filmed. Beyonce. We've got the movie The Jobs. Frank, you're just standing on the cable. Sorry. We're at a little bit of a hectic thing. This is Ray and John. They own the home, and obviously you can see their car was burned, but thank God their house was not. We just talked to your neighbor, and he gave us a little bit more information, first about how well it's built, even during the Northridge fire. Never, no crack.
Yeah, during the earthquake.
I mean, the earthquake, I'm sorry. It's been
no damage at all. It's an incredible house built in 1928. It's called the Breitenstein Estate. We do a lot of filming here.
Yeah, and this is just absolutely devastating to see our guest house and garages go and the Mercedes go. It's really disappointing.
You said Beyonce...
Got a video here.
And what else? The Jobs movie?
Jobs movie, the Synthesizer, the TV series. We've had a lot of filming done here, which we've enjoyed, and we'll continue to do so. The guest house is rarely used for that purpose.
What was it like when you guys came home and saw this?
Devastating, absolutely devastating.
Yeah.
Just horrific.
We were so excited when we first entered and saw that there was no damage to the house itself, but then as we came down the driveway and saw the smoldering ruins of what was a home office, 4-car garage, and a guest house, and this is well.
At least they got it. They got in, so the threat will be gone. This is obviously a very well-known neighborhood with Christmas Tree Lane down the road and Henry Ford's house and a lot of other famous people that live on these streets. What's it like to live here, and what's it like for you to go through this?
It's wonderful to live here in this neighborhood. It's just disappointing that we're all having to share this bad experience at this time.
Yeah, it feels like all of LA is on fire right now. Is there any...
It does absolutely feel like all of LA is on fire.
And we want to make sure that everyone understands we have the deepest sympathy for their loss as well. You know, this is a guest house and a garage, and there's been other things that have been more tragic. Disappointing, but, you know, our hearts are with everyone who suffered any kind of loss during this situation.
What's this been like for you guys? Just, I mean, waking up today and seeing all the devastation. I'm sure you didn't sleep much anyway, but just...
We didn't. We got up at 6 o'clock and we just suddenly saw fires popping up.
Yeah, we saw fires across the street. Our neighbor's garage burnt down also, and his fences and a pool, and so it's just been crazy.
On a normal day, with when you have these filming situations, tell me what that's like. It's obviously a pretty famous place to be.
We get to meet some very interesting people, and it's kind of nice when you're watching a movie and you see your house that's in the movie, or, you know, that's kind of fun. And so it's just something we do and have done for the 22 years we've lived here.
Well, it seems like a good place to live. It was obviously built very well if you can withstand the Northridge earthquake.
Good thing we live up there.
Yeah. All right. Well, firefighters obviously doing a really good job here, and thankfully only this guest house and the car lost. We're on TV. Do you guys want to say anything on Fox 11? Okay. Thank you for your work. Hard work. Thank you. All right. We're going to send it back to you guys. They obviously got in and got the fire out, so no longer a threat here in Altadena.
All right. Haley, we have this bad news coming into the newsroom about the Eaton fire. This is from LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. He says that the death toll is rising 5 people now have died in the Eaton fire. Earlier, it was 2 people, and now that death toll has risen to 5 people have died in the Eaton fire that is burning in Altadena, and that's this live picture that we're showing you here. That's where Christy Fajardo has been this morning, Bob DeCastro, Haley Winslow. So that death toll, sorry to have to report that, up to 5. We also know that from the Palisades fire, there was a 25-year-old LAFD firefighter, a female, who sustained a serious head injury while fighting that fire last night. Her condition is not known. She was taken to the hospital for treatment. And then also LAFD reported that multiple burn victims had sort of stumbled along PCH in the Palisades fire near the Duke's restaurant on PCH. And those people were transported, so we're working to get information on their conditions in terms of those burn victims.
And speaking of the Malibu area, word from Moon Shadows, the iconic restaurant there, they posted on social media that that restaurant is burned down, which is really sad. So many people have enjoyed, great drinks there with that incredible view right along Pacific Coast Highway, and Moon Shadows is no more. Let's hope they're able to rebuild.
All right, let's stay in the Palisades area. That's where Matthew Seedorf has been reporting for us.
We're on Ulmer Avenue in Miami Way. We're still seeing those fires pick up. Look at this massive fire starting at this home. Power lines on fire. It is just destroyed. And look, here comes the fire department right now. We're also seeing other fires popping up at other homes down the street. Look at that. The fire department is so overwhelmed, they just drove right by while this home is engulfed in flames. And we can see the embers still flying in the air with these big 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts. I don't know if you can see this power pole over there, Al, but look up in the trees. It's starting to catch on fire, and this is why the fire is still continuing to spread. Even today, 24 hours after it started, the devastation just hard to put into words. It looks like there's other homes that are destroyed further down. But look at this. I mean, this was a beautiful house at one point, and right now it is just whipping up in flames. You can feel the heat and hear the cracking and the popping. Wow. Reporting Pacific Palisades, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Matthew, thank you. I want to bring into the conversation right now Star Harvey, our meteorologist, as we take a look from Skyfox. Maybe we can take this picture. Okay. Star, talk to us about the air quality right now.
It's all just so hard to watch and so hard to take in. And yeah, that leads me right into our air quality, where we do have some of those red dots on our map here. And this is just getting me right over to our key here, where we do show that the red is just representation of that unhealthy level. And a lot of the regions still impacted by, I'd say, the yellows as well. So still pretty moderate and unhealthy out there. And not just for those sensitive groups. We have an air quality index number that is registering over 170. So again, we want to make sure that everyone is indoors. If you do not have to be outside, we do have an air quality alert. This alert is going to extend across a big portion of the area, and you'll see right here in this scene next to me why. We have lots of smoke out there stretching with our winds. It is really just blowing it across a lot of the region, and this is going to be across the Inland Empire, stretching down towards a portion of Orange County, but our Los Angeles basin included in this, out towards Long Beach, and also up the Ventura County coastal area as well. Now, along with our winds, we do have this very low humidity values, and for a lot of the area, we are sitting between the single digits to the teens, and this has been the case through this entire event almost, and it does continue into this evening. I'm going to roll us into tonight, where we're not seeing much improvement across a great portion of the area, where it is going to continue dry out there. Now, we are seeing a little improvement when it does come to our sustained winds, and I'm going to step out of the screen here so you can see how we do have some of that energy calming down, but still some double digits, and this is our sustained winds. And I was taking a look at, or taking a hear at what Matthew was experiencing out there at one of those locations, where you could hear the gust out there. You could also hear that crackling of the fires, and with that, wind gusts still kicking up upwards of 30 to 45 miles per hour across some of the area. And to get us through some of our peak. You know, although we are seeing some of those winds die down a little bit, this is a look at where some of our top gusts were with this entire event. We're talking over the last 24 hours. So we have seen those numbers be cut, I'd say, in more than a half across some of the area, where if you were across Arrowhead Springs, over 90 mile per hour registered up there, upwards towards Rancho Cucamonga, over 80 miles per hour, and in Eaton Canyon, 70 mile per hour winds were gusting across the area. And just to put this into perspective for you, I know a lot of meteorologists like myself, we've been using hurricane status to just let you know at home what this means for you all out there. And just to let you know, some of those winds, when we think in terms of a Hurricane 1 status, it does clock in the 70s. And you'll see there, we see our winds getting a lot higher than that. And so the big question has also been, why is this happening here? And the honest answer is that we just do have the perfect setup, the classic Santa Ana wind setup, where we'd have that low pressure system, also that high pressure system. They are moving in opposite directions. Our low pressure system does have that counterclockwise motion, and we have this high pressure system moving in that clockwise motion. And so we do have these two systems really doing their best to just fight for their space there. And so what that means for you at home is, through that space where we are located at, in between these two systems, we have something called a pressure gradient. That pressure gradient is what allows for our Santa Ana wind event to actually take place. And so we did see the peak of our wind event happen overnight, stretching into portions of this morning. We do have, I'd say, a lull in the winds across some of the area, not all of us, but again, we do show that our advisories have stretched well past into today. We are going to see that they stretch into portions of tomorrow. And again, just to let you know how rare this event is, it is a particularly dangerous situation. It is reserved for the most extreme events. And again, the last time that we saw anything like this happen was not just last month in December, but previously in November. And so just 3 months in a row where we've had this issued. And before that, the last season we had it was, I'd say, over 4 years ago. So we got a lot to get through, guys. For now, I'll go ahead and toss it back to you.
All right, Stars, thanks so much. We want to hear from a man in the Eaton fire in Altadena who has a desperate plea for help to save his home.
I was told that my house burned down. I drove up. I needed to see it. I wanted to get some clothes for my son. The entire neighborhood is burned down, but somehow my house does not even have a scratch. There's no fire damage. I went in, but the house next to mine is still on fire. So I'm going around begging anybody to come put out that fire to protect my home.
Because there's no water.
There's no water pressure. I tried to turn on the water myself. I would have tried to put it out, but I have no water pressure, so I have no way of putting it out.
So you and your wife are just trying to go get bottled water?
Yeah, so my wife went to get bottled water. I'm going to meet her down the hill, and we're just going to try and throw bottled water on it. I mean, that's all you can think about, is the house that your kids grew up in is about to burn down, and your kids are scared, and you just want to protect it for your kids, for your family. And that's what I was trying to do. And that's what I'm still trying to do, because the house has no fire damage. I need someone just to put out that small fire next to it to make sure it stays that way.
He says that house is on 615 Las Flores Drive in Altadena. He wants all the help that he can get.
All right, we are approaching the 3 o'clock hour, and the Palisades fire, by the way, we're seeing those numbers on the screen. Those are, we're sorry, incorrect. The fire has grown to almost 16,000 acres. It sits at 15,832. Now that the clock has struck 3 o'clock, we want to let you know that you are watching continuous coverage, wall-to-wall coverage, commercial-free here on Fox 11. I'm Marla Tejas alongside Alex Michelson. Our coverage, if you aren't able to watch it on television, the traditional way, we have multiple ways you can watch us on the Fox Local app, a wonderful resource, especially in a time of crisis like now, as we're looking from Skyfox and see the flames, those active flames down below of the Palisades fire. You can also stream us live on foxla.com/live.
And we started our coverage yesterday at 10:30 in the morning, and we are still on live now today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're going to be here for the long haul as Los Angeles and the greater Southern California area is in crisis right now. We are seeing that play out in real time in Altadena. That's where Haley Winslow is reporting for us live. We got the Palisades fire. We also have the Eaton fire, which has burned over 10,000 acres. Haley.
Hey, I can't hear you guys, but I'm just going to go ahead and tell you what's going on here. We're still at the Brighton estate. This was an asphalt contractor, built this house in 1928. We were just here a minute ago. We thought the fire was out. It's not. So they kind of sparked back up again, and firefighters are putting out these flames right here. And Frank, if you can see that one right there on the right side of the garage, too. The neighbor's house next door is a total loss, and so obviously they're trying to put out any threat so it doesn't keep spreading. So we're just down the road from Christmas Tree Lane and right on Santa Rosa and Alameda, basically down that road. This is where the really famous house called the Brighton Stein Estate, built in 1928. He moved here from the East Coast, and this house, the main house, has been able to withstand literally anything. The Northridge earthquake, this fire's built of stone, really thick walls, and the roof's made of slate. So that's why it's pretty much been able to not even have a crack with the Northridge earthquake when other houses around it definitely had damage. This is their guest house. There was computers inside. John, do you want to tell us what else you guys lost?
Contracts, documents.
Obviously your car, your Mercedes right here.
The Mercedes, of course. But again, it's not as devastating as it was for other people's losses.
Yeah, we heard Marla say a minute ago 5 people have died now in this Eaton fire. I did just talk to a couple police officers for Pasadena here, and they said that they were going around still helping people evacuate from burning homes, but they've gotten everybody out now, and so they're more just trying to help people, help the firefighters with these homes. So you can see their trucks, the firefighter trucks down the street. I'm sorry I can't hear you guys, so I'll just keep talking whenever you want to go to somebody else, no problem. But the house next door you can see is a total loss. And what would happen next, John? You said you have to file the claim, obviously.
Yeah, file an insurance claim with our insurance agent and then decide what we're going to do with building it back and the guest house and everything else that goes involved with that.
All right, we'll let you guys go. This was obviously a Beyonce music video night in 2022. It was filmed here. A lot of other famous movies, a Steve Jobs movie, so people kind of know this house around town as the Brighton Stein house. And it's been spared, but the houses around it are completely destroyed. We're going to keep walking and show you something else in just a minute. I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, Haley, thank you so much. And let's take that picture of the live shot from Skyfox and that fixed-wing aircraft, a CAL FIRE aircraft, and I believe that this is, can we get some guidance from the booth, is this headed toward the Palisades fire or the Eaton fire?
This looks like Palisades.
Okay, yeah, the Palisades, and there's another one. So we didn't see a lot of this yesterday. It's good to see now. And then we also saw the super scoopers literally landing in the Pacific to scoop up 1,600 gallons of water and then make those water drops. So
yeah, and one of the big differences, I mean, that's one of the spotter planes there, big differences between now and yesterday is the winds are not as bad. And so because of that, not only is it safer to fly and easier to get the water, but it is, they can be more strategic about it because in terms of the drops, yesterday it was so windy and going so many different directions that a lot of times the drops wouldn't end up where they were trying to drop it, and then it kind of was a waste, plus it was putting the pilots in danger because it was so windy. So we do have better weather conditions today. Still not great, but better than what we saw yesterday, which allows them to fly and put water on it from the air, and that also takes a lot of pressure from some of the groundwork. And yesterday, part of the reason that they said that they had problems with the hydrants essentially running out of water is because they didn't have any air tankers up, and so they had to rely entirely on the ground. This relieves some of the pressure from the ground. Obviously, you're not going to run out of water in the Pacific Ocean, and this gives them a chance to to at least begin the process of getting containment on this thing. But a fire that big is going to take a while to really make progress in terms of containment. But hopefully tonight we don't see those dramatic images of just entire streets going up in flames, and we can start to think about and begin the process of rebuilding. But even the process of assessing the damage has barely begun, because we still are in the midst of a firefight when you see all of that smoke.
Another asset that we have at our disposal is Gavin Newsom today activating the National Guard.
Right.
There were questions about that. Why wasn't that done sooner? But it has been done. So better late than never. So the National Guard has been called in to help as well. As we're just looking live at this CAL FIRE plane making its way. You call this a spotter plane. Oh, there's that FOS check.
Yep.
There it is. That is always nice to see. And obviously they're putting that there to stop the spread of those flames. And, you know, as we're saying this, the word is that Santa Monica evacuations have been expanded. Let me pull those up so that you can get those, because I know that that is impacting a whole different neighborhood or city, if you will. Alex, go ahead, and while I pull this up.
As you do that, I spoke to the mayor of Santa Monica this morning, who was out at that event with President Biden, and she said the good news so far was that they had zero structure loss in Santa Monica, despite their next-door neighbor, Pacific Palisades, taking so much, and Malibu taking so much as well, that they were really grateful that so far the winds had not blown the fire right towards Santa Monica, and that Santa Monica was kind of a pocket where even the air quality was a little bit better than what you're seeing in other neighborhoods because of the wind and the ocean. She was hoping that it would stay that way today. The fact that they've expanded the evacuation zone is obviously not good news, but the only good news so far is we have not seen anywhere close to the destruction in the city of Santa Monica that we've seen in the city of Los Angeles.
So this is a leave immediately evacuation order from Santa Monica, and this is expanded for all areas north of Montana Avenue from the beach to 11th Street. I'll repeat that. Leave immediately for all of those homes north of Montana Avenue from the beach to 11th Street. You know, we hate to have to report all of this, but, you know, the winds aren't as bad as yesterday. We are seeing the fixed-wing aircraft up more so today than we were yesterday. So, and now we have other states helping out. This is an all-hands-on-deck. I mean, obviously, this is national news.
Right.
Literally, L.A. County on fire. I've seen those headlines all today. And the plume of smoke can be seen from really anywhere in our area. It is that massive. We just hope that we're able to get some containment on this. It's a long way from that, but when we have some more resources and when the weather is more favorable, then we can start to report that, and that'll be a good feeling.
And if you know Pacific Palisades, you know, there are areas that are more rugged and hilly and don't have a whole lot of homes on them. And then there are areas that have a whole lot of homes on them. And that's part of what went up in flames tonight. If something has to burn, we hope that the winds are going to move this in the direction away from homes to some of that vegetation, which obviously is not nearly as devastating for people. You know, that would be the ideal situation tonight. That happens, and then they're able to get containment around it and get this fire under control. That hasn't happened yet, but that would be the best case scenario that we could look at tonight as we start to get a different perspective now that Skyfox is up, which gives us a better view of exactly what's happening here, the areas that we can be concerned about, and some of the areas that maybe we don't have to worry about as much. But you really do get a sense of just how big this thing is.
And we're hearing from now the California Department of Parks and Recreation about the loss of some historic homes and buildings. This is the Palisades fire destroyed historic buildings and multiple structures at 2 California state parks. This happened last night, including Will Rogers Historic Ranch House and buildings at Will Rogers State Historic Park. Of course, the fire was fueled by the wind gusts of up to 80 miles per hour. It also destroyed parts of Topanga State Park as well, including the historic Topanga Ranch Motel, once owned by William Randolph Hearst.
And then you think about also, this area is full of so many different celebrities and some names that some of our colleagues at TMZ, other places are reporting that have lost their homes, or at least they were worried about losing their homes. Kawhi Leonard of the Clippers stepped away from the team. He has a big house in Pacific Palisades. He wanted to spend time with his family and make sure that they were okay. Paris Hilton has an iconic beach house in Malibu. We think that that's gone. Cameron Matheson, the soap opera actor, lost his house. Other names, Adam Brody, Miles Teller, Eugene Levy, Billy Crystal, Spencer Pratt, John Goodman, all reportedly losing their homes in the Pacific Palisades neighborhood. It is one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the country, one of the most expensive in the country as well. And it is a safe, close-knit community where a lot of people play outside. Their kids all know each other. They go to school together. Not a lot of people lock their doors. Sort of a different kind of world than you see in different parts of Southern California, and that community is just completely devastated. And this is a look, I think, from our rooftop here in West LA, and that's the sense from right where we are of what we can see in terms of all the smoke on the west side of Los Angeles.
Evacuation center has been set up nearby. The closest one is the Westwood Evacuation Center, the Westwood Recreation Center on Sepulveda Boulevard between Wilshire and Ohio. So we're hoping to be able to check on the evacuees there. I've heard from a lot of people who have friends in the area. They went to their homes. Some people are renting Airbnbs, doing what they can to find shelter.
And a lot of the hotel rooms are sold out now because people are wanting to go there. And then we see, Bob DeCastro reporting for us from the Pasadena Convention Center, where there's big demand for those cots. And a lot of people who have nowhere to go are there right now trying to make sense of what's happening. A reminder that at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we expect a press briefing from there to get more information on the Eaton fire. We've gotten a lot of information so far about Pacific Palisades. Bob DeCastro, speaking of, is with us now live from Pasadena. And Bob, you said there's just a whole lot of people there. Bob, I don't know if you can hear us. I'm sure a fan of his is talking to him. I'm not sure if he can hear us or his photographer can hear us. Okay, I'm sure. Was this a big Bobby D fan? Is that what happens? And maybe we can. Okay, all right, we're going to.
I was talking, the reason why is it was an actor. You had talked about some of the celebrities that were helping, and it was it was a pretty big name. Okay, stand by.
Yeah. We heard you, Bobby. I don't know if, but the mic we're getting fixed.
First day on the job. Oh, sorry. The photographer's been here a long time, too.
Yeah.
It's been a long day for him, Carlos. So, you had just talked about celebrities that were, impacted by this fire, and we just so happened to notice that there was a celebrity, I would say a pretty well-known celebrity that was here jumping in to help out. So I had asked him, why are you here? Was your home damaged? May I talk to you? And he was saying he's just here to help out. And I was trying to encourage him to come talk to us, to talk about what he's seen out there. And he said he would come back after a little bit. He said he really wanted to do a little bit of work here. And so I said, fine, please come back and talk to us later. I was talking to this young lady here earlier because I saw you there praying with some of the folks over here. And you told me you kind of volunteered. You stopped by and decided. Give me your name, first of all.
So my name is Lynn Gabriel. I'm an elder at Victory Bible Church in Pasadena, and I'm also a healthcare chaplain. Okay. And I live in crisis. This is my ministry calling. So I'm here to bring hope not only to our members and community people, but also to strangers who just look like they need a word.
Can I ask you, because I was saying that I've been here at the convention center for many things, different conventions, and isn't it just weird or bizarre to see it utilized in this way, and the amount of people that have come here. They're talking about more than 1,000 people who've walked through these doors because they don't have anywhere to go.
Yes, this is surreal. I would say 85% of the people in this building are in shock. And when the shock leaves us, then we're going to see the real pain. And grief and loss is going to hit this community hard. These are long-term homeowners, and some lives are being saved, but memories are lost, and they don't come back.
You're talking to some of these folks, and you're saying that some of them already know that their homes are lost, and obviously people evacuated. Some of them don't even know what is the status of their home at this time.
So I'm encouraging people to watch the news, once every hour, because every time they see a new clip, it generates new trauma. But to control what they can control, and to let go of those things that are uncontrollable and unknown at this point. If we deal with the cookie one bite at a time, it's so much easier than taking the whole thing in.
Are you taking care of yourself? Because, you know, when you're a counselor like this, or you come in and you talk to people, you're sort of absorbing a lot of that stress and a lot of that pressure.
Yes.
Okay.
And so I take care of myself with water.
Okay.
I swim. I have a therapy puppy that I'm training, and she's now my therapy puppy.
I love the therapy puppies. That always was. Thank you so much.
And I have a good staff at my church that supports the work that we do.
I love the community that you have here, so it's wonderful.
Thank you so much for talking with me. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, so you see, I was saying volunteers are coming here as well. I was talking to her earlier. I saw her holding hands in prayer with some other people here, so I had to ask her. There is a press conference, by the way. It looks like they are getting set up outside here at the Pasadena Convention Center, as you had mentioned before, so we will also bring that to you live when that happens shortly. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Andrew Kraft here on Live Now from Fox. We have been continuing coverage showing you Fox 11 Los Angeles' coverage there of these devastating fires in Los Angeles County. You just heard there from Bob DeCastro there in Pasadena. At the top of the next hour, there will be an update. There will be a press conference live on the status of containment efforts for the Eaton fire specifically. We do know now, though, that the Pacific Palisades fire is now the most destructive in Los Angeles city history. We do know that the number of people who have been killed due to this fire has risen. It stands now at least 5 individuals killed because of this fire. And just in the last 10 minutes, we now know that evacuation orders have expanded near Santa Monica. So we want to take a quick commercial break. We're going to get right back into Fox 11's coverage in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do want to continue with our coverage here as we rely on Fox 11 in Los Angeles to tell this story of these devastating wildfires there. Just in the last few minutes, you saw the images in the air of these air tanker flights dropping the retardant to stop the forward progress of these fires there. We're trying to find glimmers of good news while telling this story, and at least that is one of them. The winds have died down so they can get up into the air. Let's get back, though, down on the ground in Los Angeles County with Fox 11.
Places, chimneys still standing, but the home's completely leveled. And what is really striking is just to be able to see through these homes, and you can see that behind them, those homes has also burned. And I know that we've not gotten official tallies on how many homes have been destroyed from firefighters, but whatever they have set up to now will be far short of the number in the end, because we've seen it just everywhere. And now we're on Maiden Lane, and a friend of a friend has asked me to check on her home on Maiden Lane. It's in the other direction, and we will do that. But just so much devastation. People who raised their children here, in some instances generations of people who lived here, and even homes that are still standing are still threatened because of what you just saw there. There's still very active flames, and in front of us also a tree that fell. So that gives you an idea of the power of the winds when all of this was burning. So just horrifying to watch. Looks like this was a very lovely home. It's a total loss, and no firefighters are here. We are seeing firefighters on Lake Avenue. There's 3 hydrants there that we're told are working. And so we saw people from CAL FIRE, from the U.S. Forest Service, and from other agencies going there, and they were using those 3 hydrants to fill up, and then they were taking that water and going to fight flames somewhere else. And you see people are walking around. There's a lot of people with cameras. Some are pressed, some are not. In front of us, another home completely leveled. Just really heartbreaking to see this. Let's send it back to you.
Of course, we've heard the comparisons, Christy, as you're touring these devastated neighborhoods to the Paradise Fire, small town of Paradise getting completely wiped out not all that long ago, a couple of years back. And then, of course, the Lahaina fire, as those flames jumped PCH last night and were destroying the homes there and the abandoned vehicles. You know, I heard from people comparing it to Lahaina as well. It's just absolutely devastating that this is happening in our area of the greater Los Angeles.
But as bad as this is,
really
both of those fires were worse. What happened in Paradise and Lahaina, because of the geography of both of them, there really was no place for those people to go, which is why we saw in both of those the death toll was higher than what we're seeing here. That being said, this is absolutely devastating, and nobody wants to lose their home. And in terms of the 3 fires we've had, the only one that we know of where there was loss of life is the Eden fire. We know of at least 5 people that have lost their life in this fire. You really get a sense of what's happening in the neighborhood here from Gino Arias behind the wheel and Christy Fajardo narrating as they take the Fox 11 news van in this neighborhood and try to give people a sense of what's happened to their homes.
All right, we want to check in with our photographer, Sam Dubin, who is there. You made your way up to a trail that you're familiar with in the Pacific Palisades?
Yeah, this is on Westridge, and Sam's got about a 9-second delay, so we're going to ask him one question, Sam. Just basically tell us what you are seeing.
Yes, I have, Marla and Alex. So I'm going to start talking right now. Yes, so you guys, this is the front of the fire here, those flames. I'm shooting into the sun, so I apologize if it's hard to see, but these flames are the front of the fire right here. And what they're burning on is the Sullivan Ridge Fire Road. So it's actually a very popular mountain biking and hiking trail. And it's wide enough that you can put a vehicle or a fire engine and also a bulldozer on there. So what they've done is they've made a humongous containment line here. I'm going to pan very slowly because I have a big delay here. So they they've built a humongous containment line here, and this is the front of the fire, and there's really barely any flame left. So it looks like they're doing a good job holding it here. And just below, you can't see because it's in the canyon, but down below is Sullivan Canyon, and that's a major natural gas pipeline that's owned by SoCal Gas. And if that were to catch on fire, that'd be very bad. So I have a feeling that they're really going to try hard to keep the fire and the flames above the ridge. But so far, this is the front of the fire, and this is kind of it. It's just smoky, a tiny little bit of flame here and there, some dry brush, but up on that ridge, they have just made a humongous dozer line on that mountain bike trail on the Sullivan Ridge Trail, and they're doing water drops, and so far, I've been up here for about an hour. The fire has not progressed, so that's very, very good news, and I don't think they'll let it burn Sullivan Canyon because of that natural gas pipeline. Alex and Marla.
That is great news. Very encouraging to see. I mean, Sam taking us to the top here of Sullivan Canyon Trail, as you said, very popular with mountain bikers, he being one of them. And this is the work that we weren't seeing, you know, sort of happening behind the scenes to prevent the spread. So it's great to see that they have used the dozers and they've cut those fire lines. And now he's zooming in to see one of those, in fact, up there on the ridge. So they are actively working to do what they can to contain these fires. This one in particular, of course, the most devastating, the Palisades fire, almost 16,000 acres.
Sam Dubin putting in many hours, was working until 7 o'clock in the morning, got about an hour break, was out with me this morning with the president, and now up in Pacific Palisades. Sam, thank you. We will go back to you as that firefight there continues, as we continue to keep an eye on 3 different fires burning right now in Southern California. Again, as we approach the 3:30 mark, a reminder that around 4 o'clock today, we expect a press briefing to get more information about the Eaton fire.
And let's just do a couple of news nuggets that we've learned as it relates to Hollywood, and then we'll get to the star Harvey. A couple of notes that the Wicked performance at the Pantages Theater in Hollywood has been canceled tonight because of the Palisades fire. And also, the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences confirms that in light of all of the wildfires burning, the nomination voting period for the Oscars that began today and was scheduled to end Sunday has extended until January the 14th. The Oscar nominations announcement that had been scheduled for January 17th has been pushed back until Sunday, January 19th.
And the Critics' Choice Awards, which were supposed to happen this weekend at Barker Hangar in Santa Monica, have been either canceled or postponed. Not sure if they're going to make them up, but it's not going to happen this weekend. That area not under evacuation orders yet, but very close to that area, and certainly you get a great sense of all the smoke as we are getting right here. So we're looking at the smoke right now from Pacific Palisades as this firefight continues. We're looking at least 3 different fires burning in Southern California right now, and we've seen some smaller fires throughout the day, but right now these are the 3 main ones that we're looking at.
We're also getting word that Mayor Bass, of course, Los Angeles City Mayor, she has made her way back from Ghana. She was on a diplomatic mission. She's back in town. She's going to hold a press conference tonight at 5 p.m. So we're waiting 2 press conferences at this point. 4 o'clock today on the Eaton fire at the Pasadena Recreation Center, and then tonight Mayor Bass will hear from her for the first time at a press conference tonight at 5 o'clock.
As we continue our coverage here, Alex Michelson, Marla Tejas, thank you so much for being with us as we monitor L.A. battling multiple fires at the same time. Our city in crisis tonight. More than 1,000 structures burned. Lots of folks homeless tonight, wondering what comes next. And one of the key questions tonight for Mayor Bass is, how did this happen? And is there more that the city or the state or the county could have done so that we would be better prepared and not be so overwhelmed by the flames yesterday?
Because our team of meteorologists, they've been forecasting these destructive, life-threatening winds since last week. We knew this was coming. We knew this was going to happen Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We knew this last week. So that's a question that needs to be answered, is as to the number of, resources, personnel, the fire hydrant situation, the lack of water. All of those issues need to be answered.
So people are going to hear Mayor Bass was on a diplomatic mission to Ghana? What? So when Mayor Bass was Congresswoman Bass, she was deeply involved on the issue of Africa. She led several different congressional delegations to Africa. There's a new president of Ghana who was being inaugurated. She was part of President Joe Biden's official delegation from the United States to go to Ghana to be a part of that. That's why she was there. There's plenty of people here who think, that's great if you were Congresswoman Bass, you were Mayor Bass. We had this big firestorm weather potential coming in, and she should have been here. It'll be interesting to hear her potentially answer that question a little bit later on tonight, and also talk about what's going to be next for the city. We've offered her a chance to come on and talk live with us, and we hope that she will in the hours and days ahead. In the meantime, we want to get to Star Harvey, our meteorologist, to talk about the weather conditions. And the good news, Star, a different weather story than what we were talking about 24 hours ago.
Yes. You know, just as both of you were just speaking about, you know, we had forecasted this. You know, I remember standing in this very spot about a week ago, you know, talking about the potential weather ahead of us on repeat, day after day after day. And so it has arrived here, and we are seeing things that look a little bit different than where we were 24 hours ago. And a lot of that is going to be the lull in the wind activity. And again, we are not completely out of the danger, because we did have the National Weather Service extend some of our watches and warnings, and they do carry through portions of tomorrow. And here's a look at why. Some of our impacts for not just today, but stretching in towards the end of our work week here. So our fire danger, this is going to be that Santa Ana wind, where we're expecting our sustained winds to push upwards of, I'd say, 40 miles per hour. And we're still seeing that happen, over 40 miles per hour. I just clocked not too long ago. We have those wind gusts that could get upwards of 80+ miles per hour across the area. So we take those winds, and then we look at our relative humidity. Those values are really low. We're talking dry conditions and winds. That creates the perfect environment for our critical fire weather to ignite across our region. We are looking at power outages across the region. We have been seeing them since yesterday morning. We are seeing not just those downed trees, those power lines and power outages. I have those happening on and throughout my family as well, and just like I'm sure a lot of you all at home as well. And with our travel, we are experiencing strong winds, not just across our canyons and passes, but I did check in a little bit earlier this morning with those closures across some of our roads. We also have been looking at big rig overturned, and we talk about that every time we do get these wind events, where we have those high-profile vehicles that do have the potential to move over, fall over on their sides, and that's exactly what happened with this event pushing across the area for today. Let's talk in terms of our water year. This is a look at where we were last year, where we saw a surplus of water come into the Los Angeles area. That is not going to be the case for this water year. Our water year does start in the month of October, so this is from last year, October, and stretches through September of this year. And so you'll see we have not accumulated much at all. You'll see that October last year, we got a trace. Between November and December, we racked in just 0.16 inches. And for this month so far, we've received 0. And let me just remind you that January is typically our second most wettest month of the year here. And so when we take a look at that, and we also think in terms of drought, I'm going to say that a big portion, if not to most of Southern California, we do sit under those drought conditions. And so this is going to be that abnormally dry zone stretching us through that severe drought. And rainfall, we're not receiving any of it. I took a look out 7 days, and this is what we have. If we were going to receive that precipitation, this monitor right here, this model would light up with that green. As you can see, what's happening out to the east of us, but also up to the north. And so with that, we're not receiving the rainfall that we do need. All of the rain that did come with this low pressure system that did aid in setting up this critical situation across their area, it has moved off to the south of us, and so no rainfall in sight. We're looking at the continuation of that widespread windstorm activity. We talked about the winds, and so just reminding you, you'll see the swaying of those trees, those power lines, the vehicles, high profile, outdoors, those northerly winds kicking up as high as 40 miles per hour, those gusts getting as high as 80 miles per hour. And again, just reminding you that we are talking hurricane force winds when we think in terms of how powerful these things are moving across our area. Extreme fire danger, the not just growth of it, but also the spread, with those embers still moving from fires that have already ignited, and with the winds pushing them into different locations, we are likely to see the sparking, which we have since I've been here on air. In addition to that, the down trees and the power lines. We continue to talk about that this morning. I'll be back with more updates on our weather condition, and hopefully when we get this new outlook from the National Weather Service, things look a little different. I'm not hopeful. Back to you.
All right, we're still watching, of course, Fox 11 Los Angeles' coverage there. We do want to slide away for yet another quick commercial break. Of course, just want to preview for you. We just got this shot up there. I believe this is in Pasadena, where we're going to get an update at the top of the hour on the progress to contain the Eaton fire, one of several fires burning in Los Angeles County. We'll bring that to you when it happens. We'll be... And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. And remember, in our continuing coverage of these wildfires burning out of control there in Los Angeles County, we are going to get an update there. This is going to be in Pasadena on the Eaton fire. And so that, we're told, is going to take place live at the top of the next hour. So in about 20 minutes or so, we do know that LA County Sheriff Robert Luna did confirm that 5 people have now been killed in the Eaton fire alone, burning in Altadena near Pasadena there. So we'll bring that to you. We want to get back out live now to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Of course, at the top of the hour after that, according to Fox 11, we are told we're going to get yet another press conference live from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. We'll also bring that to you. But back out live to Fox 11 in Los Angeles.
But I'd say, you know, it's pretty equivalent to what we were seeing last night. You might be able to hear that gust right now.
Wow. All right, Matthew Seedorf, thank you. Keep up the good work out there on Pacific Coast Highway. Next, we are headed to a live picture from Skyfox, where you can just see the overwhelming amount of smoke that can be seen for so many miles in every direction.
And we want to hear from a homeowner who talked to our Gigi Graciette earlier today, who had just lost his home in the Palisades fire.
The Palisades is not just the wealthy, it's the people, the everyday people like this. My neighbor fixed surfboards. That's what he did. He was a surfboard fixer. He was, you know, and they live day to day, paycheck.
They live modestly, and there are a lot of senior citizens that call this mobile home park home.
Correct. Yes, senior citizens, just a lot of good people, just good American people, just what do they call the salt of the earth? I just love them.
Yeah, he makes a good point. I mean, there is that common misperception. That's the right word, right? Sorry, my brain's not functioning properly.
It's been a long few days.
Yeah, misconception that, the Palisades is only for the uber wealthy and, boo-hoo, you lost your home, you can rebuild. That's not the case for a lot. That's just not the case. So he made a good point. We're so sorry for the loss that so many people have endured there. So live picture from Skyfox, and you see now a lot of that white smoke enveloping the west side of Los Angeles. And, we just heard from Matthew Seedorf on the ground that the winds are comparable to yesterday. Not much has changed. In fact, that red flag warning has extended beyond 6 o'clock tonight. It was supposed to expire, but that has been extended into your Thursday. And that Skyfox just pans across. Look at that. Just for miles, that plume extends and can be seen from a large swath of Southern California right now. Of course, there is just more than that one fire. We're also now getting word in Simi Valley of the View Line fire as well. I know this is not what we want to hear. One of our viewers, Joe, reached out to me to alert me to this, that this was burning north of the 118 near View Line Drive and Madera Road as a vegetation fire. And now there are crews that are responding, and it's forcing the road closure on the 118 westbound in Simi Valley. The View Line fire, and CHP is now on top of this as well. So we're going to work to get some more information about that, which would be maybe the 5th fire that we've been reporting on. And the last, because this fire the Palisades fire, this one started at 10:30 yesterday morning.
Yeah, and the weather conditions a lot better than they were yesterday, but still not great. We do not want to hear about any more fires. Chris Fajardo is really getting a sense of just the devastation of the Eaton fire. She's been driving around with her photographer, Gino Arias, which has given us a sense of how widespread that devastation is. And Christy, as we prepare for a press briefing on this particular situation, what are you seeing now on the ground?
Well, we're unfortunately seeing even more devastation because there are still homes that are burning. And we went down Maiden Lane because a friend of a friend had asked us to check on her house. And when we got there, she was there. She had managed to get through and come back shortly before we arrived, and she didn't know how to feel. Her house, fortunately, was standing. It looked in perfect, pristine condition, but her neighbor's house, she told us, was a double lot. There was a couple that had 2 homes on the lot, and the back home was for their children. But they lost the garage of one and then the front house. So obviously things are not going to be the same for them. And then another neighbor completely lost everything. And we're seeing that quite a bit on Maiden Lane, and we're turning on to Mendocino Street. And the woman said that even though she felt relieved that her home was still there, she said this neighborhood's not going to be the same. She described it as such a charming, warm place where people know their neighbors often. And I do a lot of stories in the greater Los Angeles area. Something will happen and people will tell us they did not know who lived in the house next door, didn't know those neighbors at all. And this, she says, is quite the contrary. It's the opposite of that. People know each other, and so she just says she doesn't know how they're going to live here after that. But you're also witnessing some of the hazards that we're seeing, a lot of down lines. In fact, we saw one line that was laying across a car that was completely burned. Not sure if it started perhaps when it arced, but the car was a total loss. And this is why often when we get these large wildfires, officials keep people out of areas for quite some time because there are down power lines and there's still power poles sometimes that are smoldering, and you don't know when they might fall. And we're also seeing lots of very large trees that were toppled, which gives you an idea of just how powerful the winds were. when all of this was occurring, just home after home after home after home leveled. And then amidst all of the destruction, there'll be a building that looks unscathed, like the woman we just talked to. And she said she didn't know why hers was spared when her neighbor's wasn't. And there isn't a real answer for that other than just sheer luck. And now we are going up onto Lake Avenue, and I showed you this before. This was a Brian's Cleaners and Laundry, and it's just a shell. And you can see it in front of us across there, across the street. It looks like an apartment complex is burning. Gino, let's try to drive there. The lights that are off now, where this is Mendocino Street and Lake. Power is out, it looks like. We're looking around. The traffic lights are not working, so we have to be careful as we cross here. And we do not want to get in the way of these firefighters, so maybe, yeah, we should maybe just go to the right. But also, I mentioned that we've been seeing a lot this morning. People just sort of stopped in the middle of the street, getting out, taking pictures. A lot of young people, teenagers, doing that, just riding around. And there is something burning in front of us. But when they do ride around, and they often block traffic. So people trying to leave can't because of their antics. So another reason that firefighters and officials try to keep the public out when there are large tragedies, large disasters like this. And this, you can see the sun, and that's just how much smoke. It's bright red right now. There is up in the sky. It's just obscuring the sun, changing the color of the sun. And across the street, there's another business on Lake Avenue, and I cannot make out what that used to be because the sign has also been destroyed, but whatever it was, sadly, has been leveled. And looks like a dentist office was as well. And a restaurant. So we're going to go to the right on Lake Avenue. And now we're turning right onto Mendocino Street. And I mentioned how you'll have one building that is still standing. And next to it, you'll see this, flames. So we're going to drive up and see what this is. But even behind this building, we're seeing other columns of smoke. And each column of smoke represents something that is burning. And right ahead of us, lines that are down. So we're going to turn around. We don't believe they are powered, but don't want to take any chances because it does look like the power is out. And in front of us, something else that is smoldering, another business looks like that has also been very badly damaged. But that is the scene here from Altadena. So much heartbreak, so much devastation. Let's send it back to you.
Christy Fajardo, thank you. It is hard to watch all of that. Looks sort of apocalyptic in certain places. Joining us now on the phone is newly elected Congressman George Whitesides, who just last week got elected to Congress and is now, as we look at this car burning, wow, this live picture here from the Eaton fire. This is in the Altadena area. Congressman Whitesides, thanks for being with us. Talk to us about your day and sort of what you know about the local and federal response to this.
Well, thanks, Alex. And let me just say we're grateful to you for all the extended coverage that you're providing to folks in our community. I have just left the Hearst Command Center up in Granada Hills, where we were briefed by Fire Chief Moore. They are working, as you know, the Hearst fire, as well as a new fire, which you have been covering, the Lydia fire, which they're trying to get a hold of now. So it's active, obviously not at the scale of the Palisades or the Eaton fire, but they are working to make sure that these two fires are also contained in the north side of the county.
Can we talk also about the importance of the federal response? I was out this morning with Governor Newsom and President Biden. President Biden offering to pick up a lot of the tab on all of this. That's really important going forward because this is a multi-billion-dollar operation that we're looking at here.
I think that the combined damages, Alex, will be, well in the tens of billions for this. This is one of the largest disasters that California has ever suffered. And that support from the president is going to be absolutely crucial. He made an extra commitment, I think, going above and beyond, and I think that that is going to be super important to, our communities recovering from this, which will take, let's be honest, years.
What are you hearing, Mr. Whitesides, from your constituents? What do they need right now?
Well, I just left an evacuation center here in Pacoima where people are bringing their pets and, they are scared. They are concerned about the smoke. So far, the evacuation centers on the north side of the county are well stocked with food. I think people want to make sure, particularly for elderly and the young people, that they're managing the air that they're breathing. So if they're going outside, to use a mask. But to stay indoors if they can, and to protect the folks who are the most vulnerable in our communities.
And I don't know if you're near a TV screen or seen this on the stream, but when you see these images and what you've seen in person today, just what goes through your mind on a human level?
My heart breaks. My heart breaks. My wife grew up in Santa Rosa, and they had the Tubbs fire where they lost 5,000 homes in just a couple of hours. And we're going through our own version of that last night and today. And it is just, there was a story that the fire chief told of telling one of his best friends that his home had burned to the ground with just the chimney remaining. And it just breaks your heart. And we just have to work as hard as we can to help these folks get back on their feet for the long recovery ahead.
And do you hope and think that this is going to be a bipartisan thing? We've seen some bickering between the governor and the incoming president. I mean, your thoughts on maybe ways to tamp some of that down?
We have been working well so far at the House level to try to make sure that there is a strong bipartisan support for the recovery that is going to be necessary. Time will tell how that plays out, but we're going to do as much as we can. Obviously, other parts of the country have had their own disasters recently, and this is the time where California is going to need to get its help here.
And Congressman, as far as I understand, you are well served in this actual industry of fire suppression and management. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I've really tried to make sure that I understand, because this problem that we have, and there's no single bullet to solve it, right? We're going to have to do a lot of work. I think this is going to kick off a national conversation around wildfires in the United States and in the West, and we know that we're going to have to do things differently, put more resources into it, because we have some tough and risky days ahead.
But to Marla's point, this is an issue that you thought a lot about before running for office and worked on extensively.
It is. I started an organization called Mega Fire Action a few years ago to, really try to address this huge issue that we've got. And the answer, is not easy. We're going to have to spend a lot more to manage the fuels in our wildlands. We're going to have to make sure that we're paying our wildfire fighters a living wage. We're going to have to make sure that we're supporting our communities to do the hardening that they need, particularly at the wildland-urban interface. And we're going to have to really put more money into technology development, so on these very difficult days, we can do a better job of sensing the perimeter of the fire, sensing where there's high-intensity fire, and also, if possible. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you were able to see the picture, but the roof of the building that we were just watching burn just collapsed. Which is just heartbreaking to see. Congressman, we really appreciate your perspective on this, and we'd like to hear that the bipartisan work on disaster relief is something that hopefully is not controversial going forward, because we know that our whole region is going to need a lot of help, the Democrats and Republicans living here. We appreciate you calling in. I hope to see you in D.C. and next week, as we're going to be traveling there for the inauguration. Maybe check out your new offices.
All right, so we do want to step away for our final commercial break of this hour about the devastating nature of these fires. You just saw there live on Fox 11, the roof of that building on that street corner completely collapsing, engulfed in flames. They were just speaking with freshman Congressman George Whiteside's there. He now represents the 27th Congressional District in California. He was just sworn in to the new Congress last week, talking about what the federal government's role will be in all of this. So I'm Andrew Kraft here. You're watching Fox 11 Los Angeles on live now from Fox. Let's take that final commercial break. We'll be back in. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Governor Gavin Newsom's office just put this tweet out. I want to read this to you. They say nearly 5,000 boots are on the ground working around the clock to fight the Palisades Fire, Eaton Fire, and Hearst Fire, including support from neighboring states like Oregon, New Mexico, and Washington State. So this is a multi-state effort here responding to this. Remember, we are waiting for this press conference to begin very, very soon with CAL FIRE officials. An update on the Eaton fire. We also know, of course, President Biden was in the area earlier today, and he has approved a major disaster declaration for California, according to the White House, allowing survivors to immediately access funds and resources to jumpstart their recovery. The White House says, additionally, FEMA approved a fire management assistant grant to reimburse California for firefighting costs last night. So we're going to take this live once it begins, though. In the meantime here, our colleagues there still at Fox 11 in Los Angeles continue with their wall-to-wall coverage of these devastating fires. Let's keep watching.
The valley downtown, and residents using garden hoses with water pressure has significantly dropped, and that's a recipe for disaster. He says any power loss to pump or lift stations could reduce hydrant pressure to static levels, which would be insufficient for firefighting efforts. And that, of course, is what we have been seeing. So that's a problem that needs to be addressed. You know, this is I don't think we've ever seen anything like this, right? Like today, what I can say on a positive note is that the winds are nowhere near as strong as they were yesterday. They were insane last night. But, you know, we're still witnessing all of this destruction.
Yeah, we are so relieved to hear that the winds are nothing like they were last night when you and Joab Perez were out there. So thank goodness for that. We can't necessarily probably say the same about the Palisades fire because Matthew Seedorf said they're pretty much comparable. But here at the Eaton fire in Altadena, the winds have backed off a little bit, yet we are still seeing all this destruction. Gina Silva will be checking in with you. We are waiting, as she mentioned, that press conference at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock, as it relates to the Eaton fire. When that happens, we will bring that to you live.
In the meantime, as we approach the top of the hour, we know there are new people that come in, so we want to take a moment to reset and get everybody up to date on the very latest that we know. We continue our live, continuous team coverage right now.
Here for 30 years, we've never seen this kind of wind, never seen this fire spread so fast.
It's been almost hell on earth. All you see is burning embers falling from the sky, flame erupting here and there, cars exploding.
You can just see the devastation. Homes burned to the ground.
It's just overwhelming. Just block after block of total devastation.
Help. Please help. I'm begging anyone to help.
These fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits.
Good afternoon, and welcome to Fox 11 News. We continue our coverage right now. We are preempting TMZ Live, which usually airs in this time slot for our live breaking news. This deadly firestorm, fueled by historic winds, continues to wreak havoc on Southern California. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. You can expect wall-to-wall, commercial-free coverage from us. You can find us here on television, of course, but also online, foxla.com/live. And also on our Fox local app. We are streaming live and are continuously updated that with the latest information. Here is where we stand on this now Wednesday afternoon. As Alex said, that deadly firestorm fueled by those historic Santa Ana winds. We are tracking 3 major wildfires burning out of control this afternoon. We're talking the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades, the Eaton fire, that one is above Altadena, and the Hearst fire in the Sylmar area. This map here gives you an idea of where each of these is burning.
Palisades fire has burned more than 15,000 acres. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. Still 0% containment. Tens of thousands remaining under mandatory evacuation orders. More than 13,000 structures are threatened. As we said, more than 1,000 structures destroyed.
The Eaton fire, that one has turned deadly. L.A. County Sheriff Robert Luna reporting not long ago that the death toll there has risen from 2 to 5. 5 people have died in the Eaton fire, but the circumstances around their deaths are not yet known. Roughly 100 structures have been destroyed. That's at least. And the Eaton fire also exploding in size. It now almost tops 11,000 acres, 0% contained. We're waiting for an update on that one anytime now.
Then there's the Hearst fire, which is burning in Sylmar. We just talked about this with Congressman George Whitesides. It has scorched more than 700 acres. Forced evacuations also at 0% containment.
Let's go to, this is the Palisades, this is the latest on the Eaton fire. We have our camera set up, the smaller picture there. That is where officials have gathered at the Pasadena Recreation Center, where those officials will give us an update on the Eaton fire. You can see LA County Supervisor Board Chair Catherine Barger in the foreground there, right in front of the camera. And it looked like the mayor of Pasadena, Mayor Gordo, was also there at the podium. So as soon as this gets underway, we will bring the very latest to you. But again, this is where 5 people have died, also where 5 people have been arrested for looting. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We're going to get started. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor, typical spelling, V-I-C-T-O-R. Last name is Gordlo, G-O-R-D-O, mayor of the city of Pasadena. Let me first say on behalf of all residents of Pasadena that our thoughts and prayers are with those who have lost their home and even their lives here in Pasadena, as well as in Altadena and the Palisades. On behalf of all residents of Pasadena and the leaders that you see behind me, we will certainly have all those individuals and their families and friends in our thoughts and prayers. We have experienced a tremendous tragedy here in our community. To date, we have over 100,000 people under mandatory evacuation. We've had 5 fatalities, and then we have close to another 100,000 people who have been warned to evacuate because they are in a danger zone. Hundreds of homes have been lost. I'll let the police chief and the fire chief talk about that. But this is an opportunity for us as a community, as a people, to band together and work to support one another. Whether you're affected or not, please take the opportunity to help a neighbor, help a friend, check in on friends and neighbors, and certainly check in on family members. Here with me today are Councilmember Jason Lyon, Councilmember Justin Jones, Councilmember Jessica Rivas, my colleagues on the Pasadena City Council. Also with us today is City Manager Miguel Marquez, our Supervisor, LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger, Congress Member Judy Chu, State Senator Sasha Perez, Assemblymember John Harabedian, the Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco, the President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Perez, a representative from the Humane Society. Also with us today are neighboring Assembly members, Assemblymember Coloza, Assemblymember Nick Schultz. You'll also hear from Fire Chief Chad Augustine and Police Chief Gene Harris. So again, I just want to assure people that Pasadena is working in conjunction with our neighboring jurisdictions, including the County of Los Angeles, particularly the County of Los Angeles. Supervisor Barger and I had the opportunity to sit down with the Governor of California this afternoon, not too long ago, maybe an hour ago, and the Governor has assured us that he will provide whatever assistance that we may request. And so on behalf of Supervisor Barger and I'd like to thank the Governor for coming, seeing for himself the devastation and committing the Guard and other resources to Pasadena. And so we will certainly be in touch. With that, let me, and I'll go over these points in Spanish at the end as well. Let me turn it over to City Manager Miguel Marquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Marquez. Excuse me, Miguel spelled M-I-G-U-E-L, Marquez, M-A-R-Q-U-E-Z. I am the City Manager for the City of Pasadena. It's been a brutal 22 hours here in Pasadena. My heart aches for all who lost their homes, their memories, and their sense of security. About 22 hours ago, we first learned of a fire in Eaton Canyon. As they always do, and despite the dangers, our first responders rushed to the scene. They found darkness, they found fire, and they found 80-mile-per-hour winds. Air support was not possible under those conditions. Our first responders did all they could under those brutal conditions to put out the fire, putting their own lives at risk to save others. They battled through the night, with more and more joining the fight as the night wore on. Our police officers went door to door, ensuring as many residents as possible were evacuated to safety, including many seniors and those with mobility limitations. They saved many, many lives in the last 22 hours. Their efforts were heroic. Our first responders, our Public Works Department who cleared the streets, Pasadena Water and Power who kept the power on and the water flowing throughout the night. Public servants from so many different agencies came together in the last 22 hours to keep as many people safe as possible. Together, many, many lives were saved. The battle continues, as does our resolve. We will put out the fire, and then it will be time to rebuild. In this community, we may get knocked down, but we always pick ourselves up. Many thanks to our first responders, our city staff, our city council, our county, state, and federal partners, our education partners, our nonprofit partners, our business partners, our partners in the media. and most of all, our residents. Thanks to all for once again stepping up and doing what needed to be done to keep people as safe as possible in the face of danger. We will not relent. We will heal. We will rebuild. These last 22 hours didn't bring us down. They made us Pasadena strong. Thank you.
Next, I'll invite LA County Supervisor and our Supervisor, Catherine Barger.
As I was standing here, one of our Altadena residents came up to me who's very active in the Rotary, and he lost his home. I'm hearing this time and time again. And as the mayor told you, we went up and took a tour, and it is surreal. It is without words that I can even explain to you what is taking place, especially in my district in Altadena, but also in the bordering area of Pasadena. My heart is heavy, but I have to say, and the mayor is absolutely correct, we met with the governor, who also met with the president, and resources, both financial, but also resources for boots on the ground, are here, and we're going to continue to fight this fight. But I would ask people, please, 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 if you don't need to be in the area, we don't need you in the area. Recognize that when we drove up there, these are fires that are actively taking place as we speak. And there were many people that don't live in the area that just wanted to go up and take a look. We have fire personnel is fighting this blaze, not only in Altadena, but also in the Palisades area. We need you all to work with us. And to those people that want to go up and loot, the full weight of the county will come down on you. And that's going to start with the district attorney, who's issuing a press release and is going to make sure the full extent of the law is played out if you are caught looting in any area impacted by this fire. But I want to thank our first responders, who many of which have been on the line for over 24 hours. And I think it's important for us to note that the chief of the LA County Fire has asked for resources outside the state, with the goal to let them go in and begin to fight the fires so that our firefighters can take a break and then start again. But again, I want to thank our first responders, but I also want to thank our state and federal partners, Congressmember Chu, Congressman Whitesides, who represents the Santa Clarita area. It's very reassuring to know that we have an all hands on deck, both at the state and at the federal level. And we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that have lost their homes, we are here for you as we look forward to what we are going to do to help you rebuild your life. So with that, thank you.
Next, Congressmember Judy Chu.
Hello, I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just got off the plane from Washington, D.C. My heart goes out to those who've lost their homes and their businesses. I've had friends tell me that they've lost their homes, and I can't believe the destruction that this fire is causing. But I want to tell you that this morning I was on the phone with the White House and with FEMA, and President Biden has declared this a national disaster. So now the mechanics are set for people to get assistance for recovery from FEMA. And also, FEMA was asked last night by the state of California to declare this eligible for the fire management grants, and indeed it is. So all the expenses that we see for fighting this fire will be reimbursed by the federal government. And also, I've spoken to Supervisor Torres of the San Gabriel Mountains. He's asked for help from Washington, D.C. to close the forest area. So I do want to urge everybody, please stay away from the forest area. I just urge everybody to make sure that you obey the evacuation orders, and that also you take advantage of the shelters that are available at the Pasadena Civic Center, as well as the Arcadia Community Center. Our office is going to be ready to assist you in the recovery from these fires. And we know that there will be assistance from the Small Business Administration, which has emergency loans, and there will be grants from FEMA. But right now, the most important thing is to be safe. So that's why I say to everybody, please stay out of these areas. Please make sure you obey the evacuation orders, and please stay safe.
Next, State Senator Sasha Renee Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is a really difficult moment for many of us in the community, especially for those of us that have grown up in the San Gabriel Valley and who have come to know and love this community. As the supervisor said, we're receiving many calls from friends and community members letting us know that they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. This is a really devastating time. We just toured the site and there are still fires burning, and I want to emphasize to people, if you are told to evacuate, please evacuate. Please take these warnings seriously. I have family members that have evacuated. They have left their homes. I understand how difficult of a decision this is, but this is about safety and safety first. We want to make sure that you all are taken care of, that you're taking care of your families. This is what is most important right now. It is incredibly dangerous for individuals to be up there during the time when there's fires like this. This is a very, very dangerous time, so please evacuate, get somewhere safe, make sure that your family is safe. Also, if you receive an evacuation warning, please make sure, if you have elderly neighbors, pick up the phone and let them know. We've seen a lot of senior citizens just here at the senior center that have been evacuated, and someone taking a moment to knock on the door and make sure that they were informed so that they're getting out of their home is so critical and makes such a difference. We know right now that there's a lot of folks that are struggling to have cell service when they're up in the foothills right now. We know power lines are down. And these fires are continuing to rage on. So, the state's doing everything that it can right now to make sure that we're allocating resources. We're moving firefighters from Northern California, from Central California to come here to fight this fire. There's firefighters coming from out of state. And so resources are coming. We're going to get this thing contained, but it is going to take time. And so make sure that you're staying away, letting our public safety officers do what they need to do so that we can get this contained. Thank you.
Next, Assemblymember John Harabedian.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. For anyone who is a believer of any faith, please, we need your prayers. We need your thoughts of healing and anything that you can do to help our community. Many of our neighbors, our loved ones, and members throughout our community lost their lives today. And we are with you. We see you, we feel you, and we are going to help you get through this. As part of the state of California, along with our governor, our federal and local officials, our main mission now is to keep people safe, minimize any further devastation. And for those of you who lost your homes, who lost your property, who lost your loved ones, we are going to help you rebuild. We're going to do everything we can to fight for you every day, now, this week, over the next couple months and years, to make sure you get your life back. And that is my promise. That is the promise of everyone behind us. But please, stay diligent. Heed the warnings of our public safety officers, and please stay out of harm's way. Thank you to our men and women on the front lines, our first responders. We are not out of this. It is all hands on deck, and it's going to be a long couple nights still. So thank you to everyone who's helping these efforts, and please pray for us.
Next, Superintendent of the Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Blanco.
Good evening, and I want to echo the sentiments that our heart goes out to all of our families, our staff, our employees who have suffered losses during this devastating event. Behind me, you see the power of us. the city, the mayor, the city manager, our leader from the PCC, all came around the school district to help us provide for our families and our students. I saw many of my families here today who have lost their homes along with their staff. Thank you for being here with them, and thank you for supporting them. Our schools are going to remain closed for the rest of the week. We are continuing to assess the damages at our school. Our maintenance and operation team, along with our police department, the sheriffs, and our fire department have been assessing our buildings. Our preliminary assessment results show that the fire has substantially damaged 5 campuses. While most of them are in good condition, we have confirmed these 5 campuses in Altadena. Elliott's Arts Magnet School is damaged. Franklin Elementary, which was closed in 2020, has damage of about 80%. 3 campuses that house other schools have sustained damages: Edison, Loma Alta, and Noyes. Please note this information is preliminary. The fire is not contained, and some of our schools still remain in the path of the fire. We're working together with our city partners to do everything we can to preserve our schools. Our next steps are recovery. We're planning for recovery as we respond to the emergency, as we know our families are dependent on us. Public education is the bedrock of democracy. We learned that in COVID, and we will be here to help our families and our staff get through what is happening in our city. Thank you. We're deeply grateful for everything that you all have done to help and support us.
Next, President of Pasadena City College, Dr. Jose Gomez.
Hi, I'm Jose A. Gomez, Jose A. Gomez, Gomez. Over the last 24 hours, our hearts have been broken by what has transpired. We have lost our peace. Although Pasadena City College has sustained minor damage, our hearts and our prayers and our thoughts are with our greater community. We are so grateful at Pasadena City College for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our college for the incredible leadership that the city of Pasadena and all of our legislators and all of our elected officials have provided, not just to our college, but also to our community. The campus will be closed and we will not be having classes until next Monday. We will resume a regular schedule and classes on Monday, if possible. Of course, it's a very fluid situation. But more importantly than that, we have activated much of our campus community in support of our partners and our greater Pasadena San Gabriel Valley family. Our emergency management response team has been deployed here to the convention center to help the city. We have our nursing staff who will be arriving soon to help our city Department of Public Health, and in partnership with our superintendent of Pasadena Unified School District, Dr. Elizabeth Blanco, we are also serving meals to our PUSD families at Pasadena City College. We are here to help in any way possible, and we of course appreciate all of your support and all of your help. Pasadena and the San Gabriel Valley has been an amazing partner to PCC, and we are here to be an important and critical partner to the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Next, from the Humane Society, Dia DeVernon.
I'm Dia Duvernay, President and CEO of Pasadena Humane. We're a nonprofit animal welfare organization and shelter serving Pasadena and 10 surrounding areas, including Altadena, which has been very hard hit by this fire. And our hearts really go out to all the people who have lost their homes and their pets in this disaster. We recently just heard from one of our board members who lost her home with her 2 cats in it. I'm sure we're going to be hearing more stories like this in the coming hours and days, but our primary focus has been over the past 24 hours to assist people who have been safely evacuating with their pets and need a place for their pets to go. So we've taken in over 250 pets in the past 24 hours, and we have been working today to coordinate with shelters throughout the state to help take the animals that are already in our shelter to make room for more animals who are coming in. I want to really thank everyone who has offered assistance, including the shelters around the state and people who we see in our community who are rescuing neighbors' pets and bringing them to us. It really has been heartwarming to see even our staff members who have been evacuated and are losing their homes coming to the shelter to shelter with their pets and take care of other people's pets. It's going to take a real community effort to recover from this. We've had lots of inquiries from people wanting to help. We're taking names of those who would be interested in fostering animals as we get more animals in. Right now, our primary need is monetary donations so that we can provide emergency services to pets that have been impacted by the fires. We are also providing food and other pet supplies if anyone is in need. And we really encourage you, if you are evacuating, please make sure your pet has identification. Take pet supplies with you. And if possible, please try to stay with family or friends who can accommodate you and your pet, as the shelters are really becoming quite stressed in this situation. I want to give a few concrete resources because they have been rapidly evolving. For those in the foothill areas who have horses in need of shelter, right now the Fairplex in Pomona is taking them, the Industry Hills Equestrian Center, and soon LA County will be opening the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. We've heard that the LA Equestrian Center, where horses have been kept, is currently being evacuated. We have recently started to see the first injured animals coming in. We've had a cat and some wildlife coming in. If you do find injured wildlife, we'd like you to call our wildlife helpline at 626-344-1129. We're very thankful to our skilled veterinarians who are providing care to these animals, and we'll continue to provide care around the clock to animals in need in our community. Thank you.
Next, because this is still an active fire with very little, if any, containment, I think it's important to hear from the fire chief, and our fire chief is here with us, Chief Chad Augustine.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Augustine, your Pasadena Fire Chief, ChadAugustin. I'd like to give you a current stat on our Eden fire. We can confirm that the Eden fire is now over 10,600 acres at 0% containment. I'd be remiss, though, if I didn't highlight some of the heroic actions last night by your public safety, police, and fire, who literally saved lives, pulling people out from burning buildings, getting them out of streets and vehicles where they had no ways to evacuate. Our death count today would be significantly higher without their heroic actions. We currently have 60 strike teams requested and 750 firefighters working on this incident. We're in a unified command with multiple agencies to include Law, LA County Fire, LA County Sheriff, and Angeles National Forest, along with Pasadena Fire. We have strike teams committed from all over the state and as far as Arizona coming to assist us. Multiple structures have been damaged or destroyed as this wind-driven fire had wind gusts of 70+ miles per hour. We had spotting of embers 2 to 3 miles ahead of the fire. I can confirm tonight that we have somewhere between 200 and 500 structures damaged or lost. We really need, as it becomes safe to do so, and we get a better handle on this fire, we need to come in and be able to survey the damage to get an exact total of number of structures that have been damaged or completely lost. We continue to be in red flag conditions, and we expect that to be through Thursday with variable and high wind speeds. Thankfully not as strong as what we saw last night. We are encouraging people to stay updated as the weather can continue to change very rapidly. Please, if we issue an evacuation order, heed our request. Be prepared, have your go bag, and immediately evacuate. Thankfully, the current forecasts allow us today to start getting aircraft in to fight this fire. Since around 10 a.m., we've had aircraft doing water drops. With the goal of limiting the fire spread, we will come behind those water drops with hand crews and fire engines to get a containment line around this fire. We expect, with favorable conditions over the next couple days, to start making good progress on this fire. And with that, I'll turn it over to the police chief.
Chief, will you take a question on the statistics and the current situation with you have your firefighters? How are they holding up over the past 22 hours now?
Yeah, they're exhausted. We need those reinforcements coming in, but they've done incredible work. Where they've, an example is crews that fought 15 house fires over a 28-hour period. They didn't save any of them, but they prevented 2 or 3 blocks away from burning down. So great work, not just from your Pasadena fire, but throughout this entire region.
You requested 60 strike teams. What's the status of that, and how long before they get?
Great question. So we have multiple strike teams have arrived. We're in the early 15-ish strike teams, and we expect over the next 24 hours we'll be close to 50. Even some of the Arizona strike teams should be here by this evening.
Can you talk about resources being stretched? I know that this morning, looking at some of the fires, there were maybe 1 or 2 firefighters on scene only because it appeared not to have the resources. Everybody stretched to the limit. Can you talk about that situation?
Yeah, sure. I would be kidding all of you if I said we didn't have resources stretched yesterday, right? It's a rarity that you have 2 major brush fires in LA County, like we did yesterday with the Eden Fire and the Palisades, let alone the multiple other fires that we saw. So we had an extreme drawdown from with LA County Fire, and they are our biggest partner. Even with their drawdown, they sent us a lot of resources last night, which was really helpful. It's unfortunate with the wind gusts that we had, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, they had to ground their aircraft last night. But we really relied on all of LA County to bring us resources, and then with the mutual aid requests from up and down the state. Did that answer your question? Thank you.
One more. I wanted to ask about, we were inside the fire zone and multiple residents had talked about a lack of water pressure or a lack of water at all in trying to fight fires. A similar situation in the Palisades when they said it was due to the amount of water usage at one time. Is this what you were seeing? What was the situation there? We saw it firsthand as well. Why was this the case? And is this going to be a problem for the future?
Yeah, when you have multiple fires, multiple city blocks on fire, with I'll throw a number out, 100 fire engines flowing water, we are gonna stretch our water system. On top of that, we had a loss of power temporarily, which impacted our water system. But I'll be clear, we could have had much more water with those wind gusts. We were not stopping that fire last night. Those erratic wind gusts were throwing embers for multiple miles ahead of the fire. And that's really what caused the rapid spread of this fire.
Sir, where specific the fire start? The most specific, because it's a picture taken approximately 6:30 last night. like a transforming fire in around Carnion.
That's correct. The time that is correct. And around 6:30 was when the fire came in the Altadena area. It was actually in LA County, but right on the border. We had both Pasadena and LA County resources arriving almost simultaneously. And then, of course, the fire quickly moved into the Pasadena city limits.
So 10,600 acres on fire, 0% containment, hundreds of homes destroyed. What can you say to communities to get them home?
Yeah.
That you have a handle on this anytime.
Yeah, what gives me hope is when I look at the trees and bushes around here. Last night was incredible, right? It was like something that most of you have probably never seen. Tonight we have very mild wind conditions where we can get aircraft and a ton of additional resources getting their hands around this fire. That's what gives me confidence that we're going to get a handle on this fire.
Before, why don't we bring the police chief up, and then then you can ask questions of both chiefs.
The cause, you're going to love my generic answer, but the cause is under investigation, right? We have multiple fire investigators as well as fire and arson investigators from LA County and local resources investigating that. And we need to let them do their good work so that we can come up with an accurate origin.
We'll ask the chief to stay here for more questions, but in the meantime, because this also involves a public safety situation and neighborhoods that have been evacuated and homes, the message I want to reiterate is don't even think about it. Don't think about coming to loot any of these properties in Pasadena or Altadena, because the Pasadena Police Department, as well as the LA County Sheriff and resources from the state of California, will be out there patrolling and protecting these neighborhoods. With that, I'll turn it over to our police chief, Eugene Harris, to provide you more facts and details.
My name is Gene Harris. I am the police chief for the city of Pasadena. Gene is G-E-N-E. Last name is Harris, H-A-R-R-I-S. Last night at the beginning of this incident, first responders from the city of Pasadena responded to the area of this event, primarily on a safety mission. But when they got there, they rapidly found an escalating fire that was growing rapidly with the wind gusts, and it turned into a rescue evacuation scenario. Those first responders acted heroically by going in and either evacuating or rescuing numerous folks that are now housed in this building behind me. It was nothing short of heroic, and as they got there, it rapidly turned into that type of mission. So we had people from our police department, our fire department, certainly reached out into our Area C partners, local, state, and county folks that came to assist. And it took all night to get folks rescued or evacuated from their homes, and that effort was robust in that end. We also reached out beyond our county into other counties. We had some other agencies roll assets to us that could help us solve this problem, and they are still on scene at our command post as we speak. As you heard said, this is an active scenario from a law enforcement perspective. You've heard all of the fire circumstances and issues. I'm going to talk a little bit about what we in law enforcement are doing in this incident. As I said, it started out as a evacuation and rescue mission. It is now going to transition for law enforcement into a protection and community safety mission. And we will be staunch in protecting the community and protecting the homes of those folks who've had to be evacuated. We will have numerous folks in and around the area. Upwards of 150 officers at any one time in and around the city handling all of our regular patrol efforts, but certainly focusing on making sure that the homes and the property around the burn area is secure. We will be staunch in that effort. If you have, and this is a message to the community, if you have a righteous reason to be there, declare that reason to law enforcement personnel and we'll assist you. If you don't have a righteous or legal reason to be there, expect to be challenged and we will deal with you accordingly. The idea here is we want to make sure that we protect the people in this community, we protect the sanctity of these people's homes, and we will do that without fail. As you heard the mayor say, don't come here if that is the mission, if that's what you plan to do. You will run into somebody in one of these uniforms, and we will take care of that situation. So ensure that we are going to be staunch and very stern about the way that we're conducting this protection mission. I want to end it by simply saying the first responders in this city are second to none. Those partners that responded to help us really stood up, and you've got some really good elements that came out here to support this community and make it safe. So we will have ongoing and sustained operations. There will not be any lessening of operational capability for emergency services. We might find that some of the regular services will be out. We've put some information out on that for social media and on the media to make sure that people understand that we may not have the counters open and some of those things for regular services. But all emergency services will be dealt with without any lessening of services or impact. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Now we can open it up to questions from any of our speakers that you may have. I can do Spanish now, or we can do one-on-one.
Mayor, can we ask the chief about before you go, the looting situation? Was those instances of looting, did that happen here at the Eden Canyon fire? I mean, what was the situation here that makes you speak so forcefully about any activities that might happen within the fire zone?
Well, the forceful nature of my delivery is really designed to impact what our caring is for this community. It's a community caring mission. We haven't had any incidents of looting, and we don't want any. And so the message is, don't come here if that's what you plan to do. You're going to run into one of us, and we're going to be staunch in that effort. So we haven't had anything yet, but we're trying to expect the unexpected and get in front of these types of things.
Any other questions for Chief Augustine?
Chief, there were a number of significant spot fires that broke out not only in the hills but along Lake Avenue. Several buildings suddenly caught fire at once. Do you anticipate any of that tomorrow?
I do not. Right, we're still in a very active incident, right? And we have a dynamic fire that has 0% containment. But what caused a lot of last night's issues was the dynamic winds, wind gusts to 70 miles an hour, and very erratic winds. At 2 in the morning, they changed direction heading westward, and we ended up having evacuations all the way to Glendale. So do I expect a risk of fire spread tomorrow? Yes. Do I expect erratic fire weather like we saw last night? No. We can confidently say those embers were spreading ember casts 2+ miles, right? And we were in red flag conditions, right? And just acknowledging that we're in red flag conditions in January, right, should make us all pause. And so the humidity was so low last night that a single spark could cause a fire. And then you add in the wind gusts. And when I was driving to the fire last night, there was dozens of fires starting just from the embers that were being thrown blocks, and miles ahead of the fire.
Chief, the owner of the Bunny Museum told us on our air on CBS that the fire hydrant in front of his museum was dry and that firefighters couldn't get any water out of it. Are you sure that all the hydrants are working? Was that a water pressure problem? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific instance because I don't know the facts of that, but I can tell you that it's very common in a brush fire in a city when you have that big of a fire with that many resources that we're going to tax our water supply and our water system. Then if you have a loss of power, which may impact the pressure, it's going to make it even worse. So yes, all of that. We're going to struggle on water supply on a very, very large brush fire like we saw last night with multiple structures on fire.
Do you feel that you got enough help, enough mutual aid quick enough? Did it arrive fast enough?
Yeah.
Did it help?
Sure. What was great, if there was a positive thing from yesterday, is we were preparing for a wind event for multiple days in advance of what happened last night. We were preparing for a wind event as well as possible brush fire, but you had augmented staffing all over the county, and which really benefited us because we were able to be nimble, send resources to Palisades Fire early in the day, and they were sending us resources by the evening time. That's the benefit of the mutual aid system in California, specifically LA County. Yes.
You know, as you're speaking right now on our air, we're showing live pictures of houses burned to the ground.
Yes.
These are images that you and everyone standing behind you has seen all day long. What do you say to the homeowners watching this happen?
We grieve for them, right? We're incredibly sorry that they have a loss of, for many of them, everything they own, right? And it's tough as your fire chief. That's my responsibility. I also know that last night was unprecedented conditions, where we did a lot of good work, but we were not able to save every residence or building that was out there.
Mayor Gordo, on that same note, how surreal is it? Because you've been inside this convention center many times before for many of the different events, but to see it being utilized in this way, more than 1,000 people are now using this. And looking forward, what are some of the biggest needs that you think in the days to come that you'll need here for the folks here that have evacuated?
Well, you know, first and foremost, you know, it's very sad to see families dislodged, particularly families that have lost their home and, as the chief says, have lost everything. I think one of the biggest challenges is going to be to transition people who have lost their home into permanent housing. You know, we have hundreds of homes that have been destroyed, and moving people into permanent long-term housing is definitely going to be a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge that we're going to engage the county, the state, and the federal government in.
Has there been any contact information, a website, or phone number set up for missing persons? So if the family member or someone in the area was evacuated, the family's out of state or out of county, how do you track down your loved ones?
Well, the standard 911 will be efficient enough to get us to the numbers that we need to get you. I would suggest that you make that call. To me, that stands to be an emergency, so let's do that. You can also contact our business line, and we can get you to the right people that can guide you in. If you think that your folks are at our evacuation center, which is right here behind us, we have plenty of staff that are here that can help you ID any family members or friends that might be here.
Okay, what's the business line?
I don't know that off the top of my head, unfortunately, but we can get that on our website.
Okay, this, again, to all affected residents, know that your city, your county, and other resources are there to help. If you need assistance, please reach out to us. You know, Pasadena and its residents and Altadena, it's a resilient community, and I'm sure that we'll bounce back. In the interim, this is an evolving situation, and so we're asking people to listen in carefully to what the police chief, the fire chief are saying. If you're asked to evacuate, evacuate. If you're thinking about coming to Pasadena or Altadena, for that matter, to cause problems, think twice, because the Pasadena Police Department and the LA County Sheriffs will be there to greet you, and you will be arrested if you're engaging in conduct that you should not be engaging in. With that, that will complete our, unless there are other questions. Thank you.
Chief.
All right, Andrew Kraft back here. You've been listening there to officials in Pasadena, California. The fire chief there getting the most questions, saying around 200 to 500 structures have been damaged or lost. The mayor there saying at least 100,000 people are under evacuation orders for the Eaton fire alone, and that at least 5 deaths have been accounted for now due to the Eaton fire. And so this was one of the press conferences that we were previewing, anticipating. We are also, according to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, are expecting at the top of the next hour a briefing from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass. So if we see that shot pop up we'll make sure to bring that to you. But they were somewhat bullish on the conditions tonight. They say they are seeing mild conditions. That means they say they can get aircraft up in the air to get their hands around this fire. They were asked about the cause of the fire. They say that is still under investigation. They also confirmed that there were no instances of looting in that area around the Eaton fire, places like Pasadena, places like Altadena as well. Still, though, 0% containment with the Eaton fire. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take a quick commercial break. We're nearing the top of the next hour. When we come back, back into Fox 11 Los Angeles' coverage of these devastating wildfires in Los Angeles County. We'll have it for you in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. You're going to continue now watching Fox 11 Los Angeles' coverage here on Live Now from Fox of these devastating fires there in Los Angeles County. Let's keep listening.
At night also creates new challenges for firefighters and all the rest of them as well, as we now go into night 2 of fighting the Palisades fire.
A news nugget that may be of service to you. This is from the Big Blue bus that operates on the west side. They're saying that they're open to giving free rides to the evacuation center that's set up in Westwood at the Westwood Recreation Center. So if you need a ride to that rec center in Westwood, which is on Sepulveda Boulevard, and you're impacted by the Palisades fire, you can hop on a Big Blue bus and they will get you safely to that evacuation center. The impact of this LA County being on fire right now is stretching to the NFL as well. The NFL putting out a statement as looking ahead to Monday Night Football with the Rams and the Vikings. They're supposed to play at SoFi Stadium on Monday. They've already had a contingency plan in place. If need be, if the fires are still going and the impact is too great, they will move that Monday night game, Rams-Vikings, to Glendale, Arizona. And it'll be played there instead at SoFi.
Which would be interesting, not unprecedented. We have seen that in other crisis situations in the NFL. But right now, SoFi Stadium is not in the evacuation zone or really anywhere close to SoFi Stadium. So that is just a contingency plan. I think the NFL's goal is to try to keep the game there, and we've still got several days to get there. So I would be surprised if that ended up happening. Christy Fajardo is with us right now. She's been driving around Altadena. We spent much of this hour talking about the Eaton fire with all the emergency crews talking there. Christy, what are we seeing now?
No, I'm just hearing him. We're on a call with him. Yeah, we're not on IFB.
Okay, so Christy and her photographer Gino are having some technical challenges hearing us right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get back to them. You can imagine how challenging it's been keeping phones charged and all the rest of it, and we've all been working 12, 15 hours at a time, driving around in some perilous situations without great cell service, and so we're doing the best we can to keep everybody talking and charged up and getting you all the information as accurately as we can as the sun now sets over West Los Angeles.
Okay, so we will continue our wall-to-wall coverage for you, commercial-free, well into the night. There she is, Christy. You're covering the Eaton fire. You've been driving around. We saw all the devastation in the neighborhoods and so many businesses lost as well.
So many businesses. It is really, really heartbreaking to see. People have lost their livelihoods. They've lost their homes. 5 people, sadly, have lost their lives, and others have lost their jobs. And we're actually on Lake Avenue at Beverly Way, and you can see that this Bank of America is on fire. And what we're seeing here underscores the lack of resources, because we watched all day as the building next to it smoldered, but the Bank of America was untouched. But since nobody was here looking out for flames, it did eventually catch fire, and there were about 3 fire engines here earlier, and we saw firefighters with axes trying to gain entry into the Bank of America, but then they left. They may have decided it was a total loss and it wasn't worth trying to save anymore, but some have just arrived, so we can watch to see what they're going to do. But when the other fire engines were here, there was also a sheriff's escort, and at one point they did block off this street, and they were not allowing cars through, and we really saw a difference, because prior to that, there were a lot of people driving very slowly through here. Some of them were live streaming as they were doing so. Others were taking video, and they were impeding the access and also the passage of these fire trucks. More than one occasion, I would hear the firefighters hit that horn to get their attention, to get them to move. But the sheriff's department did come in and wasn't allowing cars through. I'm not seeing them. But that this is now fully engulfed in flames. You'll have to forgive me. A little tangled in some wires that are here. And I don't know if we can pan this way, but this is on Lake Avenue. Perhaps we cannot. But right behind us, there's a neighborhood. And multiple homes that have burned to the ground. And also, just down the street, we're seeing multiple businesses, including the one right next to the Bank of America. That burned sometime overnight and into this morning. And again, as I said, it was smoldering all day, but we saw firefighters down the street, and we've seen them abandon firefights multiple times throughout the day as well. They were pouring water and trying to get a fire at the Aldi food market down the street under control, but subsequently realized it wasn't going to happen and decided to take their resources elsewhere. So this is what is happening at this hour here in Altadena. We're continue to see devastation, and unfortunately we're seeing more people losing their jobs and in some cases also their homes. Let's send it back to you.
Christy Fajardo, so sad to see all that underway right now. Meanwhile, we turn to Gina Silva, who is also in Altadena tonight, and more destruction. Gina.
Yeah, we're watching the Bank of America
out of the way. You can see it is fully engulfed. This is the Bank of America that's located at 2345 Lake Avenue here in Altadena. This entire Lake Avenue, all of these businesses many of them have been destroyed. Many of them are in danger. All right, obviously, we're having some difficulties with the signal there.
In the LA County all these years, yeah. It's just my friend Tom lives down the street on New York Drive, and I couldn't reach him by telephone, so I thought I'm going to go and visit him. And I saw behind his house, everything was burned. And even on his property, there was still some fire, so I put it out with a hose. He wasn't there, thank God, but then I started to look around and...
We're having some signal issues with Gina. Gina obviously probably having a hard time hearing Christy and realizing that they were both reporting on the same fire from probably down the street from each other, that Bank of America. So we're going to move from Altadena now to Pacific Palisades. Hopefully Matthew Seedorf can hear us. If so, Matthew, you have it. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
Yeah, the devastation in Pacific Palisades is unimaginable. I mean, just driving through the streets, it's like to your left, all the homes are destroyed. To the right, all the homes are destroyed. You go to the next street, it's the same thing. It's just unbelievable. Right now, you can probably hear the winds. They're still gusting pretty strong. We're at Sunset in PCH. You can probably see that big, thick black plume of smoke in the air, even flames up on the hill. You hear fire alarms going off. It's a mess down here, and we actually are down here off PCH because there's no cell reception up on the hill just a little bit. So we have to come down here for our live reports. But, I mean, you can just look up there, and it looks like a war zone. We were on West Sunset Boulevard just a little while ago. That's where a lot of those cars were left abandoned during the evacuation yesterday. People were panicking. A bulldozer went through and kind of pushed a lot of the cars together. We were out there just a few minutes ago, and half the cars were still lined up, crashed. The other half was all burned. Just remarkable to see what was going through people's minds as they were evacuating, and that panic setting in as the flames and the smoke were getting closer. But overall, Al, I just want to show these flags over here. Maybe you can see the winds still whipping and continuing to spread fire from home to home, and still causing problems for firefighters trying to battle and stay on top of these flames. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Matthew Seedorf, thank you. It is now the top of the hour, so we are not only broadcasting live on Fox 11 Los Angeles, we're broadcasting on KCOP, Fox 11 Plus, Channel 13. We're streaming live on the Fox local app. We've been on the Live Now channel for much of the day as well, so wherever or however you're joining us, thanks so much for a special edition of the Fox 11 News at 5. Here's a look at some of what we're talking about today.
Here for 30 years, we've never seen this kind of wind, never seen this fire spread so fast.
It's been almost hell on earth. All you see is burning embers falling from the sky. Flames erupting here and there, cars exploding.
You can just see the devastation. Homes burned to the ground.
It's just overwhelming. Just block after block of total devastation.
Help. Please help. I'm begging anyone to help.
These fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits.
And with that, we welcome you to a special edition of the Fox 11 News at 5 o'clock. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas here. Thank you so much for being with us. A deadly firestorm fueled by those historic Santa Ana winds. As we are looking live from Sky Fox, the sun has just set, and it once again looks very ominous out there. This is the Palisades fire, and we are tracking not just that one, but two other major fires that are burning out of control tonight. This is the Palisades fire in the Pacific Palisades. Take a look at this map. It gives you perspective. The Eaton fire above Altadena and the Hearst fire in the Sylmar area. And this helps you better understand where those are in relation to each other.
So let's give you the top line numbers. Palisade fire burned more than 15,000 acres. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. It is still at 0% containment. Tens of thousands remain under mandatory evacuation orders. More than 13,000 structures still threatened. We expect a press briefing sometime soon from LA Mayor Karen Bass. We may get new numbers when it comes to this in the next few minutes.
The Eden fire, that one has turned deadly. At least 5 people have died, but the circumstances around their deaths are not yet known. Roughly 100 structures have been destroyed, but we have seen so many fall to the ground, just eaten up by those flames live on our air today. That number could very well be higher. Eden fire also exploding in size. It tops almost 11,000 acres, 0% containment.
And there's the Hearst fire burning in Sylmar. It has scorched more than 700 acres, forced evacuations. That's also at 0% containment.
All right, right now, we want to take you live to Christy Fajardo. She's in Altadena, the Eden fire, the Bank of America behind you on fire.
Yeah, the Bank of America is on fire here behind me, but right next to it, a small business burned earlier. And this woman here, Megan, she actually came up in tears. It was very emotional. And you told us that you used to shop right there.
Steve's Pet Store, it's gone. Foxes, gone. El Patron, gone. Everything in this neighborhood. Altadena is not existing right now. We are not. I don't know.
I'm so sorry. And you had really fond memories of Steve's Pet Store. You said you used to get all your pets there.
Guinea pigs, pet rats, everything. We love. We're the best little small business, Foxes. I worked there, through college. I sat in the back and ate muffins on the kitchen from the chef. It's our community's gone. This fire chooses no one's safe from this. So our home right now is okay, but we don't know. It can change overnight.
Saying that it is hard to feel relief or even joy at seeing your home standing when your neighbors isn't.
Yeah, I thank my blessings. I'm grateful for what we have, but to see 5, 6, 8, 10 houses in our neighborhood just gone like that, and we've been here this morning since 8 a.m. fighting them ourselves, doing the water support, doing water, pizza. We just did a pizza run. Our community is still Altadena. We are still Altadena. We're coming together. We'll get through this together. Altadena strong.
So you said you were fighting the fire yourself.
With our hose is what we could. Keep our grass wet, our roofs wet, just ivy wet, everything moisture. Just adding the moisture. So if it spread, that we wouldn't get it. But, like I said, it's working for us, but for some it did not work.
You said that you feel that this community's really been altered. It's just not going to be the same after this.
I don't know. We don't know how long we're going to be without power, electricity, water. We have no water. Everything's shut off right now. We don't know. We don't know when this is going to happen for us, but it is January, so let's hope for a miracle in the next couple months.
Well, thank you so much, Megan. And we've talked about how this is all a very close-knit community and how all this also hits close to home for people at Fox 11. And Megan told me that she used to be an intern at Fox 11 when Rick Garcia was in charge of sports. Yeah, so, again, even in a place large as the greater Los Angeles area, we still have connections to one another. Yeah. And we also grieve for one another. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Take care. And I want to show you, if we can pan this way, because as we're watching this B of A burn, looks like another house here on Beverly Way also caught fire. So it is heartbreaking to watch that people are losing their livelihoods and continue to lose their homes even on day 2 of the Eden fire. And you're seeing, probably can make out some of the very large flames there. And that also, as long as that is burning, it's going to pose a threat to other nearby homes. So as you heard Megan say, her house is standing, but she still worries that might not be the case when all of this is over. So right now, still very anxious and tense time for people in this community, even those who are lucky enough to see their homes survive. Let's send it back to you.
Christy Fajardo, man, I think if everybody has their story, and so many dramatic stories out there. Thank you for that.
Live look of the Palisades plume, the Palisades fire plume, which has looked worse before, I'll say that, but this is just one of the many angles that we've shown you. And, you know, we've had our reporters on the ground as it relates to
all right, so we're going to step away just for a quick commercial break there. Fox 11 Los Angeles still on the air. They've been on the air since 10:30 a.m. local time yesterday. We're now nearing night 2 of these fires there. And the shot there is just incredible. Christy Fajardo's photographer capturing this Bank of America going up in flames there in Altadena. We also know President Biden was on the ground there meeting with Governor Newsom and others, including Senator Padilla. He is now back in Washington, Air Force One on the tarmac there at Joint Base Andrews. Of course, he was on the ground for a series of events that were ultimately canceled because of these fires, though today we did learn that President Biden became a great-grandfather. So he becomes the first U.S. president to serve as a great-grandfather. I wanted to get that news in there. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Remember, we're waiting for this press conference to begin here. It's going to be held by Mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and others. We were told at the top of the hour it's 10 past now, so not entirely sure when that is going to take place. As you know, Mayor Bass was, over the last couple of days, on a diplomatic mission in Africa, the country of Ghana specifically. She had to race back to respond to this here. So we'll hear from Mayor Bass and others. We also just got this shot in there at Joint Base Andrews in the D.C. area, the First Lady and the President coming down on the tarmac there. We learned that President Biden has approved a major disaster declaration for California to allow survivors to immediately access funds and resources there. So the Bidens back in Washington, though we want to get back out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Matthew Seedorf, reporter there in Santa Monica with the latest. Let's listen.
On PCH, Mike, you'll give you a quick look around there. That's all the way up Malibu area.
We're going to cut you off, and we're going to take you to the Emergency Operations Center. This is Zach Seidel, who is the deputy mayor in charge of communication.
Following that, we'll hear from LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Following that, we'll hear from LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney. After that, we'll hear from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell, then Sheriff Robert Luna. And following that, we'll hear from LADWP General Manager Janice Quinones, as well as Superintendent Alberto Carvalho. The mayor will come back to the podium and open it up for questions. I'll call on questions from the left. And with that, Mayor Bass.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I stand here today with incredible sympathy and concern about the devastation and the tragedy that our city and county are facing. And I definitely want to send my condolences to the families who lost loved ones, to the families and neighborhoods who lost property. This firestorm is the big one in magnitude. Hurricane force winds are usually accompanied by rainstorms, but these are hurricane force winds that are combined with extremely dry drought conditions. To provide context, at 10:20 a.m. yesterday, the Palisades fire was at 10 acres. 12 minutes later, it was at 200 acres. To those who fled their homes, especially those who have lost your homes, our hearts are breaking for you, and we stand with you. I know the world is looking at images of our city's devastation. I have seen the front lines of the Palisades fire, and it is staggering. I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders, with county, state, and federal officials. I took the fastest route back, which included being on a military plane, which facilitated our communications. So I was able to be on the phone the entire time of the flight. We are fighting for you and everyone in Los Angeles. Thank you to our first responders who waded into flames, pulled people from cars, and got them to safety no matter how dangerous. And thank you to everyone who heeded our warnings to evacuate. Tonight, more people may get evacuation orders, and if they do, please leave immediately. If you have an evacuation warning, get ready to go. Protect yourself and each other, and support our firefighters on the front lines. Our strategy included preparations and pre-deployment, and it now includes fire crews from around the state and from our federal partners. We are also adapting in real time. These winds continue to blow. So let me be clear. I am making sure that we leave no resource untapped. Firefighters are now on scene from across the state and across the country. I spoke with President Biden today and Governor Newsom earlier today, and they assured me of full federal and state support. As we head into tonight, we are still facing strong and erratic winds. In Palisades and in Sylmar, we are very much in an active firefight. I can report to you that the Woodley fire, however, in the Sepulveda Basin is under control. I can also report that finally air operations have resumed, and that is a big deal, but it is up to the winds as to how long the air support can continue. But these conditions are highly volatile. We've seen a devastating fire in the Pasadena area. Fires have sparked up in Simi Valley and on the LA and Ventura County line. And as our firefighters do battle on the front lines, all of us must be vigilant. So if you receive an evacuation order, please leave immediately. If you receive a warning, get ready. Protect yourself and protect each other. And don't divert firefighters from our strategy. Signals are out and the roads have debris. So stay off the roads unless you are evacuating or have another emergency. Be prepared, food, water, medicine, a bag packed and ready. Again, this is an active situation. And conserve water to the extent that you can. We want to make sure that we are ready if we need more water. But make no mistake, Los Angeles will rebuild stronger than ever. Right now, if you need help, emergency information, resources, and shelter is available. All of this can be found at URL. Los Angeles, together is how we will get through this. Through the heroism of our firefighters, the vigilance of Angelenos, and the spirit of our city, this is a big moment. It is a big moment for all of us to come together, for Angelenos to be united, for Angelenos to be prepared to help each other. This is who we are. LA will rise, and make no mistake, I am confident that we will rebuild. And with that, I would like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisor Chair, Catherine Barger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I know when this first hit, we were in constant contact, so thank you for being a true leader to this great city of Los Angeles. Obviously, as someone who represents the 5th District, we are prone to wildfires, but nothing like what I witnessed today. The Eaton Canyon fire is ripping through a community like I have never seen. It is like a third world country out there. I would ask anyone listening, if you do not need to be in the area and you've been evacuated, please heed the evacuation warning. And if you don't live in the area, please stay away. I was shocked to see people walking around that don't live up there, that are just taking a look at what's going on. We have firefighter and first responders that are trying to do their job, and it's important for us to all support them and make sure that we provide space so that they can get it done. The county has lost many facilities. Our parks, our Eaton Canyon Nature Center, our senior center. I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the fact that we almost lost our sheriff's station, but it's been evacuated. We are going to rebuild. Mm-hmm. And when we met with the governor and the president, the resources and the promises have been made. And it's going to be our job to deliver. And I am confident, given the resiliency of this great county, working with all of our partners, we will rebuild. And to my friends out there that I have talked to today that have lost their homes up in Eaton Canyon, I am a phone call away, and you are not alone. And to those of you that have lost homes, please reach out for help. You are not alone. It's important for us to recognize that these people have lost everything. In many cases, their entire life savings. So as we move forward, we're going to make sure the Department of Mental Health has resources on the ground. But if you need someone to talk to, reach out. Reach out. Love thy neighbor. So with that, I would like to invite Supervisor Lindsay Horvath up, my colleague who represents the 3rd District, the Palisades Fire.
Thank you very much. Earlier today, I visited the Westwood Recreation Center, where I was able to listen, to grieve, and to be with evacuees in this time of crisis, to also thank the volunteers, but most importantly, to let each person know in this time of crisis that they're not alone. To everyone feeling the anguish of this tragedy, the county will be here for you no matter what as we recover from these fires. But we're not out of this yet, and we need to continue to follow all guidance from our emergency personnel. I want to thank you for evacuating, for letting our first responders do their job, and for keeping your loved ones safe. Here are the updates from the 3rd District. Since our last press conference, evacuation orders have expanded into Santa Monica to San Vicente, and evacuation warnings now include Montana to Wilshire, Ocean to 11th. Gas shutoffs are affecting more than 15,000 people in Malibu, from Brentwood Country Club to Pepperdine. A boil water advisory is now in effect for LA County Water Works District 29. This is the Sunset Mesa community, from Topanga Beach and Coastline Drive on the south to Shore Heights Drive on the north, and from Topanga Canyon Road to Carbon Canyon Road in Malibu, including communities of Big Rock and Carbon Mesa. For more information about water, you can call 800-675-4357. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall remains in an evacuation warning area. Should the warning become an order, the chief has developed a plan for safe evacuation. Our young people's safety remains my top priority. Today, we also received agreement from the President of the United States to approve a major disaster declaration, which will include individual assistance and public assistance programs. President Biden, we are so grateful. Additionally, our County Department of Mental Health is activated for mental health resources. You can call the helpline at 800-854-7771 for 24/7 support and mental health resources. We know this is a traumatic time. Please ask for help. The county has also invested additional funding into our 211 system to increase capacity. LASA has activated the Augmented Winter Shelter Program to provide shelter to our unhoused community during this time. LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang has shared property tax installment deferral applications, misfortune calamity damage reassessment applications, and a disaster relief FAQ for property owners affected by the fires. You can go to assessor.lacounty.gov. The Emergency Network LA is coordinating volunteers. To sign up, go to enla.org. In addition, the American Red Cross and LA Food Bank have all set up specific donation websites that you can access at emergency.lacounty.gov. Downed trees and power lines are impacting public transit service, and I want to thank Chair of our Metro Board, Supervisor Janice Hahn, for her speed and waiving Metro fares on today because of station power outages. But please, if you are in a safe place and you don't need to travel, stay put and stay safe. For those evacuating, Uber is providing rides for free up to $40 to get to active shelters. This includes Pasadena Civic Auditorium, Westwood Recreation Center, El Camino Real Charter, Richie Valens Rec Center, and you can use the promo code WILDFIRE25. Tonight, the winds will remain strong, but our resolve is stronger. This emergency will continue. Let's keep each other safe, heed emergency instruction, and pray for the success of our frontline and first responders. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
Good evening, everyone. As Southern California is continuing to endure some of the most historic fire conditions on record, extreme fire weather driven by strong and erratic winds and low humidity have ignited multiple fires across our region. The LAFD is fully committed to continuously monitoring and adapting to the evolving nature of this weather event and stands ready to respond to any additional incidents that may arise. Now, how did we prepare? We prepared in many, many ways, but I want to focus on two things. We augmented our staffing levels and strategically pre-deployed our additional resources. In addition, we have recalled off-duty LAFD firefighters to augment our response across the entire city. I'll be providing a brief on a few of the incidents within the city. As we know, the Palisades fire continues to demand significant local, regional, state, and federal resources. Currently, the fire is over 15,800 acres and is growing, with 1,792 personnel who are currently assigned. And as we know, I want to be very, very clear that this incident is very, very dynamic as we speak. The good news, the winds have subsided a bit, enough to allow our fixed wing and rotor wing aircraft to provide critical air support to this fire. Next up is the Hearst fire. The Hearst fire has grown to over 700 acres with 260 personnel assigned to this specific incident. There are evacuation orders in place with multiple structures that are threatened. We continue to focus on fire and life safety. The Woodley incident. It is controlled and approximately has burned 30 acres. I want to clarify a little something before Chief Maroney comes up. The Eaton fire, we are closely monitoring this specific fire. It is in the county, and we are absolutely paying very, very close attention to see how else we can assist. If it does come into the city, we are ready. Now, in addition to the large-scale brush fires, in the past 24 hours, the LEFD has responded to an additional 3,950 911 calls for service within the city. This also includes 10 structure fires. We have treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies throughout the city. Now, the LEFD also continues to assess and allocate resources to ensure timely and effective responses across the entire city. As the situation evolves, the LEFD remains steadfast in its mission, working closely with our local, state, and federal partners to mitigate the impacts of this unprecedented fire condition. Also, I want to talk about a few of the challenges and adaptations. Multiple incidents throughout this region. We are going to talk about all of these fires within Southern California. We're utilizing mutual aid partners from across the region, state, and adjoining states, and firefighters are surging into Southern California as we speak. Also, the challenges with water pressure in the Palisades. Standard firefighting adaptations for water. What we do when water is limited. We have the ability to pull water from ponds. We can pull water from pools. We're utilizing as many water tenders that we have, and we're working very, very closely with DWP on this. Next, we will continue to focus. I want to make very, very clear, saving lives first, evacuations, and rescues. We are not out of danger. You can see the active fires that are burning. With strong winds that are going to continue throughout the night, I can tell you and assure you that firefighters and first responders remain focused on protecting lives and property. We urge the public to help us by doing the following. Stay informed through trusted news and official updates. Be prepared to evacuate if you live near wildland areas. Follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay. We also ask the public to stay off the roadways and away from any of the impacted areas. Now, the LEFD and other partners, we're working so closely together. We are absolutely united in our top priority, and that is saving lives. Ensuring that the safe evacuation and rescue of our residents in harm's way remains our absolute top priority and our focus during this wind-driven fire. Thank you, Mayor Bass, the elected leaders who are here, and for all and every single firefighter, first responder, boots on the ground that are doing the work. Together, we can continue to protect our communities and keep everybody safe. Next, I'd like to go ahead and introduce the fire chief from Los Angeles County, which is Anthony Maroney.
So good evening. Thank you for the comprehensive update, Chief Crowley. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm going to give an LA County update in addition to a Region 1 update. For the Eaton fire in Los Angeles County, Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre, the LA County Fire Department continues to be in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service and the Pasadena and Sierra Madre Fire Departments, in addition to our law enforcement partners. The fire has been mapped this afternoon at 10,600 acres, and it is still growing. We have 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighting personnel assigned on the line, and mutual aid resources from out of state, including Arizona, have arrived to assist us with this firefight. Unfortunately, we have 5 reported civilian fatalities, a number of injuries, and over 1,000 structures damaged or destroyed. The cause of the fire is unknown and under active investigation by both the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and the U.S. Forest Service arson investigators. And the moment we learn the cause of this fire, we will advise the media. We also have a new fire start in the Acton area of Los Angeles County, the Lydia fire, estimated to be between 80 and 100 acres, 30% contained, and thankfully, forward progress has been stopped. As the Region 1 coordinator, I did request mutual aid from the 5 counties of Los Angeles, Orange County, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties yesterday. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 250 additional engine companies from Northern California, staffed with over 1,000 personnel. At this time, the state of California is exercising their emergency compacts with the western states of Arizona, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and Washington for additional firefighting resources and personnel to come to Los Angeles County to assist us with this widespread fire emergency. One data point is that we have 60 units responding from Oregon, 45 units responding from Washington, 10 units responding from New Mexico, 15 units responding from Utah, and numerous units responding from Arizona. Currently, the National Weather Service has predicted that this red flag warning will remain in effect for Los Angeles County and much of Ventura County through Friday. Thank you, and I would now like to invite up to the podium Los Angeles Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chief. I just want to say a few things and not to repeat what's already been said any more than needs to be stressed, but a sincere thank you to everybody who's out there in the impacted area for your patience and your support, to our first responders and support departments who have been out there from the very beginning doing the very best they can to protect everybody. The word resilience was used, and that's what it's going to be. We're going to be an example of resilience in the very best sense of the word. We're going to bounce back from this, and it's going to be a challenging week ahead, but we're going to be able to get through it by working together. These have been unprecedented conditions, as you've heard over and over again, and the fire has been very unpredictable. That is why the need for vigilance is I can't stress enough how much we got to pay attention to our neighbors, to our own yards and property, and be able to catch something quickly if we get something sparking off. I think that is critical. This is not over, long from over. Our job primarily is to assist in a support capacity our fire partners with evacuation, with traffic control, and with crime suppression. And on the crime suppression front, you've heard also about the potential for looting, people going in and taking advantage of the worst possible circumstances to be able to enrich themselves. That will not be tolerated at all. And my ask is that everybody stay out of the impacted areas unless you live there, unless you have a real reason to be there. Our officers will be out there. They'll be watching for this, and we're taking this very, very seriously. So I want to thank you again for your work with us, to our media partners, for all that you've been able to do to get the message out there and keep people safe. It's now my honor to introduce Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you all for covering this very important story. So as I stand here before you with my partners around me, please know that I have several hundred LA County deputy sheriffs along with other police officers who are working all the impacted areas out there. They're involved in evacuations. They're involved in traffic control, ingress and egress into the area. They're involved in security, which the chief talked about, and I talked about it earlier. We're up to 3 arrests with looting. That is 100% unacceptable. I'm going to repeat it. If you do not belong in these areas, do not go there. We have additional people that we've brought in just to make sure that people's property are left alone. These people have gone through so much. Don't put them through more than they have to go through. And then we're on humanitarian missions. I have deputies dropping off food, blankets, and other things to people who have either been evacuated or who just need somebody to talk to and frankly just give a hug to. Those are the kind of things that we're doing out there. I do want to talk about evacuations. Regarding the Eaton fire, we have over 70,000 of our community members who have been impacted by either evacuation orders and or warnings. The Palisades fire, approximately 60,000 who have been impacted by evacuation orders or warnings. As I said earlier, we have called in additional resources, not only for what's in front of us, but looking around the corner, what's next? Both fire chiefs have made it very clear we are not out of danger. There's a lot of work to be done. For me, in my other role as mutual aid coordinator, just to give you an example, as we are not only calling in our resources, we check with other departments, both in the county and outside the county, and we've provided Pasadena Police Department with additional resources, one from the Long Beach Police Department in a mutual aid capacity, and from the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So I'd like to thank those two departments. And that's something we do in law enforcement. Santa Monica's asked for help last night, and we also coordinate and helping with that as well. Chief Maroney mentioned it. Unfortunately, we do have 5 fatalities, we're praying that number doesn't increase, but there's a lot of work to do. And we'll see what happens there. We are up to 3 looting arrests as we speak. And then the last thing I'd like to leave you with again is earlier I spoke about evacuation warnings, evacuation orders, and a lot of road closures that are taking place in both of these locations. I'm not going to go through them all, but I encourage our community members to go to lacounty.gov/emergency, where you will get updates on those orders, warnings, and road closures. And again, I am really proud of our community overall. Sometimes we talk about the looting and people who aren't listening. I'm going to tell you, 99% of the people are listening, and I think that's why hopefully the injuries and fatalities and all those ugly things will stay down. So thank you to our LA County residents for working with us in partnership. And now I'd like to introduce LADWP General Manager Janice Quiñones.
Thank you and good evening. I'm Janice Quiñones, CEO and Chief Engineer of LADWP. In preparation for the windstorm, LADWP activated its emergency preparation plans and filled all 114 available water reservoirs and storage facilities throughout the city, including the 3 1-million-gallon tanks in the Palisades area. We also fuel all our generators serving our pump stations to ensure water will flow out through the emergency. We're working very closely and side by side with LA Fire Department and CAL FIRE in the command post to manage the water supplies. I want to be very clear that the water continues to flow in the Palisades area through our main system. We haven't had any disruption into the water system, but because the winds were severely limited, the air operations, the number of fire hoses connected to the fire hydrants depleted our tanks in the area, specifically in higher elevations. We immediately implemented our contingency plans to provide water trucks to support our firefighters, and our crews are working on how to refill those tanks during this very moment. Conditions for our crew are very hazardous, so we ask for your patience. We have deployed 19 water tankers to continue to provide water to fire departments on the firefighting efforts. And our engineers continue to look at other options to connect our systems and fill those water tanks faster. We're also asking our customers on the west side to conserve water to make sure that we have water available and ready as the winds and the dry conditions continue. And in the Palisade area, because of the fire conditions, there is a boil water notice in effect for SIC code 90272. And the area north of San Vicente Boulevard and to the south. It's not citywide. Again, it's 90272 SIC code. If you want more information about the boil notices, go to ladwp.com for details. In terms of the power restoration efforts, LADWP has requested mutual assistance from Pacific Gas and Electric, and we're also working very closely with Southern California Edison to support each other while we restore power as quickly and safely as possible. As of 5 p.m. today, we have restored power to over 133,000 customers, and we have about 123 customers still out of power. We have 50 customers that have been out of power for more than 18 hours, and we're prioritizing those outages. Based on our current conditions and for the safety of our crews, if your power is out, you should plan for at least 24 hours before our crews can respond to make repairs. If you see a wire down, call 911 or report that to LADWP. Our number is 1-800-DIAL-DWP. Some areas, specifically those in fire areas, will take longer because we got to get clearance from the fire department to come and make repairs. I want to thank PG&E again at Southern California Edison and the Metropolitan Water District for their support in this response. And now I want to introduce LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, for your leadership. I also want to thank the leadership of the city and the county, particularly those who are leading brave men and women as frontline warriors, our first responders in dealing with this unprecedented set of circumstances. My function here today is to thank those who are collaborating in this community effort. Number one, to thank our workforce who today courageously brought 70% of our student body back to schools. They depend on nutrition, education, and support. But I also want to make an announcement specific to tomorrow. We certainly were hoping that conditions would significantly improve, that winds would subside, that the number of active fires would decrease, not necessarily increase. There would be a degree of stabilization. Unfortunately, despite the heroic efforts of our frontline men and women, that is not the case. Unfortunately, as a result of the unpredictability of high winds, a number of simultaneous fires throughout the community, a number of clouds of smoke, dust, have permeated into our communities, making conditions less than desirable and in some instances downright dangerous. Our first priority is to protect the well-being of our workforce and our students. That is exactly what we are duty-bound to do. So after ample consultation with leaders, after clear examination of the data available, and entering a second night of this crisis, it is prudent to announce that all schools across Los Angeles Unified will be closed tomorrow, effective immediately. That applies not only to K-12 centers, applies to early education centers, career and technical centers, as well as adult education centers. Obviously, beyond the bell activities and child care services will also be suspended. Considering the level of poverty and despair in our community, we are not only professionally but also morally responsible for providing some degree of sustenance, as we often do. Therefore, we are activating 8 different centers for the distribution of food through a grab-and-go process for students of Los Angeles Unified. That will begin early tomorrow morning. For information about school closures and the location of the grab-and-go locations, please visit www.lausd.org. You will also find resources of support for our workforce and our students. Tomorrow, we will be pivoting 100% of our students to a continuity of learning model with virtual resources available for all of them. Sometime around 4 p.m. tomorrow, we will make a decision after consultation with leaders, as well as a careful examination of the trends as we observe them about what Friday will be like. I want to close by once again thanking our parents for their resilience, our workforce for their courage, and the remarkable men and women of this community who are working as first responders in very, very difficult circumstances. I will add that, unfortunately, the unthinkable has happened. We've lost two schools, elementary schools, providing educational services to over 700 students in the Palisades area, have been completely destroyed. We're talking about Marquez Elementary and Palisades Elementary. 30% of Palisades High Charter School was destroyed. We were on site and could not believe what we were witnessing. We are prepared to relocate those students to provide a continuation of their educational services and restore normalcy to those families and those communities. Unas palabras en español. Me siento muy agradecido al liderazgo de nuestra alcaldesa, la señora Bass, y al liderazgo de la ciudad de Los Ángeles en nuestro condado. Hemos observado condiciones muy difíciles en nuestra comunidad y debido a estas condiciones sin precedente en nuestra ciudad, hemos decidido cerrar todos nuestros planteles escolares mañana. Mañana por las 4 de la tarde vamos a decidir lo que vamos a hacer para el día siguiente, viernes. Quiero agradecer a nuestra fuerza laboral, a nuestros maestros, nuestros directores de escuela, nuestro personal de apoyo y también a las personas, los bomberos, los policías y el liderazgo de nuestra comunidad por el nivel de colaboración en apoyo a nuestro sistema escolar. Estamos preparados para abrir 8 centros de distribución de comidas gratis para nuestros estudiantes, empezando mañana. Una vez más, quiero agradecer a los esfuerzos de nuestra comunidad durante una crisis sin precedente aquí en Los Ángeles. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone. I was just informed that we have another brush fire that has just broken out in the Hollywood Hills near Rustic Canyon.
I missed that.
Yes. I'll start over. So I just want to announce very, very quickly that we have a new brush fire that has just broken out within the last 5 minutes in the Hollywood Hills near Runyon Canyon. I don't have a lot of information. I can tell you we're throwing all of our available resources at it as we speak. I am seeing active water drops as we speak. As we have more information, we'll disseminate this to all of you. But I'm going to go ahead and excuse myself so we can go ahead and start to strategize and move towards mitigating this additional major emergency in the city. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chief, very much for that information and for your cooperation. And I just have to say that Los Angeles, as a region, as a county, as a city, we will get through this. We will stay together. We will be strong. We will make it through these next several days, and then we will begin the recovery period. And let me just say that the reason I'm so confident in that is, one, because of my faith in Angelenos, period, but also because of the leadership that is here. You see every level of government working together, as you have on several occasions over the last couple of years. And I just remember 2 years ago when we were here for a first ever weather event in Los Angeles, a potential hurricane. And I think we all understand in our city that due to climate change, we're going to continue to see very unusual weather events. And this is a historic event considering the strength of the winds. I also want to acknowledge that we're joined here by the head of the firefighter union, United Firefighters of Los Angeles City, Freddie Escobar. Thank you, and please give our regards to the men and women of the firefighters who have kept us safe and who have saved lives. I will open it up for questions now. Oh, by the way, let me acknowledge, too, that we have a number of members who are general managers of various departments, should you have a specific question.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Question about the water supply issue. I know this is unprecedented in so many ways, and right now there's a lot of raw emotions about what's happened. But for residents who are angry and even perhaps blaming the city for not having enough water supply, I'm curious what your response to that would be able to share.
Well, let me make a comment, but then I would also invite up our general manager from the DWP. So, as I just mentioned, you know, this is an absolutely unprecedented event. It has been many, many years since we've faced this strong winds. So the water pressure dropped as a result of the massive need to fight this unprecedented incident. Water remains available in the Palisades through hydrants, but also through water tankers that have been deployed. Claims that the tanks weren't full are false. On Monday evening, all available water tanks were filled before the fire. DWP is standing by to refill those tanks immediately when it's possible. DWP and LAFD are both managing water resources together from the command center. And just let me say that when you have events like this, as you mentioned, where emotions are high, I mean, so many people have been affected. Our families, our friends have been affected, and it's easy to get caught up in information that is not accurate, which is the reason why we do press conferences exactly like this, because we want people to have accurate information. And I think most of us know that the internet is not always the best place to get accurate information. But with that, let me call on our general manager who could give you more specific information.
Thank you, Mayor. And I will second your comments. We did fill all 3 tanks. There were 3 million gallons of water available when this fire started. As I mentioned in the morning, we saw 4 times the demands of water that we've ever seen in the system. We opened every valve available to push as much water into the Palisades area. This fire was different and unprecedented because they didn't have air resources to fight it. So you're fighting a wildfire with a fire hydrant system. Fire hydrants are not made to fight multiple houses, hundreds of houses at a time. They're made to fight 1 or 2 houses when they come in. And so we were trying, for us, for DWP, our first priority was to get water to the fire department for life safety. And that was what we were trying to do. To this day, we're still continuing working very closely with Metropolitan Water Department to try to make connections into their system and bring water pressure up so that we can fill the tanks. But in order for me to fill the tanks, I had to ask the fire department to stop fighting the fire. And that's a very tough operational decision to make. And so the fire department and DWP, we worked together on creating tactical operations in the process to make sure that they had enough water to continue fighting the fire. We were able to bring water with water tankers until we can get this engineering solution in play. We tried 3 contingency plans and all failed because we were also in very hazardous conditions where our crews had to be evacuated because the fire was so active around our area. But we have not given up, and we expect to have a solution very soon to make sure that we have water in those tanks and keep pushing water into the higher elevations. I also want to mention there's about 1,000 hydrants in that Palisades area. About 20% of those were without water. So less than 200 hydrants were without water. The rest we were supplying water to. So it's just a very challenging environment. But our goal continues to make sure that we are supporting the firefighting efforts and at the same time keeping the power on in those areas so that our water pumps are functioning and that we're able to fight the fires in other areas of the region because, as you know, it's not just Palisades that's burning.
Could you hold on 1 second? Let me just acknowledge Council President Marquise Harris Dawson and Council Member Imelda Padilla. Also, 80% fire hydrants with water. If you want accurate information, notify la.org. Dave?
In addition to the concerns about water pressure, there have also been criticisms from
Rick Caruso, who said that there was insufficient brush clearance by the city and county, from others who pointed out that the fire department had seen a reduction in its budget last spring, and that you were overseas when you should have been here. And I'm wondering, did any of these claims hit the mark? And if not, what is the real story?
Well, let me just say that we are actively fighting this fire, and this is a time for vigilance and action, not speculation. This is a time for Angelenos to come together, united, to protect themselves and their families and also each other. So what we are seeing is the result of 8 months of negligible rain and winds that have not been seen in LA in at least 14 years. It's a deadly combination, and I've been in constant contact with our fire commanders on the ground and our partners at every level of government. I've spoken to President Biden, President Biden's Chief of Staff, Secretary Mayorkas from Homeland Security, Secretary Todman from Housing and Urban Development, Senator Padilla, Governor Newsom. This is going to be an effort of all of us coming together, and we have to resist any effort to pull us apart. In terms of my flight home, I was on a military flight, as I mentioned, which allowed me to be in constant communication. I was on the phone, on the plane, almost every hour of the flight. So although I was not physically here, I was in contact with many of the individuals that are standing here throughout the entire time. When my flight landed, immediately went to the fire zone and saw what happened in Pacific Palisades. Thank you.
Did you also have access when you were on your commercial flight?
I did have access on my commercial flight, like most people do.
In terms of the chaos from the Pacific Palisades fire, the evacuation obviously had spread really quickly. Was there anything else that led to cars, people having to abandon their cars, people not being able to get out? Was there any systems that didn't work the way they were supposed to that led, contributed to that chaotic situation?
As far as plans for something like that, you hope that you can get up there. These are narrow roads in many cases, and the reality is you hope that people will pull to the side. People panic. Some people stop in the middle of the roadway, not allowing people behind them to get by. There's pressure to evacuate. Some people then left their car, and it could have been disabled. It could have been a situation where they were disoriented or panicked, and they left, and everybody behind them is stuck behind them. They also then feel the pressure of the fire and want to leave, and all of a sudden you have a whole street blocked, as we saw in this case with vehicles. The fire department went in there, assessed it, and did what they had to do by moving those vehicles to be able to get fire apparatus to the emergency.
When your fire chief, who unfortunately left, was assessing the impacts of last year's decision to reduce the budget, she wrote a memo 4 weeks ago.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. She wrote a memo 4 weeks ago that said the reduction has severely limited the LAFD's capacity to prepare for, train for, and respond to large-scale emergencies like wildfires, and specifically as to the helicopters. Without this funding, pilot compliance and readiness are jeopardized, and aerial firefighting capabilities are diminished. And that sounds kind of alarming. How concerned are you that her assessment has affected what's played out in the city in the last day?
Well, I am confident that it did not. I will call up a representative from the fire department to address that. But I will also say that within this fiscal year, LAFD actually would go above what was allocated on July 1st. Did you want to make a comment?
So, good evening, Jacob Robbie, PIO, LAFD. So when we discussed, as the fire chief discussed earlier, this is an absolutely unprecedented event. We have, we have another fire that just broke out. Any fire department, even our size, is stressed thin, which is why we call in our mutual aid partners, our additional resources. Of course, we can always use more resources, which is why we ask for more resources, because we always want to be the most prepared we possibly can to get ready for the next fire, because we don't know what these winds are going to do. This is something that we have not seen In my 16 years in LAFD and 5 years in another fire department, I've never seen winds that made it to the Pacific Ocean, turned around and went back up the canyon. So this is not something that any fire department can be prepared for, and we always want to have more resources, and we're always going to ask the mayor for more resources for that.
In the last 6 months since this fiscal year began, has there been training that wasn't done, preparations that weren't made because there wasn't money?
I'm not going to be able to speak on the fire chief on that aspect of it, so I'm going to defer to Chief Crowley on that. Okay.
Can I ask Chief Maroney or Sheriff Luna about the 5 deaths? Do we know anything about where these people were found? What were the circumstances around these deaths? Any other details you can share?
I can tell you that they were found in the impacted area, specifically what caused it, and the specific details. Our goal is to find out. As I stand here before you, I don't know yet. We did dispatch homicide detectives out there just to make sure that everything is done appropriately. And at the right time, we'll forward all of you the information that we get. At the end of the day, it's absolutely tragic.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, as you see, we were just listening into that coverage there, of course, of these LA wildfires, of this breaking news that we've been continuing to follow live here on Live Now from Fox 4. The last day or so, of course, the devastation has continued to sweep across the areas there in Southern California. So we do want to continue to show you some of these live shots that we do have there on the ground, showing you the impacted areas as well. If you want to take a look here, you can see this fire has been burning throughout the course of that news conference. We were able to put a camera on it, but you see how the flames are just taking over these homes there that are in the Pacific Palisades area, as well as the Hearst fire and the Eaton fire as well. Both of those, I should say all 3 of those have spread to multiple areas and covering multiple acres at this time. Also want to show you a look that we have as well. This is the shot that we brought you just I would say about an hour or so ago when it was still light outside, but that is the Bank of America building. And as you can see there, it is still on fire at this time as those first responders are continuing their work to put out the flames. But it has been so much devastation happening around the Southern California area. Do want to show you just for some context here as well. These are the 3 major fires that we have been following over the past few hours. As you're seeing them on your screen here, this is the Palisades fire down there to the south. But as we zoom in just a bit here, you can see that this fire is truly right there on the coast, and you'll be able to see, like as the PIO just mentioned seconds ago, they've never seen fires like this, talking about the Palisades fire and how it came down the canyon, met up with the ocean, and then turned around and started to go back up the canyon. At this time, according to this map that we do have from the county of Los Angeles, Cal Fire specifically, we're able to see that this fire is nearly at 16,000 acres. Very heartbreaking as we're continuing to bring you these live images. Did want to show you that before we take this time now to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other side of that break, though, we're going to rejoin that coverage there from Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they catch up with some of their reporters as they're continuing to get aerials of that. In fact, let's go ahead and dip right into them right now. They're covering one of the latest fires that has just erupted. This is called the Sunset Fire. It's erupting there in the Hollywood Hills. They do have a live shot of it. Let's take their coverage.
Let's get a look at what you're seeing behind you.
Yes, Alex, we're at Lake and Mendocino right here in the heart of this area. And as you can imagine, people who live around here, they have been so very terrified, wondering if their home might be next. Joining me live right now is Eve Anna Manley, and we thank you so much for standing by tonight. I know that you evacuated last night. You felt, I don't know, strong enough, safe enough to come home. Why?
Well, my neighbors were home checking out if we had a house to come home to or not. So, you know, then the winds also had calmed down. So I made my way back up here from Eagle Rock, and my house was still standing.
I know that you've got a lot of emotion about it. You love this community. Some of your neighbors have lost their homes. Just share some of that human interaction that you've had.
like, you know, one of my friends, it's a couple with 2 young daughters, and their house was one of the first ones to go over on the corner of Altadena in New York, and just, you know, they're camping out at a Hilton. They've lost everything, and it's just so traumatic especially for young people to go through something like that, the loss and the grieving. I feel it.
It's deeply personal, right? And if you've ever been through a fire, I know we had one in our family, you never can replicate the things you lose, right? You're grateful for your life, but your memories are oftentimes wrapped into that home.
That's correct. And sometimes we grieve a structure like it was a person, you know, because we've become so attached to where we live or where we've visited or all those memories, you know.
Well, we are watching as these valiant firefighters are so busy here on the scene. Earlier, if you looked over my shoulder, that was a B of A fully engulfed. They've pretty much got a handle on it now. And it sounds like, okay, you know, it's a structure. What does that mean? But you were actually telling me, Ms. Manley, that you have a deep connection to that B of A.
Yeah, that was my bank, and I hope my $60,000 in the safe deposit box is still there someday, and my birth certificate and all my important papers. But yeah, that was my bank. I used to walk up there every month and pay my mortgage, and at least my house is paid off now, and it's still standing.
Well, good for you. I think that you've been blessed, actually, and I hope that you continue to get good news. We thank you for standing by to talk to us here live. If we spin around, you can actually see off to the left here, that is a structure that is still fully engulfed. While we've been here, we haven't actually seen water being doused on it. I'm sure that Sophie-like choices have to be made all the time because they're contending with the winds and all the issues we've been discussing over the last couple of days. But this is a true Southern California moment. Alex, I know you grew up here, as did I, and sadly, we have seen this story over and over again. I've covered so many fires over the course of my career in Laguna Beach, in Malibu, in the Valley. We've seen it, and as awesome as it is to live here because it's a beautiful place, it also has been quite unlucky for a series of fires that have been catastrophic to so many families over the years. And, you know, our hats off to all the first responders who are out here just doing an incredible job. I'm Laura Diaz reporting live from Altadena, now sending it back to you. All right, Laura, thank you. We appreciate it for your coverage. If you're just joining us, we have word of a brand new fire that erupted in the Hollywood Hills. We reported this just a couple minutes ago. Skyfox up and over this. This is right near the Hollywood sign in the vicinity of Runyon Canyon, which is so popular with so many people. We have new mandatory evacuations that are underway. I'm going to read these to you. They are for Laurel Canyon Boulevard.